Does the desk go from that? "8:21 in Denver, Colorado on this Tuesday. I'm Mark Stewart in the 7 Newsroom in downtown Denver. We are going to resume once again our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the theater shooting trial happening just south of here in Arapahoe County in Centennial, Colorado, where accused movie theater shooter James Holmes is on trial. Yesterday was day 1, today is day 2, and this will be a very significant day because for the first time, the prosecution will call up some of its witnesses. We want to give you a little bit of a rundown about what to expect in the hours ahead. It will likely be, once again, a day full of some very intense testimony. If I can just go to my computer here for just a moment, I will show you, give you an idea of what we can expect today. And here we go. Well, pardon my computer skills here, folks. Let's give you a rundown of what's going to happen right now in at least the next 10 minutes or so. Court officially is supposed to resume in just about 7 minutes from now at 8:30 in the morning. We have heard some rumblings from the courtroom. Maybe that could be pushed back to 8:40 or so. Obviously, security for this trial very tight, so it's taking people a little bit of time to go through the metal detectors and screening just because of the attention and the nature of the trial. But today, we are expecting to hear the first prosecution witness. That is a young man named Caleb Medley. He is one of the survivors of that July evening. He and his wife actually were going out to a movie, and sadly, they were caught in the gunfire. We've got another picture. This is a picture that we believe was released yesterday of Caleb Medley in a wheelchair. This was provided to us from our colleague Marshall Zellinger, who's been in the courthouse. To give you some backstory, though, on Caleb Medley, he's been an aspiring comic. He participated in a comic contest at one of the local clubs in downtown Denver. He and his wife were expecting their first child. They went to the movies that July evening. Caleb was shot in the eye. Immediately, he was rushed to the hospital. In fact, he was placed into a medically induced coma and survived. Obviously, based off of this picture, he's dealing with some very serious injuries. Yet at the same time that he was being treated in the hospital, his wife was just one floor below delivering their first child. So that was, again, a picture of Caleb Medley. So we are expecting to hear from him. Prosecutors will likely ask him to recount start to finish about what happened that evening, even before kind of talking about his life, trying to set the scene, and then talking about his recovery and the difficulties that he's experienced. This, again, is expected to be Caleb Medley expected to be one of the first witnesses. Yesterday, though, a very long day for the jurors. They heard 2 hours of opening statements from prosecutors, and then after a brief recess, heard another 2 hours of statements from the movie theater shooter's defense team. We want to replay some of what you heard yesterday, just to give you a frame of mind as to where each side is coming from. First, we're going to listen to prosecutor, District Attorney George Brockler. He is the lead prosecutor in this case. He talked to the jurors about what happened that July evening, or early in the morning, I should say, talking about the brutality and the intensity of the crime. We're going to take a listen now to District Attorney George Brockler.
On a cool July night a few years ago, about 13 miles from where we sit right now, 400 people filed into a box-like theater to be entertained. And one person came there to slaughter them.
Aurora 911, where's your emergency? I can't hear you. What address? Theater, Aurora, Colorado. Yes, sir, I can't hear you. Give me the address again. There's gunshot. What address? Say it loud.
The man that came there that night, covered head to toe in armor to protect him from any injury. The man who brought with him 4 weapons and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He's in the courtroom with us today.
And then again, District Attorney George Brockler painting a chilling picture of what happened inside the Century 16 cinema, talking about the number of weapons and the amount of ammunition that James Holmes had with him. Again, the prosecution throughout this case is going to prove to this jury, their task is to prove to this jury that James Holmes was sane at the time, that he was aware of what he was doing, and that it was a conscious, deliberate effort to commit this crime. His defense team, on the other hand, has the burden of proving that he was insane at the time. And as many medical witnesses will testify that he was sane at the time, defense attorneys, his public defenders, will also present psychiatrists who will say that he was insane at the time and that what happened that evening was the result of years and years of mental illness. A struggle, in fact, is what they will portray as Mr. Holmes experiencing. We want you to listen to Daniel King. He is one of the public defenders who made the opening statements, one of a team of 3. Let's take a listen now to Mr. King.
When James Holmes stepped into that theater in July of 2012, he was insane. His mind had been overcome by a disease of the brain that had plagued him and pursued him for years. In his words, I have fought for years and years to overcome my biology. But in the end, when florid psychosis erupted in 2012, he lost that struggle. He lost that struggle in his mind to a disease called schizophrenia.
And that is going to be the ongoing theme, which we are going to hear from the public defender's team, that James Holmes was almost the victim of his own DNA, his own biology, and that there was nothing he could do but to try to deal with this. In fact, the public defenders making an effort to suggest that Mr. Holmes tried to get counseling over the years, sought to get help, yet despite all of the treatment, despite all of the best attempts, this was a disease that was very much part of his life and again led to insane behavior. Public defenders also pointing out that Mr. Holmes, at just 11 years old, attempted suicide, had homicidal thoughts, also pointing out that both of his grandfathers dealt with mental illness as well as an aunt. Again, an effort to establish a pattern, to establish a history, that this was not just a spontaneous decision to commit this crime, but an ongoing struggle really through his whole life. And both sides took the 2 full hours that they were given to make their arguments. And all of it was very emotional, very chilling, and very, for lack of better words, the public defenders did try to make an attempt to perhaps create some sympathy and some empathy for Mr. Holmes. Whether or not the jury felt that, of course, that's still to be determined. But as we wait for court to begin, we want to take a listen to some more of that testimony from yesterday. Why don't we first listen to Catherine Spangler. She is one of the public defenders. She is the second person who spoke, the last person really to speak to the jury yesterday, who used the phrase that James Holmes had a diseased mind. Let's take a listen now to Ms. Spangler.
His thinking was diseased. His thoughts were telling him things that weren't true. And his thoughts were telling him that he was in a life struggle that had no basis in reality, didn't exist in reality, but to him, he believed it with every fiber of his being.
That was Catherine Spangler speaking one-on-one to the jurors. We saw George Brockler try to make an emotional connection with the jurors. The public defenders had the very same task, obviously a much different viewpoint, to say that James Holmes, the theater gunman, was insane at the time. I think one of the most memorable moments from yesterday was towards the end of the prosecution's opening statements. George Brockler, who I think you can easily agree is a very skilled courtroom attorney, made a very prophetic last few minutes of his opening statements by showing the jury pictures of the deceased victims. Yes, that is very graphic and very upsetting for anyone to see, especially jurors who really are going into this with an open mind. But he showed all of the victims to the jury one-on-one. In fact, at one point we could hear people crying in the courtroom. Let's listen now to basically the final moments, the final minutes of the opening statement made by the prosecution, which had the goal of creating an indelible mark in the minds and emotions of those jurors.
It's like 15 or 20 minutes into the movie. He starts with the shotgun, and he begins to pull the trigger. This shotgun. Boom! A.J. Boyk, who had been sitting with his fiancée, is hit and killed as 14 pellets penetrate his brain. Boom! Our Air Force soldier, Jesse Childress, who had come with his friends and purchased their tickets. He too is hit by the shotgun blast, and it rips through his lungs, heart, and organs, and he dies.
Emotional to watch here in our newsroom, emotional to watch at home, and certainly emotional to watch in the courtroom. In fact, our reporter who is in the courtroom right now, Marshall Zellinger, who's really been there from the start, he reported yesterday that 4 jurors were crying at the time. And let's talk about the jury pool for a moment. 24 jurors, 12 will be the decision makers, the other 12 as alternates. And it's interesting to note that there are a very large number of alternates. In many cases, it's usually just 1 or 2. But because of the attention of this case, because of the intensity of this case, lawyers felt it was necessary to have many alternates. It's not unusual in a high-profile case like this for jurors to be excused for one reason or the other, whether it be that they expressed a personal belief to the jury pool, or perhaps there was something that occurred while they were at home. But it's important that there be a large number of alternates, because the last thing that needs to occur is for this trial basically to end in a mistrial and have to start over. And the jury pool is a very diverse group of people, more women than men selected, many different educational backgrounds, many different vocations. We have educators, we have a woman who works as a manager at a Bed Bath & Beyond. So the job of the prosecution and the public defender is to be able to appeal to everyone despite their varied backgrounds, and to have this message. Just about 8:35, court technically was to resume at 8:30, but right now I'm looking at our monitor, and at this point the courtroom view is just the seal of the state of Colorado, which has kind of been the the on hold signal that we've been getting from the courtroom. So it's not known if the judge and the jury have been brought in. Oftentimes in a trial like this, there is a tremendous amount of administrative work, a lot of paperwork that needs to be filed. So perhaps that is what's taking place, or perhaps that's what's delaying things. One thing which is very clear is that Judge Carlos Zamora has been a very a strong advocate of running a very efficient courtroom. We have seen that in the previous hearings. We saw it yesterday. He would like to stick to a timetable. He'd like to keep things as orderly and on as schedule as possible. And unlike other trials, where at times, as a reporter, we've been able to bring in mobile devices where we can tweet from the courtroom, not necessarily take pictures, but we can tweet and send emails to our colleagues to let them know what's going on, as well as to our viewers. That is not something that is occurring in this case. I was talking to Marshal Zellinger the other day. When you enter the courtroom, you first go through a preliminary screening. Then you go to another area where there's basically a secondary screening and where you are required to leave your mobile devices. It's very clear that the judge in this case is a no-nonsense judge. And while we are getting used to seeing cameras in the courtroom, with that said, there are some restrictions on all of this. It's also interesting to note, talking about that fixed camera, that as far as where the gunman in this case is sitting, he is sitting on the far left. I was talking to John Ferrugia about this yesterday. Out of the view as much as possible of the cameras. And we haven't been able to really get a close-up view of the gunman himself. And I think a lot of that is by design. Erica, I want to go pull up the article that our colleague Deb Stanley wrote about Caleb Medley. He is the gentleman who will be testifying today. And let me go pull this picture up. I believe this is a Facebook picture from a website that was established called Support Caleb Medley, that was established after he was killed, or after he was shot. Let me make that clear. He was not killed. He was wounded in the movie theater shooting. He is alive. He is a survivor. Pardon me for that. But the story by my colleague Deb Stanley really chronicles what happened on the evening of July 18th. In 2012, it talks about how he and his wife went to that midnight shooting of Batman, showing of Batman. And I think perhaps the most prophetic part about this article was the reaction of the Aurora police officer, who had made several trips to the hospital and knew that Caleb was in a tough circumstance, and told him, "Don't die on me, don't die on me." This is on the denverchannel.com, as well as some other stories about yesterday, including 7 new things we learned from opening statements in the movie theater trial. And let me pull that article up too, because it provides some important context of what will be at the center of this case moving forward. One of the biggest developments yesterday, though, is that we got details about what has been referred to as the Notebook. I think at one point, George Brockler, the district attorney, I think called it a manifesto, talking about many of the thoughts. This was almost a diary of sorts, of many of the thoughts that James Holmes had recorded up to the shooting. It also reveals just how well thought and how well managed his attack was. Okay, the courtroom is now full. It looks like both defense and prosecutors are there. Can we take that picture? Great, Erica, thank you. There we have District Attorney George Brockler there with his team, as well as the Public Defender's Office. You can see Mr. Holmes on the far left of your screen. It looks like he's in a white shirt. Erica, can you tell if he's wearing glasses again today? Because it looked like yesterday he was wearing glasses. So the defendant, Mr. Holmes, is wearing glasses. The judge is now ready to start, so shall we dip into the courtroom right now? Okay, we'll be with you after the first break.
Mr. King. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, let's bring him in, please. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Everyone may be seated, please. Welcome back, members of the jury. Good morning to all of you. Good morning. Everybody doing okay? Great. All right, thank you for coming back, and thank you for being on time once again. I indicated yesterday that the first step in the proceedings was opening statements, and yesterday you heard opening statements from both parties. The next step in the proceedings is the part of the proceedings where the prosecution gets to present evidence. And so at this time, I'm going to ask the prosecution if they're ready to proceed. Ms. Tish McGuire, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your first witness.
The people call Caleb Medley.
Could I have you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name?
It's Katie Marie Medley.
And can you spell your first name, your middle name, and your last name?
It's Katie, Marie Medley.
Thank you. Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it did.
Now, can you please tell us about what you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater that day? And I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second, Miss Medley. Could you pull the microphone close to you? Oh, you don't have it. Let me give it for you.
I was wondering, I was going to speak into it.
Thank you.
Okay, just pull it down. Is that better? Can everybody hear me? Okay.
All right, I apologize. So I was just asking you if you could please tell the jury about what you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movies that day.
Well, in the afternoon, me and my husband were together. We had a little apartment there in Aurora, and we were just sitting and watching TV, and we were expecting a friend to come down to visit from our hometown. And I remember my husband, Caleb Medley, was watching the commercial for the new Batman movie. And we had decided earlier on that we weren't going to go, and then I watched him watch that commercial, and his eyes were glued to the TV, and I was like, okay, he wants to go. So we decided that when our friend came up that we would be attending that night.
And could you please spell your husband's name for the record?
Middle name also, or just?
Sure, his full name, thank you.
Okay. Caleb Levimedley.
And were you able to purchase tickets for the movie for that day?
Yeah, we decided to purchase early because we wanted to make sure that we had a seat. So we went in the early afternoon after we discussed it, and it was maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we went, and we purchased tickets for myself, Caleb, and for our friend Ashley Kurz.
And could you please spell Ashley Kerr's name for the record?
It's ASHLEYKURZ.
And when you say we went to purchase tickets, who was we?
Caleb and myself went in his car.
And do you remember who drove?
Caleb did.
Okay. And were you able to purchase tickets when you got to the movie theater?
Yes, it was pretty easy.
And were you able to return to the movie theater later that night?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Do you remember how you got to the movie theater that night?
We drove in Caleb's car.
And do you remember who drove?
Caleb did.
Okay. And when you got to the movie theater, do you remember where you parked?
I do.
Okay, and where was that?
If you're looking at the front of the theater, we parked off to the side of the building on the right.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the movie theater?
Well, we decided to go early. We got there about 10 o'clock because, we thought there would be a big line where we come from. We have a small movie theater, so if you don't get there early, you don't get a good seat. So we got there fairly early, and we went in, and there was hardly anybody there. There were no lines or anything. So we went in, and we decided to go to the arcade for a while until it got closer to the time of the movie.
And were you playing games in the arcade? What were you doing in the arcade?
We played games for a while. I can't remember exactly what games we played, but we just played games to pass the time before we took our seat.
And who was with you at this time when you're in the arcade?
It was me and Caleb and Ashley.
And about what time do you think you went into the theater?
It was probably around 11:30.
And do you remember what theater number you went into?
We went into Theater 9.
And how did you go about picking your seats when you got into Theater 9?
We went in and we looked around to see where, was full and what was not, and the upper section was pretty full already. And because I was 9 months pregnant, we decided to try and pick a seat that in case I went into labor, that would be close exit.
So the day that you were viewing the Batman Prayer, you were 9 months pregnant.
I was 9 months pregnant, and I was about a week away from my due date. I was due to be induced that Sunday, which would have been the 22nd of July.
Now, once you were able to find your seats, do you remember what you did while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
Well, as we were standing there, I decided I wanted to sit in the middle, and Caleb and Ashley fought over what seat they were going to sit in, and Caleb ended up sitting on my left side, and Ashley ended up sitting on my right side. And from then on, we just kind of chatted. We saw a lot of people coming in and out of the theater at that point, and it was a lot of chatting and people just very excited to see the movie.
Do you remember seeing anything unusual at all before the movie began?
For us, it was that there were a lot of children in that theater.
Anything else unusual that you remember?
Not at that time, no.
So at any point in time, were there previews before the movie started?
There were previews. The only one I can remember was that there was a preview for The Hobbit,
And why were you remembering that?
because that was the last time I spoke to Caleb.
And what did you say?
I don't exactly remember. I told him that I really wanted to see that movie when it came out, and he agreed. He wanted to see it as well, and before the movie started, that was the last thing I said to him.
And then at some point in time, did your movie begin?
Yes, it did. Our movie came on at 12:05 because they had different theaters going and they all started at different times.
And what movie was that?
What movie did we see?
Yes.
Sorry. We went to see The Dark Knight Rises, the Batman movie.
And is that the movie that began approximately at 12:05?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, did your movie become interrupted?
Yes, it did.
Approximately how long into your movie was it before it became interrupted?
Seemed very early on, like maybe 15 or 20 minutes.
Do you have any recollection of what scene was playing at the time?
The last scene that I remember seeing was Christian Bale was on the screen and they were opening up some kind of safe with some pearls with Anne Hathaway. She was there too, but that's all I remember.
So now what happened in theater number 9 that you were in that you remember at that point in time?
Well, we were just watching the movie and I noticed that the exit to our right opened up. I saw a little bit of light come through and I saw a canister go into the air at that time.
So can you say that again? Sorry.
Sorry, I saw a canister. I saw somebody step in and throw a canister into the air.
Okay, so tell us about what you saw in terms of somebody stepping in the movie theater.
Well, I saw somebody step in and the canister was thrown over our heads. And at that moment, I was leaning to Ashley to tell her, I think someone's playing a prank right now. Like someone's going to do a prank that's going to be really funny, And as he stepped in, I just knew something was very wrong. It was almost like it was in slow motion as the canister was going over. He stepped in the doorway, and I knew something was wrong, so I put my arm around Ashley, and I threw her to the ground.
And what do you remember after you threw Ashley to the ground?
I remember the canister exploding somewhere behind us, and that the gunshots started immediately after.
And do you have any experience with firearms?
We grew up with them. We lived in a small town, and my parents had them and taught us about them.
Had you ever heard gunfire before?
Yes.
Is what you heard in that night at the theater on July 19th and July 20th of 2012 consistent with the gunfire that you have experience hearing?
Yes.
And so what did that sound like to you at the time?
It was just a lot of gunfire. It was clear. It was gunshots, a lot of them.
Now, could you see anything from where you were on the floor at that time, or could you just hear things?
Well, as I was going down to the floor with Ashley, I saw him step in. He was wearing a mask and Kevlar, and I saw him with a gun, and it was a longer gun, and I could see that there was a scope on there also.
And you had a clear view of that at the time?
I did.
Okay.
It happened really fast, so it's hard to describe, but yeah.
Now, you've been testifying in terms of you saw him. At the time, did you know if it was a male or a female?
No, I did not. And we didn't know if there were more than one either. We just knew. I just saw that one person.
Did you see anyone other than that one person?
No.
So what do you remember after you saw that and you and Ashley were on the ground?
So we were kind of huddled together laying on the ground, and I turned to my left to talk to my husband to decide what we were going to do next. And that's when I saw that he was still sitting in his chair. I saw that his shoes were on the ground and like his feet were on the ground, and he was still sitting in his chair. And I couldn't understand why he was sitting in his chair when someone was shooting. You know, he should have been on the ground with us.
And what do you remember after seeing him? Were you able to see him clearly at that point in time, or could you just tell that he was sitting in the chair?
At the moment, I could tell he was sitting in the chair, and then I looked up because I wanted to ask him, like, what are you doing? Why are you still sitting in the chair? And that's when I saw blood pouring from his face, and I knew that he had been shot in the head.
And what do you remember after you saw that?
I remember that he wasn't breathing, and that I told Ashley that Caleb is dead. They said he's dead. He's been shot in the head.
And what'd you do after you told Ashley that?
We stayed crouched on the ground because there was still a lot of gunfire happening. So we just crouched down waiting because we thought that the shooter was going to come row by row and just kill us.
And then what do you remember while you guys were down crouched on the ground after that?
It's a little confusing to put all together just because there was a lot that was happening. I remember that the air was very thick and it was hard to breathe, and that it was hard to stay crouched because I was so pregnant. I was trying not to lay on my stomach. I remember at one point that I saw the shooter walk by our row, and we believe that he went out into the lobby of the theater.
Now, you said you believe that. Did you actually see that, or is that just what you were guessing at the time?
That's what I assumed at the time because I saw I saw him walk by.
Okay, and so when you say by, was that kind of like it rose behind you?
It was like we were laying on the ground, and I guess from my point of view it would have been right here because we were on the edge of that row. So we saw feet. I saw him walk by, and I assumed that he went out into the lobby at that time.
So after you thought that he had walked into the lobby, what do you remember after that?
I remember that there were a group of people who ran by our seats, and that there was a lot of gunfire again, and we saw them go to the ground. We weren't sure if they had been shot or if they were just crouching on the ground to avoid the gunfire.
And what do you remember after seeing them crouch to the ground?
I remember that we were laying on the ground, and we looked behind us, the row behind us, and there was a boy laying on the ground. I don't know how old he was. He was a little bit older, maybe 18 or 19, and someone was laying on top of him, and he just kept on staring at us. We all just kept on staring at each other because we didn't know what to do at the time.
What do you remember after seeing him?
Well, at one point I asked Ashley to call 911, and she said that she had heard other people in the theater already calling 911. And when it got quiet again, I decided to slowly stand up, and I saw that Caleb was actually breathing again. And so I decided he had a lot of blood pouring into his mouth, and he was choking on all of his blood. So I took the bottle of water that he actually purchased earlier, and I poured it in his face to try and get the blood out of his face.
And what do you remember after doing that?
I remember that, sorry, I just need a minute. I remember that there were, the exit door actually opened again, and there were cops at the door that time, and they were yelling and screaming at us to come out of the exit door. Sorry.
Nope, take your time. And what do you remember after the cops told you to come through the exit door?
Well, I told Ashley that we had to make a decision, I could stay or go, but because I was so pregnant, I had to save our unborn child because I thought Caleb was going to die, and I thought to myself, that's going to be the last piece of him that I have to save him. So I grabbed Caleb's hand, and he actually squeezed my hand, and I told him that I loved him and that I would take care of our baby if he didn't make it.
And what do you remember after that?
We ran towards the exit, and we jumped over people that were laying on the ground. I don't know if they were alive or not, but we jumped over their bodies, and we ran to the exit, and I was wearing flip-flops, so I remember as we were running out the exit door that I slipped in blood, and the cop actually caught me because it was a lot of blood.
And what do you remember after the cop catching you and you slipping on blood? What did you do after that?
They set us out on the curb. It was me and Ashley, and then there was a couple out there also, and at one point there was a girl who actually came out and sat next to us also. We know her as Jansen Young now.
At the time, you had just met her for the first time.
Yeah, I didn't know her name. I didn't know her name for a long time, actually.
Okay. And so what happened when you were sitting out on the curb?
They started to bring injured out. The cops started to pull people out onto the sidewalk. And some people they started to load into the car. I remember them loading one girl, and they said, I don't think that she's going to make it. I don't think she's going to make it to the hospital.
And what do you remember after that?
I remember that they pulled Caleb out onto the sidewalk, and that I could see that he was still breathing, but they had to lay him on his face because of all the blood that was just pouring, and so they didn't want him to aspirate.
And then what happened to Caleb when he was out there on the sidewalk?
We actually got moved before we were able to see him loaded anywhere. I had no idea what had happened to him at that time.
So they didn't let you stay with your husband on the sidewalk?
We stayed on the curb for just a few minutes, enough for me to talk to Jansen. She had come out and she sat next to me, and she told me that I think my boyfriend is dead. She's like, I'm pretty sure that he's dead. And I hugged her because I didn't know what else to do. We were all just in shock, not believing this was happening. And so I put my arm around her, and I remember that when I took my arm off her, that there were chunks of blood and of him on me.
And what do you remember after that?
The cop who was with us told us that we had to move out of the location where we were at because they were worried that there was a bomb in a car right near where we were sitting.
And where did they take you after that?
They took us to, it was more towards like the front of the building, but at the back of the parking lot. And that was the last time I saw Caleb at that time for many hours.
And did you know what had happened to Caleb at that point in time?
No.
So at some point in time, were you moved from the theater to another location?
I was.
And where were you taken?
We were taken to the high school, a high school. I don't know, they bussed us up to a high school. They made sure there was a small group of us that knew we had severely injured people that we were with, and they took us in a special group up to the high school first.
And what happened when you were at the high school?
They took us into the gym and gave us water, and I really had to use the bathroom because I was so pregnant, so they escorted me and Ashley to the bathroom. And I remember that I had a lot of blood on my hands from Caleb, and I couldn't scrub hard enough to get it all off.
And at some point in time, were you interviewed by police officers at Gateway High School?
I was.
And then eventually, were you able to leave Gateway High School early that morning?
I was. After chatting with my mom, I had called them earlier when I was outside of the theater. I called my mom, and that was one of the hardest things I ever had to do, was calling my parents and calling Caleb's parents, because they all thought that I was calling to tell them that I was going into labor. And instead, I got to tell them all that Caleb had been shot and was probably dead.
So after you were at Gateway High School, you were able to call, and were you able to get someone to come get you, or?
Yeah, I talked to my mom, and she told me that Caleb had been taken into surgery and that he was alive, and they came to pick us all up, me and Ashley.
And where were you taken?
They took us to University Hospital.
And what did you learn when you got to University Hospital?
Well, that Caleb had been out of surgery, but then they had to take him back in before I got there again. So by the time that I arrived at the hospital, he was already in his second surgery.
And then what else happened after his second surgery?
Well, it was probably between 7 and 9 hours that surgery was, so we had to sit there all day just waiting for him. When the doctor finally came out, he made it pretty clear that Caleb was alive, but that it was bad, and that he had lost his right eye, and that he had suffered significant brain damage.
Now, at any point in time, did you know if you had been injured?
I know that at one point when we were in the theater and we were laying on the ground, that something came through the front of our seat, and that I got nicked in the back of the head, and then Ashley had a big burn on her face. But I did go get that checked out when I got to the hospital, and I had to be checked up because they were worried that I was going to go into labor also.
So after you were waiting for 9 hours of Caleb's second surgery, and then the doctors told you that it was going to be pretty bad, what else happened in the following days?
Well, I was scheduled to be induced on July 22nd, and I decided that I wanted to go ahead and be induced that day because the sooner we could get Hugo here, the better, because at that point, he was coming no matter what.
And who's Hugo?
Oh, Hugo is our son, who is now almost 3 years old.
So at what date was it that you got induced at the hospital?
I was induced Sunday night on the 22nd.
Okay. And what was happening to Caleb at the time you were induced?
They told us that in the morning that he would be going in for another brain surgery, so that was his third.
So was Caleb able to be there for the birth of your child?
No, he was literally in brain surgery when I was in labor.
And how long was your labor?
It was between 37 and 40 hours. It was around that time.
And then when you got out of labor, was Hugo okay?
He was okay. He took enough time to get here, though.
And after you were finished with labor, and were you okay after your labor?
I was exhausted because our whole family had not slept since the night of the shooting. Caleb's parents, you know, the night of the shooting, they had to drive 2 hours to get here. Can you imagine that? Being them, trying to get here. But everyone was exhausted because they were going back and forth between Caleb's room on the floor below mine where I was having the baby.
And then were you able to see Caleb after you got out of labor?
I did. It was about 3 hours after Caleb got to hold his son for the first time, but he was not awake for that.
And when you say he wasn't awake, what kind of state was Caleb in at the time?
He was in a medically induced coma
And how long was Caleb in a coma for?
for 4 weeks.
And what happened after 4 weeks?
They decided to finally move him out of neuro ICU. He was very critical for those 4 weeks, and they decided they wanted to move him to what's called an LTAC hospital, which is kind of an in-between hospital between ICU and going into rehab.
And were they able to do that?
Were they able to do that?
To move him to that other hospital?
Yes, we were.
And how long was he at that hospital for?
He was at that hospital for 30 days, and they finally started to wean him off of the medications that he was on for the medically induced coma, so he started to wake up a little bit.
And when did Caleb finally come out of his coma?
It was in that 30 days that he finally started to come out. I don't remember the exact day.
And after he was at that hospital, where did he have to go after that?
He went to Craig Hospital for 3 months after that.
And was he inpatient at the hospital for those whole 3 months?
Yes, he was.
So what happened to your family during that time?
Well, we have a very supportive family, and all of us stayed up there for 6 months, essentially. We stayed at a townhouse and in a hotel, and then when he got to Craig Hospital, we stayed in Craig Hospital. They have a separate apartment for families there.
And what happened after Caleb was released from Craig Hospital?
We got to go home the day before Caleb's birthday, and we went home to a new house that we had never been in before because after the shooting happened, I could never go back to our apartment. I couldn't bear seeing the crib there and knowing that it would never be the same.
And what injuries did Caleb have when he was released from Craig Hospital?
He had the traumatic brain injury that he had. The shotgun pellets essentially is what happened. He hit him in the face and it went through his right eye. And when he had brain surgery, they took out this part of his brain. So because the right side of your brain controls the left side of your body, he has weakness on the left side. He has speech problems.
Can Caleb walk?
Caleb cannot walk.
Can Caleb talk?
He can more now than then.
Now, before you walked into the theater on July 19th of 2012, what was Caleb like?
He was an aspiring comedian, very funny. He was doing stand-up comedy the night before we went to the theater.
Could he walk?
He could walk.
Could he talk?
Yes.
Did he have any impairments at all?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to approach the witness and show her what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 1145.
Okay, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that diagram that I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
It's the picture of the inside of the movie theater.
Okay, and do you recognize the writing on that diagram?
I do. It's mine.
Okay, and is your name on there, and is there a date on there?
My name is on there, and yes, there is a date.
And what's the date?
It is 11/19 of 14.
Okay, and do you recall meeting with me and an investigator and filling out that diagram?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does that diagram show where you were seated in the theater and other things you observed in the theater?
It does. Looking back, I do see that I put our seats in the wrong place.
Okay, All right, I have given you some pens up there. Would you please go ahead and circle where your correct seats were?
Okay.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I show defense counsel that?
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you.
And does that diagram fairly and accurately represent what you remember being in the theater and the things that you observed in the theater that night?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1145.
Is there any objection?
There's not.
Without objection, People's Exhibit 1145 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we publish it to the jury?
You may publish it.
Thank you. All right, so if you could please describe for the jury what you drew on your diagram there.
Where you see the initials A, K, and C, that is where I thought that me and Caleb and Ashley were sitting, but it was actually just the row behind that is where we were sitting. I drew where the shooter entered the building and where we entered and where I saw the canister go to.
All right. Now, you had just circled some new seats that you just made. Where are those seats located?
They're the seats directly behind the A, K, and the C. They're the three seats directly behind that.
Okay, and when you say behind, is it closer to where that row 8 is on the diagram?
Yes,
Okay, so the same exact seats, just one row behind you.
correct.
Okay, and that's where you remember to be seated that day.
Yes,
And why is your memory now that you were seated there in those seats?
because I knew I was going to have to testify, and I was thinking about it a lot. But as soon as I saw this diagram this morning, I knew that those seats weren't the right seats. I also knew it because there was a family sitting in front of us with their children.
And directly in front of you? In those-
Directly in front of us. I remember a male and a female, and I remember at least 2 children.
Okay, now on that diagram, you have a place of where you entered the theater?
Yes, that was from the lobby.
Okay, so you guys came up there and then found your seats when you got in the theater?
Yes,
Okay, and then you also have on that diagram, a thing that says shooter entered?
yes,
All right, and is that where you saw that figure entered that you told the jury about earlier?
yes. That's where I saw the door open and the canister thrown from there, and the person with the gun.
Right? And you have a thing there that says C1 and C2. What is that about?
That's where I believe that's where I saw him throw the canister, is C1. C2 is where it went over our heads, and I'm not sure where it landed, but I knew that it had landed somewhere behind us.
And then you have another place on there where you say that you saw a shooter a second time.
So when we saw him leave out into the lobby, that's when we saw him leave out into the lobby. That's what the shooter the second time, that's where I saw him.
Okay? And then you have a place on there that says I and Ashley exited here.
So down by the stairs is where we jumped over people right there. And down where I put me and Ashley exited, that's where the cops came in the door. And that's where we ran out.
Okay? And where does that leave you when you go out that exit? Where do you go?
It goes out to the parking lot.
Great, thanks. Your Honor, at this time, if I may approach the witness with People's Exhibit 4670.
Yes.
All right, what did I just hand you?
You handed a picture of me at the high school that morning.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize myself. I don't remember taking this photograph.
And did you take it yourself?
No,
Do you remember if when police officers interviewed, they took photographs?
they did. I remember them taking a picture of my friend. I don't remember taking this picture, though.
Did it fairly and accurately represent what you looked like on July 20th of 2012 at Gateway High School that day?
Other than not being able to see that I was so pregnant, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 4670.
Any objection? No. Without objection, People's Exhibit 4670 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, if I may approach the witness with People's Exhibits 2117, 2118, 4569, and 2540.
Yes.
All right, now, if you could look at the first photograph that I just handed you, and there's a number on it, if you could just tell the jury what number you're looking at for that first photograph.
It's 2117.
Okay, and do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's a picture of my husband, Caleb Medley, in ICU at University Hospital.
Okay, and does it fairly and accurately represent what Caleb looked like at that point in time at University Hospital?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is after the shooting.
this was after the shooting, yes.
Okay. And then if you could tell me about the next photograph and state that number?
The number is 2118. It's a picture of where where they cut into his head when they did brain surgery. And also on the front of them, his forehead, you can see where some of the shotgun pellets were at.
Okay. And does that picture fairly and accurately represent to you what Caleb looked like after the shooting at University Hospital?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury about the next photograph and state the number first, please.
The number is 4569. It's also a picture of him in ICU after having surgery. This was a little bit, I think, after, like 2 weeks at least, after he had surgery.
And did it fairly and accurately represent what Caleb looked like 2 weeks after he had surgery at University Hospital?
Yes.
And then what is the last photograph that I handed you?
It's number 2540.
And what is that photograph?
This is a picture of Caleb right after the shooting.
Now, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Medley in the theater to see what he looked like after the shooting?
Yes, he looked a lot worse than this picture actually shows. He had a lot more blood on his face when I saw him last.
But did it fairly and accurately represent does that picture fairly and accurately represent what he looked like right after the shooting on July 20th of 2012?
He looked worse than this photo.
But other than the
Yes, sorry, yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of all of those exhibits.
Is there any objection to those exhibits being admitted, Ms. Spengler?
Your Honor, we do not object to 2117 or 2118. I would make a 403 objection to 4569 and 2540.
Would counsel please approach?
Sure.
So right now, court is taking a break. Well, not necessarily a break, but both counsels have approached the bench. What we have just seen occur, a series of photos to be entered as evidence of Caleb Medley, Katie Medley's husband, who was wounded in the shooting. These pictures are very graphic and very disturbing. Right now, the Public Defender's Office is objecting to 2 of those photos being entered as evidence on the record. At this point, it's not exactly clear why. There are discussions taking place at the bench between the judge and the 2 attorneys to try and reason what these objections may be. In the end, it's up to the judge to decide if or not these photos should be admissible as evidence, and that's what the discussions taking place right now are occurring.
The objections to exhibits 4, 5, 6, 9, and 25, 40 are overruled based on my previous rulings. So exhibits 2117, 2118, 4569, and 2540 are all admitted and may be published at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Medley. Could you please tell the jury about Caleb's condition today?
He's still in a wheelchair right now. He's working on walking. His speech is getting better, but it's taken us almost 3 years to get that far.
And when you say his speech is better, what is Caleb's speech like?
He can say words, but it's hard to understand because of the brain injury. It affected his speech.
And how does Caleb communicate with you?
Most family members can understand him okay because we're around him, but other people have a hard time sometimes understanding him.
Does Caleb have any tools that he used to help communicate with people who don't understand his speech?
He has a notebook that has the letters of the alphabet, and he can spell everything.
So if people ask him questions, can Caleb spell out the answers?
Yes, and he completely understands what you're saying also.
So he has complete understanding of questions. It's just a matter of his ability to speak back and other people to understand him.
Yes, that's correct.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I just have a couple questions from things that you talked about earlier. You spoke about the fact that when you were in the theater, you were surprised about how many children were there.
Yes.
When you were out earlier in the arcade area, do you recall if you saw any children out in that area earlier?
There were some kids running around. I couldn't tell you exactly what they looked like or anything.
But you have a specific memory of seeing them out in that earlier area by the arcade?
Yes.
Okay. And then also when you spoke about the fact that you were crouching down with Ashley during the shooting, do you recall, did you ever have a chance to see how close, let's say in feet, that shooter was to you at that time?
It was very close because we watched him walk by. So I would say 4 feet.
And did you have an opportunity at the time to observe anything that that person was wearing at the time?
When he stepped in the doorway, I saw that he was wearing a mask and Kevlar. He looked like someone from the SWAT team. I thought it was someone from the SWAT team for a second.
Anything else you remember about what that person was wearing?
I don't remember anything else about what he was wearing. He was wearing the mask and the Kevlar, and I remember the gun with the scope, and I remember a green laser also on that.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Medley.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I forgot, yes.
Yes, they have a chance to ask you questions.
That's right.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any cross-examination?
No questions.
All right. Give me just a second, see if the jurors have any questions. It doesn't look like they do. All right, may she be released from her subpoena?
From the people's subpoena, yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach?
So we have now heard from the first witness in this trial, Katie Medley. She is the wife of Caleb Medley. She was pregnant at the time of the shooting. She was in the theater. She was not wounded. Her husband was. He has survived, but as we have now learned through this testimony, has now been confined to a wheelchair. He is unable to walk. Talking is very difficult. She is the first witness in this case, and she gave us some very graphic, almost uncomfortable testimony to listen to about what happened that evening, saying that at first she thought that the gunman was a member of the SWAT team. Public defenders asked no questions. Let's go back to the courtroom.
Members of the jury, with respect to the next witness, the prosecution is going to use an alphabet board so that he can communicate his answers to the questions. Mr. Medley will point to the letters, and then we're going to have Ms. Sternich, who is in charge of all interpreters here at the courthouse, verbalize the answers or verbalize the letters that are being pointed to. Just right there. There's a witness stand right there, yeah. Let me first administer an oath to Ms. Sternich, if I may. Ms. Sternich, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you will accurately, impartially, and to the best of your ability verbalize the answers provided by this witness? I do. All right, thank you. Sir, could I have you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please spell your name for the record?
C-A-L-E-B.
And could you spell your last name for the record, too?
M-E-D-L-E-Y.
Mr. Medley, are you married to Katie Medley? And could you spell that answer for the record, please?
Y-E-S.
Mr. Medley, did you go to the Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado on July 19th of 2012? Could you spell that answer, please? I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Spengler, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. May he be released from his subpoena, Ms. Tisch-Maguire?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Ms. Sternich, thank you.
And Your Honor,
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, before I do that, I had marked for identification purposes, for purposes of the record, the spell board as People's Exhibit 1194. At this time, I would ask for its admission.
Any objection to the alphabet board being admitted into evidence? All right. Without objection, Exhibit 1194 is admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Munira Grilley.
Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please be seated. You can hand me those pictures there. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hold
Will
on,
you-
hold on. Could you please tell us your full name?
Munira Fatima Grilley.
Could you please spell your first name, your middle name, and your last name?
MUNIRHFATIMIHGRAVELLY.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012?
Yes,
And did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
yes.
And what do you remember about the day of July 19th of 2012 before going to the movie theater that day?
Remember, I was really excited. My coworkers have been planning it for a few days to go. Since it was at midnight and they had to work the next day, they had to make this whole plan of how they would get any sleep afterward. So, yeah, everyone was really excited. A friend purchased most of the tickets,
And who was that friend?
Jesse Childress.
And who were your other coworkers that you were going to go to the movie with?
One was my superintendent, Derick Spruel, and his wife, Chichi Spruel.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to spell Derick's full name for the record, please.
DerickSpruel.
And how do you spell Chichi Spruel?
CHI, then SPRUEL.
And what about Jesse Childress?
JESSECHILDRESS.
And Jesse had purchased the tickets for that night?
He had.
Okay. And what were your plans to meet up with them at the movie theater?
I was only in Colorado temporarily, so I was at a hotel and I drove myself to the theater about 10:30. They said to meet them there in the front at 10:30.
Okay. And do you remember where you parked when you got to the theater?
It was on the side of the theater. That's all. It was the first time I'd ever been there, so I don't remember. It wasn't in the front. That's as much as I remember.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the theater?
I walked around to the front. Jesse and Derick were in the front, I believe, waiting for me.
And did they give you your ticket?
They did.
Okay. And then did you guys enter the theater?
Yes.
What happened when you went into the movie theater?
We stopped at the concession stand, I don't remember if I got anything. And then we went straight into the auditorium to find seats.
And do you remember what auditorium number you went into?
I've been told it was 9. At the time, I had no idea.
So you're not really exactly sure about the theater number?
No.
Okay. And how did you guys go about finding your seats?
We looked for ones in the stadium part. We didn't want to sit right up against the theater, and we found about half empty row, maybe 3 or 4 rows up into where the stadium seating starts.
And how did you choose your seats?
That's pretty much how we sat, mostly further to the right than the left, if you're looking at the screen.
Okay. And do you remember in what order you were seated?
Yes, it was, at the furthest end was Chichi, then Derick, then Jesse, then myself.
And what did you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
We just sat and talked.
Do you remember anything unusual at all happening prior to going to the movie theater?
No.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you remember if there were previews that started?
There were. I don't remember any of them.
And at some point in time, did your movie start?
Yes.
And about how long was it into your movie before your movie got interrupted?
I'd say about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. And what do you remember what scene was playing when that happened?
Christian Bale was getting in a helicopter to go chase down the Catwoman character. That's the last thing I remember.
And I, at the time, forgot to ask you where you all worked together. You said you were coworkers, but where did you work together?
We worked on a Buckley Air Force Base.
Okay. And what were your assignments there?
We were in communications, pretty much computer help desk type folks.
And did all 4 of you work together at Buckley Air Force Base?
All except Chichi Spruel.
Okay. And who was Chichi too?
Chichi is Derick Spruel's wife.
Okay. So you were about 15 minutes into your movie, and what do you remember happening?
I remember seeing a canister fly across the screen, and there was smoke coming out of it, and it landed off to the left and behind me, because I was looking back at it. And, I stared in that direction for a while, and then it exploded. And that's when, I'm sorry, my memory's kind of fuzzy.
You're fine. And how would you describe that canister?
It was small, and the sound it made when it hit the ground, it didn't sound like it was all that heavy. It sounded like if someone threw a soda can.
Did it make any other noises that you remember?
No, not until it exploded.
And what did it sound like when it exploded?
It sounded a little like gunfire. It made the same type of loud popping sound.
And after you remember kind of staring in that direction for a while, what do you remember happening next?
When it went off, the people it went off around, I remember seeing them all get up. And then I remember hearing, I believe it was Derick Spruel, but I don't know, before saying, "Get down." So I did. I slid out of my seat to get on the floor, and I stayed there pretty much the whole time. I remember I know there was gunfire going off like almost immediately after the canister exploded, but the movie was also still playing, so it was hard to tell the difference between the two.
And were you able to see anything when you were down on the ground?
No.
Were you able to hear anything when you were down on the ground?
Yes.
And what could you hear?
I heard all the gunfire and a lot of yelling, you know, out of confusion, but then it shortly turned to screams. And I heard a lot of people calling other people's names. So that's mostly what I heard.
And could you smell anything in the theater at that time?
Yes.
What could you smell?
The gunpowder, definitely, but I don't know if whatever came from that canister, I guess I was smelling, but, you know, I couldn't identify it. I couldn't say for sure.
Now, do you have any experience with firearms?
Yes.
And what is your experience with firearms?
In the Air Force, I've had to fire an M16 about 3-4 times, so I'm very familiar with the smell.
Of gunpowder?
Yes.
Okay, and are you experienced with the sound of gunpowder?
Yes.
Okay. And is what you heard in that theater consistent with your experience with firearms?
It is.
And is what you smelled that you believed to be gunpowder consistent with your experience with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to discern at all what type of weapons were being used that you could hear?
No. No, I couldn't.
Do you remember the sound of what the weapons sounded like or the shots at the time?
Yes, from what I remember, there was a lot of time in between the first few shots, and then they were more rapid. That's about as much as I remember.
And do you remember if the gunfire was always consistent or if it ever stopped?
It did stop once.
Okay, and then what happened after it stopped?
I picked my head up a little bit, and I only remember seeing Derick Spruel's face, and he said very lowly to me, "See if you can get out." So I stayed on the ground and tried to slide around on my stomach, but the gunfire started again very shortly after, so I stopped and just laid there.
And do you remember what you did next after that?
I was just waiting for it to stop again, and when it finally did, I still didn't want to get up. But then the movie stopped shortly after the gunfire did, and then the lights came on. And then I could see down the aisle I was in, and I wouldn't have been able to get out anyway because there were bodies in it. And but there was also a girl on top of another woman, and she was saying the gunman is gone, the police are here. And I didn't really believe her, but I started to hear the policemen, or what I figured was them saying, you know, if you're able to move, we need you to leave the theater. And they said it a lot. So I finally stood up and turned around. And I remember seeing Jesse Childress. He was face down on the floor. And I asked Derick, "Hey, is Jesse okay?" And he was shaking him and calling his name, but the policemen were still yelling at us to leave, so we did. I had to step over him to get out, but we we exited out the door that was next to the movie screen. And there were a lot of people and emergency vehicles out there already. And I remember the police had us sit on the curb, and they kept moving us further down the curb until, while they tried to separate the injured from the not injured. And,
Now, at that point in time, had you realized if you'd been injured?
yes, in the theater when I first got down, it felt like something hit my hand and it hurt, but, you know, I ignored it. And when I was finally outside again, my hand started to throb. So I looked at it and it was very swollen and full of holes. So I don't think I had to tell anybody I was injured. I think this young girl, she was there with her mother, and they were trying to help people. She noticed that I was injured, and she told me to sit down and asked me, is there anybody I can call for you? And I told her to call my mom. Well, at first I didn't. I said, no, you can't call her. She's going to freak out. Because she was in Kansas, and like, she can't get here. She can't do anything. She's just going to drive her crazy. But she said, no. That's what they're there for, to freak out. So I had her call my mother. I don't remember exactly what I said to her. I just told her, no, as far as I knew, I was okay. The girl talked to her a little bit for me. She's like, she's speaking well. She's alert. So I wasn't able to call her back till like some hours later.
And when you were outside, were you reunited at all with the people that you had gone to the movie with?
Just for a second. We only sat with each other on the curb for maybe a couple of minutes before they separated Derick and Chichi because they weren't injured. And
let me
then-
ask you a question. So
Okay.
is it just Derick and Chichi that's out with you, or had
It is.
Jesse made it out of the theater?
No, I never saw him again after that, actually.
So after you guys got separated, what happened to you?
I was put into a police car in the front seat, and there was a young girl with an older man, I believe it was her dad, in the back, and her leg was injured. And they drove us to the children's hospital. It took a little while to get there because most of the theater parking lot and the exits were blocked by emergency vehicles. So you had to drive over grass and curbs and so on to find a way out of there.
What do you remember about that ride?
I remember the officer asked me what happened, and I just told him someone came in the theater and opened fire, and that's all I remember saying. And
Do you remember how quickly they got to the hospital?
it was fairly quickly. I can't imagine it took more than 10 minutes, probably less.
And what happened when you got to the hospital?
I got out of the vehicle and was put into a wheelchair, and they wheeled me into a room and, they had me undressed, and they put a dressing gown on me because they had to inspect everywhere because they told me I had a lot of blood everywhere, so they had to see if it was mine or not.
And what did they determine?
That most of it wasn't mine. I was hit in the hand, and I had nicks on up and down both arms and on my scalp. But they said that most of my face was covered, and I said, "Oh, it's probably because when I was on the ground in the theater, it was a pool of blood that my face ended up in. I thought it was maybe soda because it was dark, but when the lights came on, I saw it was blood, so it was mostly someone else's."
And did you know what you were nicked by for the places they told you that you were nicked?
No.
And then what sort of injuries were on your hand?
I had a lot of small holes, and they took an x-ray, and they told me they were buckshot pellets. There were 4 of them. They showed me the x-ray. There were 4 of them in my hand. So I after that, I guess that's what nicked me.
And what did they have to do with your hand?
Because it was so swollen, they couldn't operate on it then. They gave me a referral, and a week later, once the swelling had gone down a little bit, they sent me to another hospital to have them removed.
And to be clear, what hand are we talking about?
Left hand.
Okay. And what hospital did you go to have those pellets removed?
Advantage something. I don't remember exactly.
And were they able to remove your pellets?
They were.
Or were they able to remove all of them?
Yes, out of the hand, but I guess a month later, after all the scabs on my head seemed to heal, there was still a lump. And so I went and had another x-ray, and there was a pellet in my scalp as well. So that got removed.
And when was it that that got removed?
It was about a month after, so in August.
Okay. And what did they have to do to remove the one on your scalp?
They just gave me a local anesthetic because it was right under the skin, but there was a lot of scar tissue around it because everything had healed up over it. So they had to just cut around everything and pull it out.
And did you have to have any other follow-up work done for any of those surgeries?
No, I just had to go back to have the stitches in the scalp taken out a couple of weeks later.
And at some point in time, did you learn what had happened to your friend Jesse?
Yes. It felt like a couple of days had passed before we found out, but I've been told it was actually Friday evening. Other co-workers came to the Spruel's house where I was staying because I was only there in a hotel and they didn't want to send me back there by myself. So they brought me to their house. And so co-workers came and told us that Jesse Childress had indeed died because until then we weren't certain.
And were you able to attend any services for Jesse?
Yes, they had one on Buckley Air Force Base for him. I attended that one.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 1129.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a diagram of the theater auditorium.
All right, and do you recognize the handwriting on that document?
Yes,
Whose handwriting is it?
it's mine.
All right, and do you see your name on there?
I do.
And do you see a date on there?
Yes.
And what was that date?
15 August 2014.
Did you meet with me previously to draw that diagram?
Yes.
Okay, and does that diagram fairly and accurately represent where you believe that you were seated in the theater and what you observed in the theater on July 19th and 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I would move for admission of that document.
Any objection? Without objection, People's Exhibit 1129 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. All right, could you please describe for the jury what you drew on that diagram?
I drew where it has MJDC. That's where myself, Jesse, Derick, and Chichi were sitting, according to my memory. And the other diagonal line is the path that the canister took when it was thrown across the theater, you know, according to what I remember seeing.
Okay. Anything else on there?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, and Your Honor, if I may approach with what has been marked as 2571, 2572, 2573, and 2574.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes.
All right, and if you could please tell the jury the number of the photograph that you're looking at.
2571.
And who is the person in that photograph?
Me.
Okay, and do you recall when that photograph was taken?
Yes.
When was it taken?
It was in the children's hospital after the shooting.
All right, and does it fairly and accurately represent what you looked like at the children's hospital? And is that on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
And if you could tell the jury about the next photograph? And if you could state the photograph number first, please.
It's 2572, and it's a picture of the side of my head. That's looks like after they cleaned my face off, but they hadn't washed the blood out of my hair yet.
And was that also taken at the Children's Hospital on July 20th of 2012?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately represent what you looked like that day?
yes.
All right, if you could tell the jury about the next photograph, please.
It is a 2573. It's a picture of my left hand after they had washed it off. It's the top of my left hand.
Is that also at the Children's Hospital on July 20th of 2012?
Yes,
Does that fairly and accurately represent what you looked like or your hand looked like on July 20th of 2012?
yes.
And the next photograph?
Object. I just ask that the foundation be laid before the witness is asked to describe the photograph.
I'm not sure I'm following. Are you objecting to the last question that was asked?
Correct.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what you looked like or your hand looked like on July 20, 2012?
That question, the next sort of direction to the witness, Your Honor, which was, and the next one, which was an indication for the witness to describe the photograph, which will be fine once foundation is laid.
Okay, sustained.
All right, could you please describe what you see on the next photograph and state the number of the photograph first?
The number is 2574, and it's like a picture of the palm of my left hand.
And does that fairly and accurately represent what you look like on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for the admission of those photographs.
Is there any objection?
Objection to this.
Without objection, all four of those photographs are admitted. That's People's Exhibits 2571, 2572, 2573, and 2574, and they may all be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Your Honor, if I may approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4726.
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that exhibit, or in that document?
Yes.
And who is that person?
It's Jesse Childress.
And is that the person that you were with at the movie theater that night on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, and does it fairly and accurately represent what Jesse looked like before he was killed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 4726.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, 4726 is admitted and may be published.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions, Ms. Spengler?
I have no questions for this witness.
All right. There might be a question from the jury, so I'll ask you to wait for just a moment, okay? Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, would counsel approach, please? Ma'am, the jury has submitted a few questions, and I have ruled, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that 2 of the 3 questions submitted are appropriate, and so I'm going to ask those questions now. The first question is, did you see the shooter walk through the theater?
I did not.
And the next question is, did the shooter say or yell anything?
No, not that I heard.
All right? Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Tisch-McGuire? Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the jury, it's 10 after 7, and so rather than start a new witness, I think it makes sense to take our break at this time.
And Your Honor, you just said it was 10 after 7, just
Oh,
for the record.
Sorry. It's 7 after 10, 10:07. I wanted to see if you were paying attention. You are. All right, it's 10:07. So let's take a 20-minute break. I think because we have such a large group, we're going to plan on taking 20-minute breaks when we take breaks. That's in the morning and that's in the afternoon. It's kind of hard to take a 10 or 15-minute break when you have a group this large. So that should give you a chance to relax a little bit and get water, get anything else that you need to get during the break. Please remember all the admonishments I've been giving you throughout. I'm not going to repeat them all at every break. I am confident that you know them by heart by now, and I am confident that you know that they are extremely important and that each and every one of them must be followed. Every single one of them must be followed, and each one of them must be followed by each one of you. And so most of the time, I will just remind you right before we go on break about the admonishments and not go through them again. However, every once in a while, I will go through them specifically just to make sure that they're fresh in your mind. I want to tell you again that these admonishments are not discretionary. They're mandatory, and they're important. And so you shouldn't think in terms of, what's one little thing? What harm is that going to do? There are reasons for each and every one of the advisements, and you have to follow each and every one of the advisements. And you also should not think in terms of, well, who's going to find out? That creates problems. Trust me when I tell you, you have to follow them. We are trusting that you will do this. And it's sort of an honor code thing. We are trusting that all of you are folks who will do this because you've taken an oath to do it. You've sworn to me that you will do it, and I am trusting you that you will do it. And given the folks we have on the jury, I have no doubt that you will do it. So please keep the admonishments in mind and please follow all of them, okay? All right, with that, let's take a 20-minute break and let's have you back at 10:30. Thank you.
We are back live on the denverchannel.com. Court in recess until 10:30, a 20-minute break now taking place in the courtroom on day 2 of the theater shooting trial. We knew that we were going to hear some emotional testimony, and today we did. As you can see right now, both prosecution and public defenders standing as the jury leaves the courtroom. It will be interesting to hear from my colleague Marshall Zellinger is in the courtroom to see what kind of reaction the jury had, because listening to the testimony, at least here in our newsroom, it certainly was very emotional and at times very graphic and very sensitive. So it'll be interesting to hear from our colleague Marshall as to how the jury reacted
Please be seated, everyone. The record
to
should
all of
reflect
that.
the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up at this time on behalf of the people? Ms. Tisch-McGuire? On behalf of the defense, Ms. Spengler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
First to juror questions. I know the court numbered
Yes.
the first question with 1, and the defense is just asking that we receive copies at the end of each day.
Right now, the judge talking to the public
we'll make a
defender about
record
some
of them. I'm not
procedural
sure that we'll be
elements
making
as far
copies
as
for-
evidence that's being entered onto the record.
Why do you need copies for a record? Or
They're asking for copies of some of the evidence.
We'll make a record of it. I'm not going to be.
And the
having
judge
my
now
staff
discussing
taking
how he's going to
copies.
keep a
We'll make
public record. Again, this is more of a procedural
read them into the record, so
occurrence.
there's a record of them that way as well.
It's just difficult.
All right, again, back here in the 7 newsroom on this Tuesday, day 2 of the trial. The big focus this morning has been the first few witnesses brought by the prosecution. We heard from 3 people who were in the theater that night of the Batman movie. A husband and wife, as well as a woman who was there for an evening with some colleagues. The first witness was a woman by the name of Caleb Medley. She at the time was 9 months pregnant. She and her husband, Caleb Medley, went to the movie theater that night, kind of as a last date before their little boy arrived. And her testimony, without question, I think gave a lot of people chills. It was very emotional as she recounted about not only what happened that night, but her desperate effort to stay safe and to then flee as her husband sat there wounded with some very serious injuries. We have a number of clips that we want to play for you from Caleb Medley, who talks about that night. The first talking about when she was in her seat with her husband and a friend when a canister was thrown into the movie theater. Let's listen to Caleb Medley in her own words.
A canister. I saw somebody step in and throw a canister into the air.
Okay, so tell us about what you saw in terms of somebody stepping in the movie theater.
Well, I saw somebody step in and the canister was thrown over our heads. And at that moment, I was leaning to Ashley to tell her, I think someone's playing a prank right now. Like someone's going to do a prank that's going to be really funny, you know. And as he stepped in, I just knew something was very wrong. It was almost like it was in slow motion as the canister was going over. He stepped in the doorway, and I knew something was wrong, so I put my arm around Ashley, and I threw her to the ground.
And what do you remember after you threw Ashley to the ground?
I remember the canister exploding somewhere behind us, and that the gunshots started immediately after.
And we want to appreciate your understanding. We had a live mic for just a moment as we were trying to determine exactly what was happening in the courtroom. Again, court in recess until about 10:30 this morning. The reason it's interesting to know that the judge is taking such a long break is because there is such a large jury pool. It's not that often that you have 12 alternate jurors, but it does take time to shuffle everyone in and out of the courtroom. So that's why the judge is taking a 20-minute break as opposed to a usual 10-minute break. But again, the big focus this morning is hearing from the survivors, the people who were inside the movie theater at the time of the shooting, including Caleb Medley, who was pregnant at the time, there with her husband for kind of a last date before she gave birth to their little boy. She, by far, gave the most detailed account of what happened. She expressed a lot of emotion at times, needing to take a pause at times during her testimony. But we want to go listen to Caleb Medley now as she talks about exactly what she was doing and what she heard when the shooting first started.
As I was going down to the floor with Ashley, I saw him step in. He was wearing a mask and Kevlar, and I saw him with a gun, and it was a longer gun, and I could see that there was a scope on there also.
And you had a clear view of that at the time?
I did.
Okay.
It happened really fast, so it's hard to describe, but yeah.
So Caleb Medley giving by far the most detailed description of the gunman at the time. Yesterday, you'll remember how District Attorney George Brockler talked about the gunman being basically covered head to toe, wearing a mask, wearing Kevlar. Today, for the first time, we had a witness confirm that description. And that's very powerful because it's one thing to hear it from a district attorney. It's another thing to hear it from someone who was in the courtroom. And that's what we heard Caleb Medley talk about today. Not only did she talk about what she saw and what she heard, but she also gave us a look inside her soul almost, the emotional trauma that she was dealing with. Again, she was sitting between a friend and her husband at the time of the shooting. And when the violence started to erupt, she and her friend went to the ground as that canister flew into the movie theater and the gas started filling the air. At one point, though, she looked up and realized her husband was still sitting. And she said to herself, why is he not on the ground? Why is he not on the ground? And it was clear he was injured. That was by far one of the most emotionally gripping moments of the morning. Let's take a listen now to Katie Medley when she realizes that this is very serious and that her husband may have been injured.
So we were kind of huddled together laying on the ground, and I turned to my left to talk to my husband to decide what we were going to do next. And that's when I saw that he was still sitting in his chair. I saw that his shoes were on the ground and like his feet were on the ground, and he was still sitting in his chair. And I couldn't understand why he was sitting in his chair when someone was shooting. You know, he should have been on the ground with us.
And what do you remember after seeing him? Were you able to see him clearly at that point in time, or could you just tell that he was sitting in the chair?
At that moment, I could tell he was sitting in the chair, and then I looked up because I wanted to ask him, like, what are you doing? Why are you still sitting in the chair? And that's when I saw blood pouring from his face, and I knew that he had been shot in the head.
You saw that?
I remember that he wasn't breathing and that I told Ashley that Caleb is dead. They said he's dead. He's been shot in the head.
And her husband, Caleb Medley, did survive. However, right now he's dealing with some very serious injuries. He is unable to walk, he is confined to a wheelchair, and speaking is very difficult. And in fact, today, for the first time, the jury saw her husband, Caleb Medley, who was brought into the courtroom in a wheelchair. Again, very difficult for him to answer questions. He's dealing with some brain injuries that make it difficult to talk and to communicate. So what had occurred is that the court basically brought an alphabet board where he would point and spell out his responses. Caleb Medley was only asked two questions. He was asked, are you married to Katie Medley, and were you in the movie theater at the time? That was a very telling moment to show the seriousness of his injuries. And this is a young man who was an aspiring stand-up comedian, a comic who had won some contests, and within just a few minutes his life changed dramatically. And that combined with Katie's testimony led to some emotionally heavy-duty moments in the courtroom. Katie Medley, though, despite all of the trauma that she witnessed, was with a lot of clarity able to almost piece together a timeline, what happened in that movie theater at that time. And it's very important for the jury because they need to have a minute-by-minute account as to exactly what happened. We want to go to some sound now where Katie Medley recalls seeing the shooter in the theater for the first time.
We stayed crouched on the ground because there was still a lot of gunfire happening. So we just crouched down waiting because we thought that the shooter was going to come row by row and just kill us.
And then what do you remember while you guys were down crouched on the ground after that?
It's a little confusing to put all together just because it was a lot that was happening. I remember that the air was very thick and it was hard to breathe, and that it was hard to stay crouched because I was so pregnant. I was trying not to lay on my stomach. I remember at one point that I saw the shooter walk by our row, and we believe that he went out into the lobby of the theater.
Now, you said you believe that. Did you actually see that, or is that just what you were guessing at the time?
That's what I assumed at the time because I saw I saw him walk by.
Okay, and so when you say by, was that kind of like it rose behind you?
It was like we were laying on the ground, and I guess from my point of view it would have been right here because we were on the edge of that row. So we saw feet. I saw him walk by, and I assumed that he went out into the lobby at that time.
And we do want to let you know, we have been putting warnings on the bottom of the screen, but for the next few minutes, a lot of the details that you are going to hear are graphic, they are disturbing. We just want to give you an awareness, a heads up to that. Along those lines, not only what happened in the theater is difficult to hear, but Katie Medley also describes basically her escape from the movie theater. She was wearing flip-flops at the time, and there was so much blood on the ground. She had slipped, and fortunately a police officer was there to catch her. But I bring up this detail to show you just how horrific and horrible of a scene it was inside that movie theater. So yesterday we saw George Brockler handle much of, the sole person handling opening statement yesterday. Today, though, was an assistant district attorney who did much of the questioning between the three witnesses. And there were three witnesses today total. First, we had Katie Medley, briefly her husband Caleb Medley, and then a woman, Munira Grilley, who was in the military, who was at the movie theater with some of her coworkers. And we'll listen to her testimony in just a few minutes. It's also interesting to note that none of the public defenders, none of the defense team for the movie theater shooter asked any questions during these three witnesses. And it brings up the point that his defense really never disputed what had occurred. So not surprising, not unusual that that none of those attorneys at least asked any questions of the witnesses. It is interesting to note that when the final witness who testified this morning, Munira Grilley, was wrapping up, the jury did have some questions for her, including, did you see the gunman at the time? And the response was no. Exactly why the jury asked that question, that's not something we are privy to or will perhaps understand until after the trial occurs. But throughout these proceedings, the jury has been afforded the chance to ask some questions. As far as Mr. Holmes is concerned, he is in the courtroom. He's sitting on the far left, pretty much as possible out of the view of the cameras. He has just been sitting there almost stoic at times. However, at other times I did observe him looking at the witnesses one-on-one. And I am hoping that sometime we'll get a note from Marshal Zellinger, who's in the courthouse, about the reaction that we are hearing from the jury. Electronic devices are not allowed inside the courtroom, so we're going to have to depend on Marshall's account a little bit later as to exactly what kind of reaction they've been having. But yesterday, at least during those opening statements, at a time when Prosecutor George Brockler was showing some photos of the deceased, we do know that at least 4 jurors were crying at the time, so we can only imagine just how emotional this was. As far as what the jury has seen today, not only are they listening to this testimony, but the prosecution has submitted a number of photos from the scene and from outside of the scene the night of the shooting, pictures of the injured victims. And those pictures, once they have been admitted as evidence, have been put in that big television monitor, which we have seen in the courtroom, for the jury to see. In fact, many of these photos are troubling to look at because they just show the scope of the injury, including Caleb Medley as he was sitting in the intensive care unit with severe injuries after being shot in his eye. We also saw pictures of Munira Grilley talking about some of the injuries that she received to her hand. In fact, we learned today that Ms. Grilley had pellets fired at her that were lodged in her hand. In fact, her surgeries, or the surgeries that were needed to remove those pellets, actually had to be delayed because that day of the shooting her hand had swollen so much. We also learned that she had a pellet lodged in her scalp that also had to be removed. Can we go to some more sound right now? Is that okay? Okay. We're going to hear now from Munira Grilley. She was a member of the military. She was at the movie theater with many of her friends that evening, including Jesse Childress, who sadly was killed in the movie theater. But she also gave some very emotional testimony about what happened that evening. Let's take a listen now to Ms. Grilley.
I picked my head up a little bit, and I only remember seeing Derick Spruel's face, and he said very lowly to me, "See if you can get out." So I stayed on the ground and tried to slide around on my stomach, but the gunfire started again very shortly after, so I stopped and just laid there.
And do you remember what you did next after that?
I was just waiting for it to stop again, and when it finally did, I still didn't want to get up. But then the movie stopped shortly after the gunfire did, and then the lights came on. And then I could see down the aisle I was in, and I wouldn't have been able to get out anyway because there were bodies in it. And but there was also a girl on top of another woman, and she was saying the gunman is gone, the police are here. And I didn't really believe her, but I started to hear the policemen, or what I figured was them saying, you know, if you're able to move, we need you to leave the theater. And they said it a lot. So I finally stood up and turned around. And I remember seeing Jesse Childress. He was face down on the floor. And I asked Derick, "Hey, is Jesse okay?" And he was shaking him and calling his name, but the policemen were still yelling at us to leave, so we did.
All right, that was Munira Grilley talking about what it was like inside the movie theater. She's part of the military. In fact, to hear her express some emotion, this is a woman who herself has fired weapons. She knew exactly what was going on, and she knew the danger of it. I think another moment of Ms. Grilley's testimony, which really struck me, was after the shooting had occurred, she was outside, and it was clear she was injured, and a woman said to her, "I need to call someone. I need to call a relative and let them know you're injured. Can I call your mother?" She was expressing some hesitation to doing that because she said, quote, "My mother would freak out if she knew what happened." The woman who was kind enough to help her said, "That's what mothers are for. That's what mothers are for." And that's why, and that's eventually when she called her mother, but let her know she was okay and let her know she was conscious. Okay, again, 10:27, court expected to resume very shortly. I just want to play one more sound bite from inside the courtroom when Caleb Medley testified about leaving the movie theater. Again, you have to remember she is pregnant at the time, about to give birth at any time. Her husband was seriously injured, and we are hearing a heartbreaking account about her evacuation from the movie theater. Let's listen to that real quickly.
When it got quiet again, I decided to slowly stand up, and I saw that Caleb was actually breathing again. And so I decided he had a lot of blood pouring into his mouth, and he was choking on all of his blood. So I took the bottle of water that he actually purchased earlier, and I poured it in his face to try and get the blood out of his face.
And what do you remember after doing that?
I remember that, sorry, I just need a minute. I remember that there were, the exit door actually opened again, and there were cops at the door that time, and they were yelling and screaming at us to come out of the exit door.
From Caleb Medley. All right, court is back in session. Again, we are going to hear from prosecution witnesses, a very long list, more than 100. We're going to go back now live to the courtroom, and we will see who the next witnesses will be.
To remember all the questions that may be on a form, and I think it's fair that the other attorneys find out what the questions are and what the court's rulings were with respect to each question. So that's how we'll proceed. Let me supplement the record I made with respect to the objection that Ms. Spengler had in terms of a photograph that was introduced earlier. And the objection was a 403 objection. And I indicated that if it's something that I've already ruled on, then the defense doesn't need to make a record and object again. But if it's something new, the defense should make a record and object. I went back and looked at amended order D98B, and in that order I said as follows on page 15. The court concludes that neither the gruesome nature of the photographs of the theater crime scene and the victim's injuries, nor the defendant's offer to stipulate to the cause of the victim's injuries renders those photographs inadmissible. To the extent that the photographs are not duplicative, they are generally admissible. However, because the court cannot consider at this time all of the factors required by Colorado Rule of Evidence 403 and the case law, such as whether any photographs are cumulative or whether there are alternative photographs that are less gruesome, it reserves ruling on the admissibility of the photographs taken at the movie theater or depicting the victim's injuries. This includes autopsy photographs. So to the extent that the objection is that a photograph is gruesome and therefore inadmissible, I've already ruled on that objection. In other words, if the objection under Rule 403 is that the probative value of the photograph is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, I've already ruled on that. But if you want to make an argument in terms of the photograph being cumulative or in terms of there being an alternative photograph that's less gruesome or some other argument under 403 or under any other rule, then you should make an objection at that point. Does that make sense? Mr. King?
My question is, though, I understand what the court's position is. The problem is, if we don't make a contemporaneous objection, there's a good chance that upon appellate review, it would be deemed that we are waiving our previous objection. So what I would request, if that's the case, is that the court allow us a standing objection to photographs that we still object to those photographs being admitted. And if the court would grant us a continuing objection to those exhibits, I don't think we would need to make a contemporaneous objection with regard to every photograph.
Mr. Orman?
Absolutely.
Right. So again, to the extent that it's a photograph that I have ruled on, that I've looked at, that was the subject of Order D98B, and to the extent that the objection is one of the specific grounds that I've addressed, then yes, you can have a standing objection. But if you want to make an objection based on some other concern that's listed in Rule 403, then you need to make that objection. Does that make sense? So, Mr. King, with that condition, your request is granted. But again, the only thing that I've ruled on is that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger for unfair prejudice. And if there's an argument in terms of the photograph being cumulative, or if there's an argument that there's another photograph that can be used that's less gruesome and less prejudicial, or if there's any other kind of argument related to 403 or related to any other rule or law, then you have to make a contemporaneous objection.
Understood, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, was there something that the parties needed to bring up with me before we bring the jury in? And for the record, the jury has been outside the courtroom while we've been having this discussion. Ms. Spengler?
There is, Your Honor. We may approach.
Yes. Okay, since we're outside the presence of the jury, I've asked Ms. Spengler to make her argument from counsel's table. Ms. Spengler, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are going to be making at this time a 403 objection to the anticipated 911 call made by the next prosecution witness. Your Honor, the 911 call does contain the witness's observations that she's making while she's inside of the theater to the 911 dispatcher. We're making an objection to this particular phone call and 911 recording because it is cumulative. The witness is here and will describe her observations within the theater. Also, Your Honor, the content within the phone call and what is described to the 911 dispatcher, the defense believes if it was presented would be a 403 violation, that it is inflammatory, that it would appeal to the jury's sympathy, their sense of horror, as well as their instinct to punish and make decisions on an improper basis under Colorado Rules of Evidence 403, as well as the Hulsing case, that's Hulsing. We'd also make this record based on the United States and Colorado constitutional right to a fair trial. Your Honor, I have a transcript of the 911 call, but it is a lengthy recording and the description of individuals who are injured within the theater, description of the witness's actions within the theater, and based on those reasons, Your Honor, we're asking that the court preclude this particular 911 call.
What's the people's response?
Certainly, Colorado rules that strongly favor the that people would cite to People v. Medina, 51 people, 1 case from 2001. Trial court has broad discretion in discretion. Your Honor, and just for the record, it's not the next prosecution witness, but the witness following that. The witness's testimony is slightly different, frankly, than her 911 call. Her 911 call is present sense impression of what's happening in the theater at the time. Also an excited utterance. We'll have to prove every element of murder in this case. Happening around here, why they may be graphic is what was happening around her at the time. Absolutely probative.
How long is the recording?
It's about 2.5 minutes, Your Honor.
2.5 minutes? Do you have the recording so that I can listen to it?
I do, Your Honor. Do you have any approach?
Yes. Does the defense object to me listening to the recording, Ms. Spengler? Okay. And has this been marked?
Been moved for admission, right?
Right, but what's the exhibit number?
Oh, exhibit number
1037. Okay, I'm going to step down for just a few minutes. I'm going to listen to it, and then I'll come back and give you a ruling. The court will be in recess for a few minutes. Thank you.
Please rise.
Wait. Hang on. Okay, we're going to take a break right now as court has taken a recess. Right now, the defense has objected to some of the evidence that is going to be presented in the minutes ahead, in the day ahead. Specifically, a 911 call that the defense team, the public defender, has called inflammatory. They are concerned that what the jury will hear is more of an interpretation, more of an emotional observation as opposed to pure fact as to what occurred. So right now the judge is taking that under advisement because he doesn't want to give the jury something that could be deemed as influential based on opinion as opposed to actual facts. So that's why there's a break right now. I'm not sure. Do you know if the jury was excused during this or they were not? So it looks like the judge has just gone to his... Okay, the jury, correct, thank you. The jury was not even in the room. Is the judge out? We don't know if the judge is on the bench right now. So this may be something he is either meeting in his chambers with the attorneys, or he has perhaps heard the arguments and is going to go look up in his many volumes of legal books any kind of precedent about this. So that's what's taking place right now. There is an objection to the admission of a 911 phone call for fear that the call is more of an emotional appeal as opposed to actual fact as to what occurred that evening. So as the judge decides that, we are going to kind of sum up what we have heard thus far. And this morning, these first witnesses have presented some very emotional testimony, including a woman by the name of Caleb Medley. She and her husband, Caleb, went to the movie theater as kind of their final date before their little boy was to be born. Caleb was shot in the eye. Katie was able to escape the theater with some minor injuries. Her testimony, though, very gripping, and I think it caused everyone to pause for a few moments as they listened to it. We want to play some sound now from Caleb Medley. Is that good? Okay. We're going to listen to Caleb Medley as she describes leaving the movie theater. She's able to walk and leave. Her husband, though, seriously injured after being shot in that melee. Take a listen.
I remember that... Sorry, I just need a minute. I remember that there were, the exit door actually opened again, and there were cops at the door that time, and they were yelling and screaming at us to come out of the exit door. Sorry.
Nope, take your time. And what do you remember after the cops told you to come through the exit door?
Well, I told Ashley that we had to make a decision. You know, I could stay or go, but because I was so pregnant, I had to save our unborn child because I thought Caleb was going to die, and I thought to myself, that's going to be the last piece of him that I have to save him. So I grabbed Caleb's hand, and he actually squeezed my hand, and I told him that I loved him and that I would take care of our baby if he didn't make it.
And what do you remember after that?
We ran towards the exit, and we jumped over people that were laying on the ground. I don't know if they were alive or not, but we jumped over their bodies, and we ran to the exit, and I was wearing flip-flops, so I remember as we were running out the exit door that I slipped in blood, and the cop actually caught me because it was a lot of blood.
All right, very difficult to hear Caleb Medley talking about what it was like inside the movie theater that evening, and we want to let you know that much of this testimony that you're going to hear this morning and into the afternoon will be very emotional. We also if you're just joining us here on the denverchannel.com, we just want to let you know that court has taken a brief recess. There has been the objection to the admission of a 911 call by the prosecution from someone at the scene. The defense, the public defender, is concerned that this phone call, the word they used is inflammatory, because the phone call is not necessarily fact as to what occurred. It's one person's interpretation concerning making some emotional judgments, some observations, and the defense is concerned that because that's not definitive fact, it should not be admitted, and that's why there's such caution. So right now the judge is taking a recess right now. Presumably, just based off of experience covering past trials, the judge is probably looking at other cases in Colorado that have dealt with this matter before making a decision about that objection. So that's what's taking place right now. Let's recap again. This morning we have been hearing some very emotional testimony from 3 witnesses in particular, including a pregnant young woman, Caleb Medley, who escaped the theater after the shooting occurred. Her husband, though, inside, severely injured. Caleb Medley now describing what it was like outside the theater, the chaos, but also some of the emotional support she received from strangers as everyone was trying to flee to safety. Let's listen to Caleb Medley.
And so what happened when you were sitting out on the curb?
They started to bring injured out. The cops started to pull people out onto the sidewalk. And some people they started to load into the car. I remember them loading one girl, and they said, I don't think that she's going to make it. I don't think she's going to make it to the hospital.
And what do you remember after that?
I remember that they pulled Caleb out onto the sidewalk, and that I could see that he was still breathing, but they had to lay him on his face because of all the blood that was just pouring, and so they didn't want him to aspirate.
And then what happened to Caleb when he was out there on the sidewalk?
We actually got moved before we were able to see him loaded anywhere. I had no idea what had happened to him at that time.
So they didn't let you stay with your husband on the sidewalk?
We stayed on the curb for just a few minutes, enough for me to talk to Jansen. She had come out and she sat next to me, and she told me that I think my boyfriend is dead. She's like, I'm pretty sure that he's dead. And I hugged her because I didn't know what else to do. We were all just in shock, not believing this was happening. And so I put my arm around her, and I remember that when I took my arm off her, that there were chunks of blood and of him on me.
And what do you remember after that?
The cop who was with us told us that we had to move out of the location where we were at because they were worried that there was a bomb in a car right near where we were sitting.
And where did they take you after that?
They took us to, it was more towards like the front of the building, but at the back of the parking lot. And that was the last time I saw Caleb at that time for many hours.
And did you know what had happened to Caleb at that point in time?
No.
And it's worth pointing out, despite the trauma, despite the heavy-duty emotion that Caleb Medley had to recount, she really kept it together today on the witness stand, only taking just a few pauses to catch her breath. She also recalled how while she was giving birth to her son just a few days after the shooting, her husband was in the very same hospital getting brain surgery, and that just shows the contrast of emotions and the enormity of all of this. She also talked about the fact how she was never able to return to the apartment that she and her husband shared because she knew that life would never be normal once again. They had a nursery set up for their little boy. And again, just to show that the emotional scars of this are lingering and very much a part of her life. Another woman we heard from today is Munira. We'll hear from more from her later, but let's go to the courtroom. We'll see if the judge made a ruling about the admission of a 911 call.
So the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. The record should further reflect that we are outside the presence of the jury at this time. I had a chance to listen to the people's exhibit that the defense is objecting to based on Rule 403 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence. Evidence must be relevant to be admissible. That's under Rule 402. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the evidence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. That's Rule 401. Although relevant, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. That's Rule 403. The defense is arguing that the probative value of this 911 recording is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. The Colorado Court of Appeals has recognized that unfairly prejudicial evidence is evidence that has an undue tendency to suggest a decision on an improper basis, commonly but not necessarily an emotional one, such as sympathy, hatred, contempt, retribution, or horror. Trial courts have broad discretion to decide whether relevant evidence is unfairly prejudicial to the defendant. After listening to the recording, I find that it is probative, it is relevant under Rule 401, the definition of Rule 401, and therefore it is admissible as relevant under Rule 402. The question then is it admissible under Rule 403? And I find that it is. I find that its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And this is not unlike the analysis that I made with respect to some of the gruesome photographs. Are they gruesome? Yes. Is there a danger for prejudice, or are they going to be prejudicial? Yes. But is it unfair prejudice? No. And that's based on the nature of the crime. That's based on the allegations that are made. That's based on all the factors involved in this case. Given all those factors, given the nature of the crime that is alleged and the charges that have been filed, this is not unduly prejudicial. It is not unfairly prejudicial. Obviously, the more, as I stated, I think in my order, D98B, the larger the magnitude of a crime and the more gruesome a crime, then the more gruesome the evidence is going to be. But that's not because it is being introduced to get the jury's sympathy, or because it is being introduced to evoke an emotional reaction from the jury, or hatred, or contempt, or retribution, or horror from the jury. It is because it is a reflection of the crime that is charged, and the people are entitled to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Not only are they entitled to do it, they're required to prove each and every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So for all those reasons, the objection is overruled. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Ms. Tish McGuire, do you want to approach and retrieve the disc? Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience. I indicated to you earlier that there are times when I need to discuss things with the attorneys outside your presence. I'm required to do that by law. Please don't infer anything from that. Don't read anything into that. It's just part of the process, but I very much appreciate your patience. All right, with that, Ms. Tish McGuire, would you please call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called Derick Spruel.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm in the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name?
Derick Arthur Spruel,
And can you spell your first, middle, and last name, please?
D-E-R-I-C-K, Arthur A-R-T-H-U-R, Spruel, S-P-R-U-E-L.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell us what you do for a living?
I currently work for,
Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Your Honor, I could lay a further foundation about why his occupation is relevant. He's in the military, and so his occupation in the military.
All right, please approach.
Your Honor, Mr. Spruel, if you could please tell the jury what you do for a living.
I currently work for United States Department of Agriculture.
And what was your occupation prior to working for the Department of
I
Agriculture?
worked for 310 Space Wing. I was over the 710th Com Flight, the superintendent for 710th Com Flight.
Is that a branch of the military?
Yes, Air Force. I was functionally responsible for all communication aspects at 310 Space Wing at Buckley Air Force Base.
How long did you work there?
Over 2 years.
What were
Over
your
3 years, I'm sorry.
What were your responsibilities in that job?
Overruled.
I was the superintendent for 17th Com Flight. I was over all communication aspects for 310th. We took care of computer support, crypto, anything to do with communications for the 310 Space Wing.
Could you tell a jury what crypto means?
Crypto is basically the way you would encrypt information and then decrypt it on another end for the receiver. So basically you would have secure communications.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you decide to go to that movie?
We were talking about that movie for a while in the office. We were pretty excited about Batman coming out. On the 19th, my wife and I was off, and Jesse Childress called us and asked if we wanted to go and that he would pay for the tickets. He really wanted us to go.
Could you please tell the jurors who your wife is? What's her name?
Chichi Spruel.
And could you please tell the jury who Jesse Childress is?
Jesse Childress was working for me at the time and a good friend.
And when he was working for you at the time, was that in the Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his position in the Air Force with you?
Jesse was a cyber operator, and he was performing client support tech. He was in a position, client support technician position.
How long have you known him?
I knew Jesse since I was there, so basically about 3 years or more.
And what was your relationship with Jesse?
We were friends, and I think we were becoming, closer friends. We were doing more things together, hanging out. Of course, like calling me, wanting us to get together for the movies. We were good friends.
Whose idea was it to go to Batman?
I believe Jesse was one of the main people pushing it because, like I said, it was something exciting in the office. We all were anticipating it coming out, and he was like one of the main ones. Like, we got to see it. We're going to see it.
How did you get to the movie theater that day?
I drove to the movie theater. Drove Chichi and I to the movie theater.
How did you get your tickets that day?
Jesse purchased the tickets for us. Why he was calling was he wanted to buy the tickets so that we all would go.
What happened when you got to the movie theater parking lot?
Jesse was outside waiting for us. We got there, and we had to wait for Grilley to come. So, yeah, we got there and we met up with Jesse in front of the theater.
Who's Grilley?
I was about to say Sergeant Grilley, Munirih Grilley. She also worked for me as a client support technician. She was TDY there at the time.
At the Air Force.
Yes, at the base, yes.
Did you have any hesitation about going into the movie theater when you pulled into the movie theater parking lot?
My wife had the hesitation. We had previous went to that movie theater when we first got to Aurora, and it was such a hard thing because the whole presence of that movie theater was bad. Like the floors were sticky, the service was bad. So when we left, she said, "We're not coming back to this movie theater." And okay, I'm sure there's more other movie theaters. So when we were driving there, she was saying the whole time, like, "Derick, it's that movie theater." I'm like, "No, it's not the movie theater. I'm sure it's going to be the IMAX movie theater or whatever." And the closer we got to it, it's that movie theater. She said, "I do not want to go into that movie theater." And I told her, I said, "Jesse purchased the tickets. We're going to go." So we went. We continued to proceed to the movie theater.
Approximately what time was it when you went into the movie theater?
I say it was close to 11. I couldn't give you approximate time, but we waited for Moni, and I think it was close to 11, if not after 11. I can't remember specifically.
What did you do when you went into the movie theater?
We went to the concession stand. I can't remember exactly what we bought, but I know we bought stuff, and then we retrieved the tickets. Went to the concession stand and then went into the movie theater.
Do you remember what movie theater you went into?
It was 9.
How'd you go about finding your seats?
Basically, we were looking for enough room for all of us, of course, and we didn't want to sit too close to the screen, so we saw that area on the 3rd row that was close to the right if you were facing the screen.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1168?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that document I just handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that document?
This is a document that I wrote where we were sitting, where I believe the canister had went, and where I seen the flashes coming from.
Right, and does that document fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater on July 19th of 2012 until July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am, from what I can remember.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit number 1168.
Ms. Spengler, is there any objection? No objection. Without objection, Exhibit 1168 is admitted and may be published.
All right, so when you walked into theater number 9, where did you guys come in?
We came in from this picture, from the left entryway.
And how did you go about finding your seats?
We went down and came across and just went up the left, well, if you're facing the screen, the right stairs, and then came into that row.
Where did you find your seats eventually? Is it marked on that diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's that?
It is on the 4th row.
You said the 4th row. Is that in the stadium seating area or in the lower seating area?
It's a stadium seating area.
Okay, so is there like a 11 on the diagram near the
Yes,
row?
it says R11. Yes, ma'am.
What was the order of how you decided to sit?
It was Chichi, my wife, myself, Jesse, and Moni was on the left side, Jesse.
What did you guys do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
What Jesse and I always did, crack jokes and just, bounce jokes back and forth, making jokes about stuff we've seen in the theater, the stuff going on in the office, just basically having a good time.
Do you remember anything unusual at all happening while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
No, I didn't notice anything before the movie started.
Do you remember if there were any previews before your movie?
I do not remember any of the previews. I know that there were, but I don't recall any of them because, like I said, we pretty much talked all the way through.
At some point in time did the movie start?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened after your movie start?
About 15, 20 minutes in, heard loud blasts and seen flashes. I'll be honest, my first idea was fireworks. We had seen the canister go across before, and thought that it was a prank, to be honest. I feel bad to say it, but I really tried to continue watching the movie.
And what happened after you saw that canister?
After a while, you heard that the loud pop, and you started seeing, like I said, you saw the flashes and heard the blast.
What did the loud pop sound like to you at the time?
I would compare it to like an explosion or a gunshot, a loud, bang.
Do you have any experience with firearms, Mr. Spruel?
Yes, I had to qualify while in the Air Force, fired the M16 and the AR-15.
And is what you heard in the theater that night consistent with what you know to be gunfire?
Yes, I did not recognize the first sets of shots, but after the AR was being fired, I identified it as an auto rifle. That's when I got scared. I started praying at that point.
So you hear this first round of shots that you couldn't identify. What do you remember immediately after hearing the first round of shots?
I remember Moni standing up and then Jesse getting up, and the way he got up was like a little towards the left towards her. And then I seen him jolt. And then he went towards me and fell down. And when he fell down is when I told everyone to get down.
And I'm just going to ask you to move that microphone a little bit closer to you to make sure that the jury can hear you up there. And what do you remember after you saw Jesse jolt and fall down?
At that point, I told everyone to get down. Chichi was right below me, right by my legs. Moni was in front of me. I just remember being really scared, hearing those gunshots. Like as I said, once identifying the AR, I was pretty sure that someone was going to start walking through the aisles shooting.
And what do you remember happening after you were worried about that?
I remember at some point where the gunfire paused and asking Moni to start moving down because those seats were empty and trying to maybe start getting us to get out. But once the gunfire started back up, we all just stopped and then stayed where we were.
Could you hear anything else in the theater going on at the time?
You could hear people. I remember hearing someone at the pause of the gunfire yelling telling people to run. You could hear like a lot of screams, people yelling people's names. It was really chaotic. It was really chaotic during that time.
And after there was a pause, did you hear more gunfire? What did you hear?
Yes. After the AR-15 stopped, you heard a handgun firing. I don't know how many times it fired, but there were shots from a handgun.
How do you know it's a handgun?
I fired the 9 mil, and it sounded close to that sound. I had to qualify it with the 9mm.
So how many different types of weapons do you think that you heard being fired off in that theater?
I believe it was 3. I believe I heard 3 types of weapons. The beginning would have been the shotgun. I distinctly knew there was an auto rifle, and then I heard the handgun at the end.
Did you ever see a shooter?
No, when I looked during those first blasts and saw the flashes, I could not make out what was down there to the right. I could not make out. I just seen the flashes. I don't know if it was due to the flashes that it was so dark in that area, but I did not make anything out at that time. I really wish I did. Maybe we would have got down sooner, but I didn't make anything out.
How would you describe those flashes that you saw?
Like bright, like just bright bursts, like bright flashes. I couldn't identify what it was at that specific time, but I distinctly remember seeing the bright flashes and those. And like I said, if you would ask me at that time, my thinking was like firecrackers or someone playing a prank at that point when I seen that.
Did you ever smell anything in the theater?
Yes, you smelled the gunpowder and the tear gas, or gas.
Now, why do you think you smelled gas?
Well, I've smelled the tear gas before in training. They would do tear gas for, introduction to that smell.
At the Department of Agriculture?
No, in the Air Force, sorry.
And so you had been exposed to tear gas in the military prior?
Yes.
And what you smelled in the theater that night was consistent with your experience?
Yes, but you could also smell. It was intermingled with the gunpowder also. I could smell from the gunfire.
So what do you remember next after lying on the floor in the theater?
We stayed there on the floor. I remember thinking, I was looking back towards the right side, towards the aisle, and just thinking to myself, if someone comes up the aisle, I have to do something. And I was like, I'm going to die. That's what I was thinking the entire time, laying there on the floor. We laid there until we were told to get up. I stayed down even when the lights came on, and they basically had to say, if you're not hurt, get up and get out of the theater. That's when I got up, is when they told us to get up.
What did you see when you got up?
I seen Jesse laying there. I started yelling his name, and I shook him, and I tried to pick him up. I could not pick him up, and I just kept yelling. They once again had to tell us to get out of the theater. And when you were leaving, you saw bodies around. And right when going out of the exit, you saw like rounds on the ground going out of the exit when they took us out of the exit into the parking lot.
What exactly were you saying when you were yelling Jesse's name?
I was yelling his name, Jesse, Jesse, and shaking him. Like I said, I really tried to pick him up. I could not. And it was one of the big things stands out in my mind that I could not pick him up. I wanted him to come out with us.
And you said when you were exiting, you saw some bodies. Do you know if those people were alive or dead at the time?
I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Spruel, sometimes you trail off. I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone, otherwise people can't hear you, okay?
Yeah, I don't know if they were alive or dead.
And then you also said you saw some rounds. What do you
Yes.
what do you mean by that?
The casings from the bullets, I saw them when we were leaving out of that, through that area, that exit area, out into the parking lot.
Who were you able to leave the theater with?
I was able to leave with my wife, Chichi, and Moni. We all were able to walk out.
Was Jesse able to leave with you?
No, Jesse could not leave with us.
What happened when you got outside of the theater?
Saw a lot of chaos. I saw the Aurora police being awesome. They were in charge. You know, they were separating everybody, attending to people. They wanted me to check myself, see if I got shot because I had so much blood on me. There was blood all over the pavement leading out. I saw the auto rifle on the ground, and like the biggest thing that stand out honestly was what Aurora police did. Like the police were awesome.
Now, after you got outside the theater, what happened to you and your wife and Moni?
Moni was separated from us. We spoke to her. She told us that she was shot. She was waiting in the hand and that she was waiting for a transport. They took us away, and I believe they were separating us into other groups of people who had family members that were injured and so forth. And then they took us to Gateway High School.
What happened when you got to Gateway High School?
They took our statements. They took us in to the, I believe it was the gymnasium, and then they took our statements.
What time did you get to leave Gateway High School?
It was well into the next morning because my wife, Chichi, and I did not want to leave until we knew what, exactly what happened to Jesse.
Were you able to know that?
No, I did not find out until later when our co-workers came to notify us.
And what co-workers came to notify you?
They were, so bad, I can't remember the names.
Were they people from the Air Force?
There were people from the Air Force, and they generally send out, 3 or 4 people to do the notifications, and they did that. They sent the 4 Air Force people to my house to notify us of what happened to Jesse.
What did you learn?
Look,
Sustained.
And were you notified that Jesse, in fact, had been killed?
yes, that's what they came to my house to do, is to notify me of what happened to Jesse.
Were you able to attend any services for Jesse?
Sustained.
Do you know if there was a funeral for Jesse Childress?
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4726?
Yes.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, it's a picture of Jesse Childress.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what Jesse looked like prior to going to the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that who was in the theater with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Person who didn't leave? Didn't end up getting to leave the theater that night?
Yes, I had to leave Jesse.
No further questions at this time. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions?
I don't object to this witness being released from the subpoena.
All right. Ms. Tish McGuire, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
And there do not appear to be any questions from the jury, so you're free to go, sir. Thank you. And for the record, 4726 has been previously admitted, correct?
Correct, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, call your next witness, please.
People called Chichi Spruel.
Good morning. Solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
My full name is Chichi Spruel. It's C-H-I-C-H-I. My middle name is P-A-T-I-E-N-C-E. My last name is S-P-R-U-E-L.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Spruel, will you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
Right now, I'm a personal banker.
And at the time of July 19th, 2012, what were you doing?
I was a retail manager at a retail store.
How long have you lived in Colorado?
Till date or at the time?
At the time.
2 years, I believe, or less.
Now, were you married at the time?
Yes, I was.
And who were you married to?
Derick Spruel.
And what did your husband do at the time?
He was a geek. Still is. Actually, I guess I don't know, calm, 310. I don't know, I'm so sorry.
Do you know if he was in the military?
Yes, he was in the military Air Force.
Now, do you recall if you went to the Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, I did.
And did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, he did.
And why were you going to the movie that day?
Because apparently all the people at my husband's jobs are all geeks. So there was all of them, they had been talking about the Batman movie for like a week. And Jesse had just called us to ask if we wanted to go. And Derick said yes.
So did you go to the movie theater that night?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the movie theater that night?
No, I do not.
And do you know what time the movie was about to start, when the movie that you were going to go see?
Midnight, I believe.
And do you remember anything happening out in the parking lot when you got to the movie theater that night?
The first thing I remember is the fact that I realized, like I'd been telling my husband, that it was the same theater that we had been to that I didn't want to ever go back to. And it just dawned on us. And I was really about to turn around, but my husband was like, Jesse bought the tickets, so we're going to go. And I'm like, okay.
Did you go into the movie theater?
Yes, we did.
And who did you go into the movie theater with?
Jesse, Moni, and my husband, Derick.
What did you do when you got into the movie theater?
I believe we got our tickets, bought popcorn and some drinks, and headed into the theater.
Do you remember what theater number you went into?
At the time, no, but since then, Theater 9.
How'd you go about choosing your seats?
I guess we're pretty much trying to find an area that had enough room for all four of us, and we could actually see the screen without being too close to it.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1167?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a diagram that I drew of the theater.
Do you recognize the handwriting as yours?
Yes, I do.
And do you see your name and date on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does it fairly and accurately represent where you believed you were seated in the movie theater that night and other things that you observed in the theater that night?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1167.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
I do object to 1167. I'd make a hearsay objection as well as a 403 objection within the hearsay. If the court looks at the diagram, it'll be self-explanatory.
Give me just a second. Would counsel please approach for just a moment? Okay, the objections are overruled. You may proceed. I think you had asked to admit Exhibit 1167, and so Exhibit 1167 is admitted, Ms. Stitch McGuire,
Thank
and
you.
it may be published.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with a laser pen?
Yes.
Thanks. Ms. Spruel, could you please describe for the jury what you wrote in your diagram and indicated in your diagram that you drew?
Okay, so I put where I saw the lights, where I saw the. I put where I saw the lights, the canister, where I saw a victim in front of me who looked like he had been shot, and the way we entered the cinema.
Could you use that laser pointer and point on your diagram to where you entered the theater? Oh, on the TV behind you, sorry.
So we entered from. Hold on.
It kind of disappears on those screens.
Okay. So we entered from here, this point here.
How'd you go about finding your seats?
Like I said, we pretty much just looked for somewhere that could accommodate all four of us, where we could actually see the screen, without being too far up, pretty much. And there were a lot of kids, so we were trying to also get away from the kids.
Could you show the jury where you were seated on your diagram with the laser pointer?
So I was seated where it says C right there. At least I believe I was.
And who was sitting on your other side of you?
Other side on my left was Derick.
And who was sitting on the other side of you?
I'm Jesse. And then there was Moni.
All right. Now, what did you do while you got into the movie theater and waited for the movie to begin?
I believe I remember that everyone was kind of talking. Derick and Jesse were clowning like they usually do. Or when I say clowning, I mean they were joking around as they usually do. Moni was on the other end. Jesse offered me popcorn. I was like, no, I'm not hungry. And we were just talking pretty much.
Do you remember anything unusual at all happening before the movie began?
I just remember that it was really rowdy, and I turned to Derick and I said, you see, this is why I didn't want to be here. And he's like, it's okay. And I remembered that there were costumes, it was rowdy.
And when you say rowdy, was that unusual or was it people who were excited to go to Batman?
I guess it was unusual for me in the sense that I'd actually never been in a theater where they had so many kids. However, it just looked like they were excited and they wanted to watch Batman because people were wearing their costumes. It was a good atmosphere for everyone else, at least.
And at some point in time, were there previews before the movie?
Yes, they were.
And did the movie eventually begin?
Yes, it did.
What happened during your movie?
I remember that as we started watching it, I remember this particular scene because this is when I first saw the whole thing go off, was when I think that Batman has just seen Catwoman trying to steal his jewelry from the safe. And I remember just seeing like a canister go up in the air with then I saw lights on the other side going across, I guess.
What did you think was going on at that point in time?
I thought that kids were playing pranks. And I turned to my husband and said, again, you see why we shouldn't be here? I'm just saying.
What do you remember after that?
I remember that, I remember Derick turning to Jesse and they said something, and Moni too, and we just kept watching the movie, really, quite honestly.
And after that, what do you remember next?
Well, I remember, okay, so this is my memory. I remember I heard, sounds going off, and I thought it was firecrackers or fire or whatever, and I'm like, oh God, these kids are at it. Then I remember looking in front of my husband and seeing a gentleman laying face up with looked like his head had been shot open. And so I'm like, oh my God, this is serious. People are actually hurting people with fireworks, because I know, like, I've heard fireworks hurt people. So I'm like, I turned to my husband and I said, oh my God, this guy's hurt. And he now immediately says, I don't know if it's immediately, but I remember him saying that we should get down. And I remember crouching down.
What do you remember hearing as you were crouching down?
Gosh. I just remember my terror. I was terrified. I just remember screams everywhere. I remember looking to the side of me, like to the right-hand side of me. There was a gentleman there who had come with a female friend who looked like she was injured. I remember my husband lying there with me and he wasn't moving. I remember being panicked. I remember calling 911 the first time. Yeah.
So you called 911. Why'd you call 911?
Because I was panicked. I was like, I need someone to get us out of here, because I didn't know. At the time, I was just scared. My husband wasn't moving. I was panicked. I was like, I didn't know if it was dead, so I was praying. I just wanted to get out of there to assess the situation. If I was going to be mourning my husband, what was going on with my friends. It was just like a range of emotions.
Were you able to see anything else while you were down on the floor?
Not really. I remember screaming. Like, I just remember people screaming, really. I know I was trying to look in front of me to see I was just panicked. Quite honestly, I wasn't trying to look, truth be told. I was just trying to get help.
So after you made the first 911 call, what'd you do after that?
I kind of was quiet, and then I just started getting really scared again, because like I said, the person beside me seemed like his girlfriend or friend, I don't know who she was to him, was injured. I know that the guy, the person sitting in front of my husband was injured. And so I just remember feeling terror. And, honestly, at this point, I'm thinking like whoever it was that was shooting was going through rows and shooting out people, because there were just so many screams and there were so many gunfires. So I called the police again.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked for identification as exhibit number 1037?
Yes.
Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Is a disc. Yes.
Do you see your name on it?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that as your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
And is there a date on it?
Yes, there is.
Did you listen to that disc?
Yes, I did.
And what's on that disc?
Okay. So these particular ones, I know I had 2 discs that I listened to, so I really do not know which one this one is.
Okay. And for one of the discs that you listened to were both of them actually 911 calls that you had made that night on July 20th of 2012.
That's correct.
And did those calls fairly and accurately represent your entire 911 call?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, and did you recognize your voice on those recordings?
Yes, I did.
At this time, I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit number 1037.
Ms. Spengler, any additional objection?
Foundation.
The foundation objection is overruled. So with that objection being overruled, the exhibit is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to play the 911 call for the jury at this time.
Aurora 911, where's your emergency? The cinema, Chichi 16 in Aurora. In Aurora, Chichi 16. have multiple officers and fire department there. Do you have somebody injured?
Yeah,
Tell me what's going on.
I don't know. I just see people. The lights are on. I see people injured. I need to go. Please come get us out of here, please. There's no one. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, where are you? Are you in the theater?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what theater are you in?
I think, let me look at my ticket real quick. Sorry. Oh my God. It is, house 9, it says.
Okay, you're in theater number 9?
Yes.
Okay, are there still gunshots? Do you still hear gunshots?
No, everything is quiet now. Some people are being able to leave, but people are come. I'm scared.
Okay, just remain inside the theater. If you're safe there, just remain inside the theater. What is your name?
My name is Chichi Spruel. I'm here with my husband, too, Derick Spruel.
Okay, are both of you okay? Is there anybody around you injured?
I know my husband is okay, and I don't know about anyone else, but I think there are some people injured, someone in front of me, and like someone on my side.
Okay, did you hear gunshots or fireworks?
I saw fireworks.
Saw fireworks?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Okay. We do, like I said, we have multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is on the way with paramedics, so just remain in there. If you're safe there, just remain there, and they will come and get you. Is where you are full of smoke?
Yeah, I'm choking. I'm just crouching on the floor.
Okay, say that again. I can't hear you.
We're crouching on the floor.
Okay, and is there a lot of smoke in there?
Yeah, there's not a lot, but it's choking. Please send help. I think there are people injured. Please send help.
Like I said, we have there's multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is standing by, so we're getting them in there as quickly as we can. They have to secure the scene first, so just remain there. They'll get the fire department in there.
Send someone here. Please send someone here.
Ma'am, can you actually see anyone that's injured around you?
The police have come in.
The police are there?
Yes, I'm fine. Stay down.
Grab him by his hoodie. Parents, who are you?
So it appears there having some kind of technical problem from inside the courtroom. We don't have a live picture right now, but what you're seeing from out is an outside shot of the courtroom. Let me just get wired up here, and we'll fill you in as to what's happening. Right now, jurors just heard about 3 minutes of a 911 call made by a woman named Chichi Spruel. She was in the movies with her husband when the gunfire rang out. She is one of the first people to have called 911, and that's what the jury just heard. At one point, though, earlier today, her 911 call was the focus of objection by the public defender, concerned that her information was an emotional response and not necessarily a fact-generated response, and they were concerned about that being ruled as evidence or entered as evidence. But eventually, the judge said this is relevant to the case, and that's why that occurred. Not clear. We're still not getting a shot inside the courtroom, are we just yet, Erica? No. Okay. Still trying to figure out if this is a technical issue with that fixed camera inside the courtroom. But we just heard Chichi Spruel talk about what it was like inside that movie theater. Originally, she thought that this was some kids playing pranks, but then when she looked in front of her, the man sitting in front of her was clearly injured. She heard smoke. In fact, during that 911 call, she's almost frantic, and we can hear her coughing, gasping for air almost because of the device that was thrown into the movie theater. So, not clear exactly what's happening in the courtroom right now. We're going to take a short break? Okay, we're going to take a short break, try to iron out what appears to be some difficulties, and once testimony resumes, we'll get back to you.
And I just remember talking to other victims. I remember talking to the pregnant lady and her with her husband inside. I remember talking to this other girl because we were all like being moved around, talking to this other girl who said that her fiance was inside like, oh my, I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So you were talking to several people outside the theater?
Yes.
And did you observe any other injured people outside the theater?
There were just a lot of people injured, and like the police doing everything, like the police, like the police just hauling people into their cars because there weren't enough ambulances for people, and people just, it was just one of those nights. It was crazy.
At some point in time, were you moved from
Just an update. It looks like we're having some audio difficulties from the courtroom. We're trying to get that resolved right now. But right now, witness Chichi Spruel on the stand just broke down after talking about the heroic actions of police. Again, we're having some audio difficulties. Bear with us. We're trying to get that resolved as quickly as possible.
talk about the proceedings, please avoid that temptation. Please also avoid the temptation to start thinking about the case and forming opinions. As I told you before, you have to keep an open mind throughout the proceedings. All the advisements that I've given you before apply during the break. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here at 1:25. Thank you.
Please rise.
And we are back here on the denverchannel.com, now 11:56. The jury on recess to approximately 1:25 this afternoon, taking a lunch break after what can only be described as a very emotional and intense morning. Let's listen to the court for just one moment to see if we can get some insight about what will happen this afternoon.
One of the objections that was raised with respect to Exhibit 1167, which is a diagram that was presented to Ms. Spruel, the last witness who just testified. The objection, or one of the objections, I should say, was with respect to the words bloody victim being written on the diagram, and I overruled the objection. I wanted to indicate that later in her testimony, Ms. Spruel mentioned the word victim, and there was no objection, and I think that's appropriate. I don't think that when people say the word victim, lay people anyway, say the word victim, that they mean anything other than somebody who was injured or killed. And I don't think that the meaning is that it goes to the defendant's guilt or innocence or anything like that. And I am confident that that's not how the jury would have taken that either, as it was used in the diagram. So I just wanted to add to what I had said here at the bench during the conference that we had. Is there anything at this time that we need to address on behalf of the prosecution? Ms. Tichmaguire?
Senator, nothing on behalf of the prosecution. I will tell the court that he does intend to admit to more.
All right, thank you for letting me know. Ms. Spengler, are you planning to object to either one of those or both of those?
Earlier to both of those denied for all the.
Yeah, let me ask you about the 911 calls. Are you okay with me listening to those 911 calls?
I am.
Not yet.
The 10:36. For witness Kaylin Bailey, 10:20. Witness Kevin Normal. Want to just make sure the record is clear that the 911 call that we get.
Correct. So I'll listen to 10:36 and 10:24 during the break. Without objection. All right, what else did you have?
Should just follow up on your last comment.
You were not unclear. That was the objection. The term bloody victim, I don't find it to be prejudicial in the context of this case or improper. I mean, given what other evidence this jury is going to be presented with, having somebody or having a diagram show that someone referred to a bloody victim being on the floor or being somewhere in the theater is not unduly prejudicial or anything improper. Again, this was just the witness's way of explaining what she observed. She observed somebody who was bloody in the theater, and that's what she marked on the diagram. That's what the testimony was, and that's what the evidence is. There isn't there aren't a whole lot of ways to describe that. If you see someone who's bloody and who's on the floor, then that's how you're going to describe the person. You're going to describe it as a bloody person or a bloody victim. That's what most people would use to describe that type of scene. And so I don't find that is improper or that somehow render the diagram inadmissible under Rule 403. Again, I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. All right, Ms. Tisch-McGuire, do you have the two discs, 1036 and 1024? Thank you. You may approach. Is there anything else on behalf of the defense at this time before we break for lunch, Ms. Spengler? Anything else? No? Okay. All right, folks, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here after lunch. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
All right, right now, both the defense and the prosecution has left the courtroom in Arapahoe County in Centennial, Colorado. Just now, 12 noon on this Tuesday, day 2 of the theater shooting trial. I'm Mark Stewart. We are going to give you a little bit of analysis and perspective during this lunch break. Then we'll take another break and then resume back to the trial coverage at 1:25 this afternoon. But let's sum up to you what has happened thus far today. 5 witnesses have taken the stand, all with very emotional, gripping testimony. This is the first time that we have heard from people inside the theater as far as during this trial. We have heard from a husband and wife at the time. We've heard from 2 husbands and wives during these proceedings thus far. I think we have got, are we good to go with Dan, or we need to wait a minute, Phil? Okay. So witness after witness giving some very gripping, very emotionally wrenching accounts of what happened inside the movie theater that evening. We heard from a woman who was pregnant at the time. Her husband was shot. She had to escape. A very harrowing ordeal for her. We heard from a man who was there with his wife as well. They both escaped unharmed, but sadly one of their friends was fatally injured. We also heard from another man who was inside the theater who talked about what he thought at first was a prank when the movie theater shooting occurred. So many different perspectives. All right, we want to play for you now some samples of what we heard. First, starting with a woman named Munira Grilley. She was a member of the military, and she was at the movie theater with some friends. Sadly, one of her friends was killed in the shooting. But she talks about the chaos, the gunfire, the smoke, and what it took for her to escape from the movie theater. Let's take a listen now to Munira Grilley.
I picked my head up a little bit, and I only remember seeing Derick Spruel's face, and he said very lowly to me, "See if you can get out." So I stayed on the ground and tried to slide around on my stomach, but the gunfire started again very shortly after, so I stopped and just laid there.
And do you remember what you did next after that?
I was just waiting for it to stop again, and when it finally did, I still didn't want to get up. But then the movie stopped shortly after the gunfire did, and then the lights came on. And then I could see down the aisle I was in, and I wouldn't have been able to get out anyway because there were bodies in it. And but there was also a girl on top of another woman, and she was saying the gunman is gone, the police are here. And I didn't really believe her, but I started to hear the policemen, or what I figured was them saying, you know, if you're able to move, we need you to leave the theater. And they said it a lot. So I finally stood up and turned around. And I remember seeing Jesse Childress. He was face down on the floor, and I asked Derick, hey, is Jesse okay? And he was shaking him and calling his name, but the policemen were still yelling at us to leave, so we did. I had to step over him to get out, but we exited out the door that was next to the movie screen. And there were a lot of people and emergency vehicles out there already. And I remember the police had us sit on the curb, and they kept moving us further down the curb until while they tried to separate the injured from the not injured. And
Now, at that point in time, had you realized if you'd been injured?
yes, in the theater when I first got down, it felt like something hit my hand and it hurt, but I ignored it. And when I was finally outside again, my hand started to throb. So I looked at it, and it was very swollen and full of holes. So I don't think I had to tell anybody I was injured. I think this young girl, she was there with her mother, and they were trying to help people. She noticed that I was injured, and she told me to sit down and asked me, is there anybody I can call for you? And I told her to call my mom.
All right, we just heard from Munira Grilley. She actually is a member of the military, and to hear her response, at times a little bit emotional, is very telling of just how traumatic of an event this was. You heard her say she hesitated to call her mom. There was actually a woman outside the movie theater who was going to reach out to her mother for her because she was injured, and she said, no, don't, quote, I don't want to freak her out. But she eventually agreed because she knew that her mother needed to know, and because she was conscious, because she was able to move on her own, she felt some comfort in reaching her mother. She also had some very serious injuries to one of her hands. Her hand was very swollen, and it became very clear that she had some pellets that were shot into her hand. She said she had holes in her hand. I apologize for that graphic description, but that is what she said. She also had a pellet that was lodged in her skull, and eventually those were removed after the shooting because she was so swollen, doctors couldn't safely operate. So Ms. Grilley was there with several other people, including Jesse Childress, who passed away, and Derick Spruel and his wife Chichi. They both survived. All right, we want to get some perspective on what we have heard thus far this afternoon, and joining us now from his law offices in Denver is 7 News legal analyst and attorney Dan Recht. And Dan, let me just start by asking if you can hear us all right before we go any further. I'm not sure Dan is able to hear us right now. It looks like they're trying to coordinate some things. So why don't we just give that a minute, Erica, if that's cool, and we'll check in with Dan Recht. But this morning we heard from a total of 5 witnesses who basically gave a timeline of what they experienced during the movie theater shooting. Many of these descriptions were graphic, very disturbing. And are we able to go to Dan? We're just checking in to make sure we've got that connection. Okay. I think Dan Recht is there. Dan, can you hear us? Okay, Dan Recht, it's Mark at 7 News. Are you able to hear us right now? Dan, this is Mark from 7 News. Can you hear us right now?
How did you know that?
Okay, I don't think Dan is able to hear us quite yet. So let me give you a little bit more of a timeline as to what happened this morning. We heard from a total of 5 witnesses. First, Katie Medley and then her husband, Caleb. Katie was 9 months pregnant at the time of the shooting. Her husband, Caleb, was very seriously injured. He was shot in the eye. He was in a medically induced coma. He had to undergo brain surgery. And on top of all of this, after the shooting, I believe just 2 days after the shooting, Katie Medley gave birth to their little boy, their son, Hugo. He is fine. He is well. But it shows just the enormity of all of these events, one on top of the other, that impacted that family. Caleb Medley was actually brought into the courtroom in a wheelchair. He is not able to communicate very well. So it goes to show that the injuries from this are long lasting. Do you want me to go see if Dan Breck can hear us right now? Okay. All right, we appreciate your patience in all of this. After we heard from the Medley family, we then heard from Munira Grilley, Derick Spruel and his wife Chichi. They were there with a man by the name of Jesse Childress, and they all gave some very emotional accounts about what happened, including Derick Spruel, who's also at the time worked in the military, and to hear the fact that he was a bit shook up by all of this really shows that these emotional wounds are deep. So why don't we go listen to Derick Spruel right now about what he experienced the night of the shooting.
So what do you remember next after lying on the floor in the theater?
We stayed there on the floor. I remember thinking, I was looking back towards the right side, towards the aisle, and just thinking to myself, if someone comes up the aisle, I have to do something. And I was like, I'm going to die. That's what I was thinking the entire time, laying there on the floor. We laid there, and we laid there until we were told to get up. I stayed down even when the lights came on, and they basically had to say, if you're not hurt, get up and get out of the theater. That's when I got up, is when they told us to get up.
What did you see when you got up?
I seen Jesse laying there. I started yelling his name, and I shook him, and I tried to pick him up. I could not pick him up, and I just kept yelling. They once again had to tell us to get out of the theater. And when you were leaving, you saw bodies around. And right when going out of the exit, you saw like rounds on the ground going out of the exit when they took us out of the exit into the parking lot.
What exactly were you saying when you were yelling Jesse's name?
I was yelling his name, Jesse, and shaking him. Like I said, I really tried to pick him up. I could not. And it was one of the big things stands out in my mind, that I could not pick him up. I wanted him to come out with us.
And you said when you were exiting, you saw some bodies. Do you know if those people were alive or dead at the time?
I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Spruel, sometimes you trail off. I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone, otherwise people can't hear you, okay?
Yeah, I don't know if they were alive or dead.
And then you also said you saw some rounds. What do you
Yes.
what do you mean by that?
The casings from the bullets, I saw them when we were leaving out of that, through that area, that exit area, out into the parking lot.
Who were you able to leave the theater with?
I was able to leave with my wife Chichi and Moni. We all were able to walk out.
Was Jesse able to leave with you?
No, Jesse could not leave with us.
What happened when you got outside of the theater?
Saw a lot of chaos. I saw the Aurora police being awesome. They were in charge. You know, they were separating everybody, attending to people. They wanted me to check myself, see if I got shot, because I had so much blood on me. there was blood all over the pavement leading out. I saw the auto rifle on the ground, and like the biggest thing that stand out honestly was what Aurora police did. Like the police were awesome.
Now, after you got outside the theater, what happened to you and your wife and Moni?
Moni was separated from us. We spoke to her. She told us that she was shot. She was waiting in the hand, and that she was waiting for a transport. They took us away, and I believe they were separating us into other groups of people who had family members that were injured and so forth, and then they took us to Gateway High School.
I mean, it is simply heartbreaking to hear Derick Spruel yell his friend's name, Jesse, 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 and then being forced to leave the movie theater, and then to go outside and to see what he described as chaos. He saw blood on the pavement. Yet throughout his testimony, he made a point of saying, quote, the Aurora Police Department was awesome, showing his appreciation during a very traumatic time. All right, we want to get some perspective on all of this. We're going to try one more time to try to get in touch with 7 News legal analyst Dan Reck from his office in downtown Denver. Dan, I'm hoping you can hear me this time. Are you there?
Who's they? Oh, okay. Meaning they're going to do what?
All right, I don't think this is working for a moment. All right, well, we appreciate your patience in dealing with this hiccup. We're trying to deal with a number of feeds, and unfortunately, these things do happen, so we appreciate your patience and your understanding in all of this. Perhaps we'll check in with Dan Recht a bit earlier or a bit later on in our coverage. But I think one thing to emphasize is that a lot of what we have seen thus far is really textbook for a trial. We are hearing emotional testimony right from the start to grip these jurors, to create emotional connections for them as to what happened that night. It's also interesting to note that not once did the public defender, the defense team representing Mr. Holmes, ever ask any of these witnesses any questions. There was really no question. There's no one in the defense team realm, at least, is disputing what happened. Again, this is going to be a determination as to whether or not the gunman was sane or insane at the time, and of course, defense attorneys arguing that their client was not sane. All right. We're gonna give this one more of a college try. Dan Recht, it's Mark Stewart. I'm hoping that you can hear me right now. Are you there? Okay. Well, we are trying our best, and we appreciate your understanding through all of this. So we've heard from 2 people thus far in this segment, Munira, Grilley, and Derick Spruel. They were all in the movie theater, along with Derick Spruel's wife, Chichi. She, in fact, was reticent to go to the movies that evening. She said she wasn't a big fan of the theater. She just really was not into going to the movies. But she decided to go. And I think one of the notable parts of her testimony is the fact that she was one of the first people to call 911. And when that phone call was played, we could hear just how frantic of a moment this was. We could hear her at times coughing, gasping for air because of the canisters, the grenades that were thrown into the movie theater at the time. Let's take a listen now to Chichi Spruel, her testimony from about 1 hour ago.
I remember that as we started watching it, I remember this particular scene because this is when I first saw the whole thing go off, was when I think that Batman has just seen Catwoman trying to steal his jewelry from the safe. And I remember just seeing like a canister go up in the air with then I saw lights on the other side going across, I guess.
What did you think was going on at that point in time?
I thought that kids were playing pranks. And I turned to my husband and said, again, you see why we shouldn't be here? I'm just saying.
What do you remember after that?
I remember that, I remember Derick turning to Jesse and they said something, and Moni too, and we just kept watching the movie, really, quite honestly.
And after that, what do you remember next?
Well, I remember Okay, so this is my memory. I remember I heard, sounds going off, and I thought it was firecrackers or fire or whatever, and I'm like, oh God, these kids are at it. Then I remember looking in front of my husband and seeing a gentleman laying face up with looked like his head had been shot open. And so I'm like, oh my God, this is serious. People are actually hurting people with fireworks, because I know, like, I've heard fireworks hurt people. So I'm like, I turned to my husband and I said, oh my God, this guy's hurt. And he now goes, immediately says, I don't know if it's immediately, but I remember him saying that we should get down. And I remember crouching down.
What do you remember hearing as you were crouching down?
Gosh. I just remember my terror. I was terrified. I just remember screams everywhere. I remember looking to the side of me, like to the right-hand side of me. There was a gentleman there who had come with a female friend who looked like she was injured. I remember my husband lying there with me and he wasn't moving. I remember being panicked. I remember calling 911 the first time.
Okay, we are back here live in the 7 newsroom. We just heard from Chichi Spruel. She recounts how at first she thought this was a prank by kids, then realized that the man in front of her was injured during the shooting. Right now, court in recess until 1:25, approximately just 1 hour from now. We are expecting to hear more witnesses from the prosecution talking about what happened to them that evening of the shooting. We have not heard from anyone in law enforcement at this point just yet, but I imagine that's something we will hear from. Many officers making a number of trips to and from the movie theater to the different hospitals. In fact, things were so desperate that evening, officers were forced to put some of the shooting victims in the backseat of their cars and just drive them to the hospital. A number of victims also drove themselves to the hospital. Again, all of this to paint a picture about just how demonic, how twisted, how nefarious Mr. Holmes was. And again, prosecutors later on in this trial will start to present some mental health experts, psychiatrists, who can talk about the fact that despite all of this, despite the horror of all of this, he was mentally fit, he was sane at the time. And again, we will hear from the defense team talking about the fact that they have witnesses who can paint a much different picture as well. Are we going to continue here for a few minutes, Phil? Are we going to try Dan one more time, or are we just going to? Okay. Why don't we take a break until 1:25 when court resumes back in session again. Prosecutors still calling a long list of witnesses, more than 100. We've only gone through 5 thus far. So stick with us here on thedenverchannel.com. We'll see you back here at 1:25 Mountain Time. And we are back from our 7 newsroom on this Tuesday, day 2 of the movie theater shooting trial. Mark Stewart back with you. In just about 5 minutes or so, court will be back in session, and the prosecution is expected to call more witnesses to the stand, witnesses who will describe the terror, the fear, the chaos that happened that July night at the movie theater in Aurora. Right before court took a break for lunch at around noon today, we heard a 911 call from a woman who was inside the theater at the time. Her name is Chichi Spruel. Her call is gripping, and we wanted to play it for you before court gets back into session, so we'll take a listen.
Aurora 911, where's your emergency?
The cinema, Century 16 in Aurora. In Aurora, Century 16.
Okay, we have multiple officers and fire department there. Do you have somebody injured?
Yeah,
Tell me what's going on.
I don't know. I just see people. The lights are on. I see people injured. I need to go. Please come get us out of here, please. There's no one. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, where are you? Are you in the theater?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what theater are you in?
I think, let me look at my ticket real quick. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It is, house 9, it says.
Okay, you're in theater number 9?
Yes.
Okay, are there still gunshots? Do you still hear gunshots?
No, everything is quiet now. Some people are being able to leave, but people are come. I'm scared.
Okay, just remain inside the theater. If you're safe there, just remain inside the theater. What is your name?
My name is Chichi Spruel. I'm here with my husband, too, Derick Spruel.
Okay, are both of you okay? Is there anybody around you injured?
I know my husband is okay, and I don't know about anyone else. But I think there are some people injured, someone in front of me, and like someone on my side.
Okay, did you hear gunshots or fireworks?
I saw fireworks.
Saw fireworks?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Okay. We do, like I said, we have multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is on the way with paramedics, so just remain in there. If you're safe there, just remain there, and they will come and get you. Is where you are full of smoke?
Yeah, I'm choking. I'm just crouching on the floor.
Okay, say that again. I can't hear you.
They're crouching on the floor.
Okay, and is there a lot of smoke in there?
Yeah, there's not a lot, but it's choking. Please send help. I think there are people injured. Please send help.
Like I said, we have there's multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is standing by, so we're getting them in there as quickly as we can. They have to secure the scene first, so just remain there. They'll get the fire department in there.
Send someone here. Please, send someone here.
Ma'am, can you actually see anyone that's injured around you?
The police have come in.
The police are there?
Yes, I'm fine. Stay down.
And that, again, was a 911 call from survivor Chichi Spruel. You can hear in her voice, you can hear just how frantic she was, just how scared she was. At one point, she coughed after that explosive, one of many explosives, detonated inside the movie theater. And she was not alone. She was there with several friends, including her husband, as well as several other people with affiliation to the Buckley Air Force Base in Aurora. Sadly, one of her friends, Jesse Childress, did not make it. In fact, we also heard from one of his friends who talks about how he was basically saying his name, Jesse, as he was leaving the movie theater. All right, it appears that court is back in session. Is that correct? Okay. Right before this break, there was some discussion about some evidence, whether or not that was admissible. Perhaps it would unfairly prejudice the jury, but the judge has been pretty lenient about what he's been allowing in. So shall we go back to the courtroom right now?
Juror 737 and 706, that was just for purposes of convenience. So they keep the same seat that they've had all along. But just in terms of their location, it made more sense to have Juror 706 on the outside. The second thing is that my staff has placed copies of an amended juror question form on your chairs. or they're giving them to you right now. And the only amendment is that instead of calling it question number, we're calling it question form number. And that's to avoid any ambiguity. Jurors sometimes will include more than one question on the form, and so it should be the form number, not the question number. I made the change by hand to the first two forms, but rather than keep doing that, we just went ahead and amended it. I believe that the contents of the notebook were marked as a court exhibit previously, and so we're going to mark this one as a new court exhibit, and it'll be trial court exhibit 8?
Yes.
Trial court exhibit 8, okay? I had a chance to listen to the two recordings that the prosecution submitted before the lunch break. These are exhibits 1036 and 1024. Did you want to make any additional argument, Ms. Spengler, with respect to your Rule 403 objection?
I want to be clear that I'm relying on the argument that I made earlier this morning and all of the arguments and the case law that I cited and the constitutional provisions I cited.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. And thank you for pressing the button on the microphone. Please try to remember to do that. I know that sometimes it's hard to remember, but to the extent that you can remember, please do that. Ms. Teach-McGuire, any additional response?
No, Your Honor, I'll incorporate my earlier arguments. Thank you.
On one of these CDs, it sounds like a thump or a thumping sound. Are those the sounds of bullets, shotguns? I believe it's 1024.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure. I have, as I said, listened to both of the recordings. The probative value of these recordings, in my view, is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Unfair prejudice does not refer to the damage to a defendant's case that results from the legitimate probative force of the evidence. Rather, it refers to evidence which tends to suggest a decision on an improper basis. The 911 recordings that have been submitted, not only the two that I listened to during the lunch break, but also the one that was played earlier, which I admitted, are highly probative of the charges that have been filed in this case and do not suggest a decision on an improper basis. To the contrary, these recordings may well be the best evidence of the shooting or the scene at the theater immediately after the shooting. One of these, number 1024, includes the sound of shotguns. And so it's actually during the shooting, as the shooting is going on, that this 911 call is apparently made. And of innocence, it merely contributes to a finding of guilt, which is something completely different. Violating the presumption of innocence would obviously be improper. Allowing the prosecution to present evidence of guilt is not. Each of these recordings was made by a different individual, as far as I can tell, because these are calls made by different people. So each of the three was made by a different person. And they appear to have been made from a different location in the theater and with a different perspective of the shooting. Those circumstances, when I consider them in conjunction with the fact that the number of listed victims in this case is 82, lead me to find that these three calls are not cumulative. If we were dealing with a crime that involved one listed victim, it might be a different story if the prosecution was intending to introduce 3 911 calls. But here, given the large number of individuals present at the theater, I find that this is not cumulative. None of these is cumulative of one another. And even if slightly cumulative, this evidence is illustrative and makes the event clearer for the jury. It does what testimony cannot do, at least cannot do as well. And that is, it depicts the chaos, the panic, and the commotion during the shooting and immediately after the shooting. And it's, in so doing, it puts the crimes charged in context, and it describes the circumstances surrounding the crimes charged. In making these rulings, of course, I'm considering, among other things, the nature of the case that's involved here. I conclude that these recordings are not particularly shocking in the context of this first-degree murder case. This evidence is prejudicial, but it's not unduly or unfairly prejudicial, and the probative value of this evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Therefore, the objection under Rule 403 is overruled. With that, let's bring the jury in, please. Yes.
One, I don't think the court means this in any way, but we just would like to rifle rounds, not shotgun rounds.
Okay.
911 roll party.
Thank you.
And two, Your Honor, with the court's permission, like our next witness to be able to and talk to the jury about where he was in the theater. I just wondered if the court would allow that, one, and two.
We can provide a wireless microphone, the one that we've used in the past with prospective jurors when we were still selecting a jury. And then the defense can move. Obviously, I want to make sure that you're able to see that. I myself may move so that I'm able to see where the witness is pointing. So Ms. Brady or Mr. King or Ms. Spengler, I don't know who, or whoever has this witness who is going to be standing by the model, you can move to a place where you can see where the witness is pointing to. Anything else, Ms. Tish McGuire?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, here are the discs. Thank you. Okay, let's bring him in, please. Okay, please be seated. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. Did you have a good lunch? Yes. Good. All right. I'm glad. Okay, when we stopped before the lunch break, the prosecution was still in the middle of its case, and so Ms. Tish McGuire, at this time, you may call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called Prodeo Patria.
Good afternoon. It's good afternoon, I think. That's okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yeah, Prodeo Patria, first name Prodeo, middle name ET, last name Patria.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell a jury how old you are?
17.
On July 19th and July 20th of 2012, how old were you?
2012. Around 14 years old.
Now, on July 19th, 2012, do you remember if you recall going to the Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
What were you going to that movie theater to do?
To watch the premiere of Dark Knight Rises.
And who were you going with?
I was planning to go with my parents, my mother and father.
Who are your parents?
Anggiat, Mora, and Rita Paulina.
Could you please spell those names for the record?
Yeah, Anggiat Mora, Anggiat Rita Paulina, Rita Paulina.
When did you decide to go to the movies?
I was excited to watch the new Dark Knight movie.
And who bought the tickets for you?
My father.
Do you recall when your father bought the tickets that day?
My father and I went to buy the tickets earlier that day, on Thursday.
And what time did you go to the movie theater that night?
Around 12 o'clock.
What did you do when you got to the theater?
When we first got to theater, we bought popcorn and soda, and we sat down to watch some previews.
Do you recall where you sat in the middle of in the movie theater?
In general, we sat around in the middle section of the theater.
How'd you pick your seats?
We felt it would be better if we sat farther back because most of the seats were taken, and we felt like we could see the screen a bit better.
What'd you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
My dad was sleeping, and I was just watching the previews.
Do you recall what number of movie theater you went into that night?
9.
And do you remember if there were previews before the movie started?
Yes.
And do you know at some point in time if your movie actually started?
Yes.
What happened during your movie?
From what I remember watching the intro scene with Catwoman and some scene with Alfred, and that's the last thing I remember.
What happened after that scene that made you stop remembering the rest of the movie?
So I saw from the peripheral of my eye in the right corner red and yellow flashes. Originally, I thought it was just a joke, and I focused back on the movie. But soon after that, there was something that flew from the right corner towards to my closer left, and then my father told me that this scenario was actually real and dangerous, and he told me to get down.
Did you listen to your father's advice?
Yes.
And how'd you get down?
My mother and father and I, we both went flat on our stomachs on the ground, under the seats.
Were you able to observe anything else before you went down to the ground?
No.
And do you remember hearing anything when you got down on the ground?
Yes, I heard loud bangs. From that time, I couldn't really tell what they were.
And what else do you remember at that time?
I remember coughing because from that point on, I figured what the thing that flew across was sort of a container holding gas. And I remember the person in front of me, who was also laying flat on the ground, he started spazzing and kicked my head, and my glasses flew off my face.
What happened after that?
After that, I forget how much time after that, but my father told me to, now it's time to run, so I got up and started going towards my right and going down the stairs, and I initially planned to go out the original entrance, but my mother told me that there was someone in front of us, so I made a U-turn and ran towards the right exit, and that's when I first felt a gunfire hit me. A gunshot hit me.
And what happened when you felt that? What did you feel?
I just felt something hit me in my lower left back, but I kept running. And once we hit the exit, we met with another group of people. I couldn't tell how many until we opened the door, and I found that it was another couple. Yes.
And what happened when you got to that door and saw the other couple?
I saw that the man was injured and he needed help, so his female friend was on one side and I was on the other side, and we helped him walk through. And after we set him down in the corner, I looked back to find that my mother was on my father's back with a lot of blood on her body.
And what do you remember after seeing your mother on your dad's back?
I remember my dad quickly shutting the door, and then I went back to place my mom down on the sidewalk, and then we sat there.
What did you observe when you got out to the sidewalk?
I saw flashing lights from the streets, and I guess those were ambulance and police cars, and I heard many sirens as well.
And what happened to you when you got out on that sidewalk?
I told my dad that I think I got shot too, and he saw my back.
And what do you recall happening after he saw your back?
After that, he began calling my family and friends to tell them what happened that night.
And were you in any pain?
No.
And what was happening with your mother at the time? What did you
She
observe?
was drowsy, so she just sat down, and we waited until the police came or to pick us up, or an ambulance or anything.
Were you able to determine if your father was also hurt at that time?
From what I saw, he looked fine.
And how long was it while you had to wait for the police officers?
I do not know.
And were you eventually transported to another location?
Yes.
Now, before we leave the scene of the theater, I would like at this time, Your Honor, to ask if it would be the court's permission to have this witness approach this model of a diagram to describe for the jury where he was in the theater.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach him with a microphone, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thanks.
And Ms. Spengler, is this your witness? If you want to move, feel free to move around, okay?
And then you can kind of clip this to your pocket.
Okay, so.
I'm going to ask you some questions.
Oh.
So and then this, if you can use that to point when you talk to them. Okay? Okay, thanks. That good? Is it? Right. All right. This is a model of the theater. Does this fairly and accurately represent to you what the movie theater looked like on July 19th and to July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Okay. Could you first show for the jury where you entered the theater?
So we entered the theater from, I guess you can, so from, if you were to go under here, there would be a double door entrance, and that's, we went over here, and we started to find seats around this area.
Okay, and could you use your laser pointer to kind of show them where your seats were in that area?
Somewhere around here.
Okay. And can you kind of describe for them where you were crouching down when you heard the gunfire?
So,
Right there. And earlier you had described for the jury that you saw something kind of fly across the theater. Could you use a laser pointer to describe where that flew across from?
so I saw the sort of thing that flew across, beginning from my far right, and it ended somewhere closer to my left in a diagonal kind of direction.
And earlier you had described that you saw some flashes of light. What area did you see those flashes of light in?
So I saw the flashes of light at the same origin where I saw the thing that flew by, which was somewhere on my far right.
Right. And then could you describe for the jury your exit path, about how you were trying to exit the theater and where you were attempting to go?
So after my dad said to get up, I ran towards my right. I went down the stairs, and I was initially trying to go back to my to the original entrance, but I saw sort of like a still silhouette, and my mom told me that that was not a good way. So I made a quick U-turn and started heading out towards that exit.
Could you point for the jury where you were when you felt yourself get shot?
Right before I reached that exit, somewhere around there.
All right. And then could you show the jury where you ran into that other couple, where you were when you ran into that other couple?
Inside that sort of a corner before the exit doors.
And where was it that you saw your mother on your dad's back?
So once we left the exit doors and we were outside, I first helped the man into the sidewalk corner over here, and then that's when I finally saw my mom on my dad's back, when I looked back.
Now, when you walked outside the theater, did you ever notice a white car?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you notice the white car?
Where you put it?
And could you just show the jury where that is?
Right in the parking lot in front of us.
All right, and could you also describe for the jury, as you were exiting, how close were you to the wall when you were exiting the theater?
We stayed pretty close to it because we didn't wander far off from the sidewalk. So it was close enough to it so I could set my mom down to lay back on it.
And when you were inside the theater, after you had kind of turned from that one lobby area, how close were you to the wall in there, if you could show the jury on that diagram?
We're pretty close. We're running right alongside it in a linear line. Myself first, my mother, then my father in the back.
And I just have a moment, Your Honor. All right. Okay, I don't have any further questions for you at this time with the diagram. Thank you very much. You can have a seat back on the witness stand. Your Honor, may I approach this witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 4613 and 4614?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are those photographs?
They are, one of them is a picture of me after the surgery I had to remove the shrapnel from my left side. And the other one was also after the surgery, but that's when it healed up a little bit.
And do those pictures fairly and accurately represent your injuries after the July 20th, 2012 shooting?
Yes, without the picture of the back where it initially entered.
So you had an additional injury in addition to the ones that are in those photographs?
This was the surgery, not the injury.
But other than that, they fairly and accurately represent your surgery. And at this time, I would move for the admission of those exhibits.
Any objection? No. With that objection, People's Exhibits 4613 and 4614 are admitted and may be published.
All right, and could you please describe for the jury what we're seeing in this photograph?
So, the shrapnel entered from my lower left back, and it lodged itself in some fat on my left, and and then about a month after the shooting, doctors decided to do a surgery and to remove the shrapnel from my left, and this is the aftermath because they couldn't close it up because it was initially infected, and they said it would be better if we left it open.
Now, how many surgeries did you have to have?
Just one.
Okay. And what was that surgery for?
To remove the shrapnel.
And how long were you in the hospital?
For less than 12 hours.
And what hospital were you taken to?
The Denver hospital.
And were other members of your family at that hospital as well?
Yes.
Who else was at that hospital?
At that night, initially my mother, until she was transferred to a different hospital. And my dad was also there.
And what injuries did your dad sustain?
Initially, he only had some issues with his eye. He felt there was something inside it. And my mother, she was hit both on her left arm and leg.
Judge, excuse me, I'd ask that the exhibit, if it be used anymore, be taken down.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
We'll remove it. Now, you said you were left on the sidewalk of the theater, so that's kind of where we left off before. So take us back to what happened when you were on the sidewalk of the theater. How eventually did you get to leave the theater that night?
So the there was some policemen that came, and we asked them if there was going to be an ambulance, but they said there wasn't enough room for the ambulance, so instead they brought us inside a police car and they drove us to the hospital.
Do you remember anything about that ride to the hospital?
Yes, all three of us were in it, and there was another person in front of us, and it was a pretty rapid ride down the highway.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
They put my mother in a wheelchair, and they put me in a gurney.
Can you speak closer to the microphone,
They,
please?
They put my
And-
mother.
Go ahead, repeat the last answer.
So once we reached the hospital, they put my mother on a wheelchair and then on a gurney, and I was just placed on a gurney.
And what did they do with you after you were placed on the gurney?
They separated my mother and I because we had sort of different injuries. My dad tried to keep us together, but failed. So they put me sort of.
I'm gonna stop you for 1 second. What do you mean by that? Your dad tried to keep you together, but he failed.
Overruled.
Okay, so the reason why he tried to keep us together because he didn't want to lose track of us because the hospital itself was pretty crowded and chaotic.
So were you separated within that hospital, or were you actually separated to different hospitals?
We were separated in that hospital, and then a couple hours later, they transferred my mother into a different hospital.
So your family members were at different hospitals that night?
Yes, my mother was with my mother. My father was with my mother the whole time, though.
So you were left by yourself at age 14?
Sustained.
Yeah.
I'll move on. Your Honor. Sorry, that means you can't answer the question. Okay. So after you were at the hospital, what did the hospital do for you?
So they first gave me a sort of a X-ray. They gave me some medication for the pain, I guess, to ensure I wasn't feeling any.
After they give you pain medication, what did they need to do?
And then they scanned me, and then they placed me sort of out in the hallway, and waited for a room to be open for me to put me in.
And when did they decide you were going to have surgery?
They asked me to have surgery, but my family decided that I was okay to leave the shrapnel in there.
So did you have surgery at that time?
No.
And how long were you in the hospital for?
1 or 2 days.
And where'd you go after you were released?
Because my mother was still at the hospital, my dad had stayed there, so I was dropped off at a family friend's house.
And how long did it take you to recover for your injuries?
The wound didn't really completely heal, but about a week I felt a lot better.
At any point in time, did you have to have surgery for your injuries?
Yeah, the month afterwards when I decided to finally take out the shrapnel.
Where did you have that surgery?
Sustained.
And did you have an opportunity to learn what sort of injuries your mother had sustained? And did you actually observe your mother's injuries?
Yes, I found out that she had bones broken on both her arm and leg, and they needed to do surgery and place metallic bars in them.
I have no further questions this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Spengler, do you have any questions?
Ms. Wood, if I may just have a moment.
Yes.
That's all.
All right. There appears to be a question from the jury, so hold on for just a minute, please. Thank you. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted some questions that I have found based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law are appropriate, and so I'm going to ask those questions now. The first question is as follows. The witness was shot leaving the theater. Had the theater lights been turned on at that point? And then there's a comment that follows that reads as follows. Unsure when the lights went on and shooting ended.
The lights were not on when I got shot in the theater.
The next question is as follows. Where was the shooter standing when he was shot?
So so as I previously said, when I went down the aisle, down the stairs and tried to go back to the entrance, the shooter was sort of in the corner where you need to turn to make to go to the entrance, and that's why I turned around and went to the right exit.
And then the last question is, had the shooter exited the building before him?
Before who?
Before you?
No, not that I believe.
All right, any follow-up questions based on those questions and answers? Ms. Ditch-McGuire?
Your Honor, I would ask the court's permission for him to approach the model and show where you believe the shooter was when he was shot.
All right, Ms. Spengler, you may feel free to move. I noticed that too. I leave it to the attorneys to do those things. And so if you want to make a record, then you need to verbalize where the witness is pointing to. And same thing, if somebody makes a gesture with their hand and says, somebody was here, you got to make the record as to where the witness is pointing if that's important to you and if you think the record needs to reflect that. So, all right, with that advisement, I'll allow you, sir, to go down to the model, and then Ms. Ditch-McGuire, I'm assuming you'll describe where he's pointing?
Yes, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I guess I'll take the microphone with me so I can do
Okay,
that. Thank you.
That's fine, that might be easier. And I'm going to step down too, and Ms. Spengler, you may move as well.
All right, and okay, you have your laser pointer, great. If you could maybe stand on the side so the jury could still see you, could you point with your laser pointer where you saw the shooter when you were trying to exit the theater?
So the shooter was under under these seats. Oh, sorry.
You need to pull it back.
Okay. Now they can see. All right, maybe can we do it twice? Can we show, is that okay, Your Honor?
That's fine.
Okay, so at this side, can you see over there? Okay. So if you could show them where the shooter was standing when you were trying to exit.
So I was trying to exit initially this way, and the shooter was standing at the end of that sort of alley way.
And Your Honor, if the record could reflect that this witness has used a laser pointer to point under a hallway that goes back to the lobby of the theater that's on the right side of the theater if you were facing the movie theater screen. Okay. And I'm going to ask you the same question and turn this for our other jurors. Now, can you see up there? Okay. Now, if you could please show this part of the jury on the diagram where you were in the theater when you were trying to exit, or where you saw the shooter when you were trying to exit the theater. Okay, and the record reflect that again, the witness has demonstrated with the laser pointer that he saw the shooter under the hallway that leads back to the lobby of the main theater, and that again is on the right side of the theater if you're facing the movie theater screen. All right, now could you please show for the jury exactly your exit path as close to that wall as possible with a laser pointer?
And then U-turn and staying close to the wall.
Oh, sorry.
Here you go.
Okay. So I went to the right, went down the stairs, again, tried to go down to the alleyway, made a quick U-turn and stayed close to the wall and going towards that right exit.
Right. Could the whole jury see that this time? Okay, thank you. And will the record reflect that this witness used the laser pointer to point very close to the wall that, again, is the right wall, if you're looking at the movie theater screen, out towards the exit door that leads to outside the theater?
Ms. Tishman, some of the jurors are indicating that they could not see that, so you'll have to turn it the other way again.
All right, so if you could please show your exit path again for the jury when you were leaving your seat. Was able to see that time. And again, if the record could reflect that he used his laser pointer to point from his seats, which were in the middle of the theater, he went down the right staircase of the stadium seating, indicated that he tried to go towards back to the main lobby area under that hallway, and then stayed very close to the wall and went out the exit door that leads to the back of the theater.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any follow-up questions based on the jurors' questions and the witnesses' answers to those questions?
I do not.
Okay, great. May he be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, people call Anggiat Mora.
And do we have an interpreter present?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, let me give the interpreter, administer an oath first. And what language is this?
Indonesian.
Indonesian? Okay. And what's your name, sir?
Stanley Powell.
Can you spell your last name?
P-O-U-W.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you will accurately, impartially, and to the best of your ability translate from English into Indonesian the oath that is administered, and the questions asked of this witness, and will accurately translate from Indonesian back to English the answers given?
I do.
All right. Now let me administer an oath to the witness. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, since they asked me just to back it up, in other words, if the witness himself could explain it in English properly, then I would not say anything. If he gets into trouble, then I was asked to help.
Okay, is that okay with everyone? He just wants to be a standby.
That's the people's preference, Your Honor.
Ms. Spengler, any objection?
No.
Okay, all right. In that case, sir, let me have you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, please be seated. All right, sir, could you please tell us your full name?
My name is Anggiat Mora, A-N-G-G-I-A-T, last name Mora, M-O-R-A.
And my understanding is that you speak and understand English, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if at any point you need the assistance of the interpreter, would you please let us know?
Sure.
Okay, great. Ms. Tish-McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you remember being at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, I remember.
Did that go on to the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Why did you decide to go to the movies?
Actually, that's for family time for us.
So the movies were something you did as a family together?
Yes.
And what movie were you going to see that night?
Batman movie.
Who are you bringing with you?
My son's Prodeo and my wife Rita.
And when did you get the tickets for the movie that night?
Me and my son buy the ticket early that day on Thursday around 11 o'clock in the morning.
What time did you decide to go to the movie theater that night?
That movie, I think, is around midnight. So we going in there, but we doesn't have the first theater. So they give it as Theater 9. So we going to Theater 9.
Do you recall what time you got to the movie theater that night?
We arrived on theater that night is around 11 o'clock, something like that.
What happened when you got to the theater? Did you go inside and buy any concessions, or what'd you do?
Could you repeat again, please?
Sure. What'd you do when you got, after you parked, what'd you do when you walked into the movie theater?
So I thought when we going to the theater, usually there's a take long line like that, but when we going in there is nobody in there. So we just going to Theater 9, but it's already crowded inside Theater 9. So we kind of like of looking around, and then finally we ask someone to move a little bit so we can sit together.
Were you able to sit together?
Yes.
Where did you get some seats?
Say again, ma'am?
Where did you find your seats in the theater? Wow, where were they located?
It's around in the middle of the Theater 9.
What did you do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
There's a lot of things in there. It's funny, people joking around, laughing. A lot of costume, weird costume, something like that.
And when you say weird costumes, what do you mean by that?
Like Catwoman, and then some people wearing the mask of Batman.
And at some point in time, do you remember if there were previews that began before the movie?
I'm not really giving attention. I think that time I'm asleep.
Now, what kind of shifts do you work at night, or work at work normally?
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm working double, so I feel so tired. But because this is a movie for my son, superhero, I'm always going with my family to watch that.
Now, at some point in time, did the movie begin? Did the Batman movie begin?
I think they're starting 12:05.
Now, were you still sleeping at 12:05, or were you awake at 12:05?
I'm not sleep all the time, ma'am. I mean, sometimes my son is dead, refill my popcorn, blah, 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 and then, or, they try to get me attention to wake me up.
So did you actually become awakened ever before the movie started?
Yeah. But I'm sure, I don't know. The movie start, I don't know.
You remember seeing any of the Batman movie actually on the screen? Were you awake for that when the Batman movie started? No.
No.
So what's the first thing that you remember happening?
I just remember several times refill the popcorn, and then refill the Coke, go to the bathroom, and then one couple on the right side, my son he sleep too. He sleep all the time. So kind of excuse me to get the line to pass by like that.
Then did the Batman movie start?
Say again?
Did the Batman movie actually come up on the screen? Did you get to start watching the movie?
Yeah, I know that from the light when it's getting dark, so that's mean movie will start.
Do you remember what scene was happening in the Batman movie? Do you remember?
I don't know. I'm serious. I don't know. The Batman is starting what beginning? I don't know. I'm not giving attention for that.
Okay. And then did something ever happen when the movie was playing?
Yeah, I just know something flew from my far right to left my side with the sound like that, and then end up to the wall and to the floor.
Your Honor, and if the record could reflect that the witness just made like a shushing sound.
Okay.
All right, and what did you remember after you saw that thing fly across the screen?
Some people clapping, some people laughing. So I thought this is entertain from the Batman movie.
And what do you remember after that?
So after that, I saw from the beginning the flu. There's one person in there facing us, and then starting what do you call that? Sound bang, 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 bang. But on the second, I don't know, what is that? Until someone screaming, "I got shot," is so loud. And then I feel this is a real. So I'm asked my wife and my son to get down to the floor. When we get down to the floor, we cannot breathe because the smoke, I believe, is coming from the flying to our left side.
And could you smell anything at the time?
Yeah, smell. I just feel choking, and then eyes is burning, something like that.
What do you remember after having difficulty breathing?
So I know that there's a real gun. That's why, according to someone screaming, people crowded, running around. So, and then the sound of gun is different too. Sometimes it's a 10-second stop like that. Sometimes it's a beginning shooting again. So at that point, I make decision us to my family run when they'll stop a while.
And did you tell your family they needed to run? Or did you
Yes.
just, yes.
I asked them to run.
And did they listen to you?
Yeah, because on my right side is my wife and then my son. So he's the lead us to run. He cannot go through because is someone on his right side. So I said, jump to the back. So we jump to the back and then run to our right side, to the wall.
Just so that we can understand what you're talking about, when you say jump to the back, did you actually jump over the movie theater seats to the row behind you? Is that what you
Yes,
did?
with stepping to the seat.
And what happened after you stepped over the seats to the back row? Where did you go from there?
Of course, to the wall, and then make a left, and then another hole in there. So we almost separate because my son and my wife to the left, and then I'm thinking at that time is why is my son going to the guy standing up? So I'm almost going to the right side too because there's a wrong way. That's how I'm thinking. But actually, well, if we die together, so I'm just following them to the left side.
Did you actually see anybody down that hallway when you went down that way?
You mean to see people?
Yeah, when you looked down that hallway and you saw your son and your wife, did you see anyone else down there?
There's a dark and smoke, ma'am. So actually, I just heard people screaming, crying, and everything. But about the people running away close to us, I don't know. I'm not remember.
So how did you actually get out of the theater?
So it's like I said before, my son lead to our running to our right side to the wall, and then with the wall we touching through the sign of green exit on the front from the theater on the right side.
What happened when you started to see that exit sign?
So we met with a couple in there, people. We are confusing. This is the exit door, but we doesn't know where is the door because it's too dark. So kind of nervous too. I said, open the door, I said. And then finally they can open the door, and then my wife is on the floor already. She said, I got shot, she said like that.
And you could see that your wife was on the floor at that point in time. And where on the floor was your wife?
Still inside the building, close to the exit door. So I just pull her. I'm just thinking maybe after I'm pulling her out of the door is safe. But I could. So I'm asking her, would you able to just standing up a little bit so I can carry you? Finally, I can carry her through that door, from that door, to go outside. It's about 30 feet, I don't know.
So if you were going to estimate from a space in this room, from about where you're sitting, where in this room would you say it was about?
More than that door.
More than that?
More than that door. I carry my wife from my behind door. Carry her.
So when you pointed to your back, is that
I'm
right?
carry from my back. So this is the first time I'm carrying my wife. I feel, why is so heavy? I said, so I'm out of breath at that time, so I'm sorry. It's not too far.
Okay. And what happens when you carry your wife out? Are you able to carry her the whole time?
No. Finally, I'm out of breath, and then I set her on the back of the theater. And then my son, of course, in the front of us with a couple in there. And then he said to me, Dad, I got shot too. So I'm so panicked about that. Why he?
I just want to stop you for a second. Is this your son who tells you he's got shot in this point?
Yeah, my son got Dad, I got shot. He said like that.
Okay, sorry. Now you can continue.
So I'm just thinking. I'm panicked at that time because I thought it's only my wife. It's my son too. So I carry him close to his mom, sitting together in there, and then I'm trying to make them, calm down. Watch your mom, and then I make a phone call to my friend, to my family, and then I saw blue, white, and red light from far away, and then I believe there's at least police or ambulance, like something like that, just to make them happy. So I giving this information to my son, to my wife.
To tell her that there's help on the way.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1147?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is a diagram of the movie Theater 9.
And do you recognize the handwriting on that document?
Yes,
Whose handwriting is it?
myself.
Okay. And did you document on there where you were seated in the theater and your exit path, and things that you noticed in the theater?
Yes,
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you believe to be your position in the theater at that night on July 20th of 2012?
I'm not sure are we sitting in there or no, but approximately around the circle.
So to the best of your memory,
Yes.
that's where you believe that represented where you were that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
All right, any objection to the admission of 1147?
No.
All right, thank you. Without objection, Exhibit 1147 is admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to point out his laser pen?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. All right. So if you could use that laser pen and use it on that screen right there to show the jury where you were seated.
This is approximately we are sitting here, but I'm not sure this is the good row for the real row we are sitting.
All right, and then could you show for the jury where you believe that canister to fly across from the screen?
I saw someone throw I throw thing from here through my left side to the wall and then fell to the floor.
You saw the thing fall to the floor?
Yes.
And then, at any point in time, did you ever notice any particular, anything else that you noticed from the front of the movie theater screen? Any flashes or?
Sir, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Sure.
Make sure the jury can hear you. Thank you.
At that time, it's only that things flew to the floor, and then just a sound like a whiz like that. And
Right.
then couple of seconds is starting a gunshot.
Okay. And could you show for the jury on that diagram where your exit path was?
The exit path is my son is bring us to his right side, jumping to one row to on the back, and then to the, I believe this is wall, stair wall, and then going down, make a right. So this is after I saw my son and my wife to the left, there's a wrong path. I thinking like that. So I want to run to the right side, but I cancel. So we going together to the left through this exit door.
Can everybody see that done? No? Not at all? Okay. The jurors are having a hard time. Some of the jurors are having a hard time seeing that done.
Yeah, it's something to do with the LED screen of the television. I apologize about that. We'll try to get a old school physical pointer for the rest of the trial for you guys. Sorry about that.
I think the red one is better. The red one, no. Same.
All right, well, I guess we'll continue to use the green since some of you can see the green, and then we'll try to get an old school pointer for the rest of the trial.
I can try to dim the lights and see if that helps. You
Oh,
want me to
thanks,
do
Your
that?
Honor. Thanks.
Let's see. We'll try this. All right, try that now, see if it works any better.
And the green one's a better one to use, not the red one.
Okay.
I don't know if that helped the jury at
Can
all.
people see that? No?
No.
Still no? Okay.
All right. Okay, and so then, and then you go out through that exit door,
Yes.
that's towards the top of the diagram.
Yeah.
And where is it that your wife collapses when you're at that point?
So
Oh, hold on. Ms. Tish McGuire, if you're going to have them using that, the jurors need to be able to see it, and all of them need to be able to see it. So either he uses something that everybody sees, or he shouldn't be using it at all.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. All right, I'll ask you to not use the laser pointer. And we'll just go ahead and have you describe. So on that diagram, at the top of the diagram, is there like a little box that goes out towards the right if you're staring at the movie theater screen? And if you could stop using that, it's not you, the jury can't see it, so thank you. That box that's at the top of the, do you see like a box that protrudes from the diagram on the right
yeah,
side?
on the right side, in the front right.
The front right, and you have some blue writing there. Is that the location where your wife collapsed?
Yes, before the exit door.
Okay, and is that the exit door that you went out of to
Yes.
go behind the theater with your wife? All right, so then you are outside on this sidewalk behind the theater with your wife and your son against the wall, and you had told the jury that you were telling them that help was on the way. So how was it that you were finally transported to, or were you transported to any medical facilities?
The first come is not car or ambulance. The first time it came is a police officer. The first time is a male is pointing gun to us. Do not move. Raise your hand like that. So we are scared too. And then after a while, is a female police officer came, and then they calling. Finally, a police car came, and then they asking, "Are you able to go to inside the car?" So I said yes, and then I'm carry my wife to inside the police car. And then inside the police car, I remember is a one female sitting in the front of police car.
And is your family able to go together in this police
Yes,
car?
on the back.
And where do they take you?
At that time, I don't know where.
Did they take you to a hospital?
Yes, to University Hospital.
What happened when you got to University Hospital?
They're rushing us through the wheelchair or gurney bed, and then we go to inside the emergency room. Everybody panic in there because before us is a lot of people already in there, so they leave it us in the hall of emergency room.
And are you able to observe your wife's injuries at this point?
Yeah.
What can you see at that point in time?
The injury, you mean? Yeah, I saw injury on the left arm and then left leg.
Were you able to observe your son's injuries at that point?
Yes, on the left lower back.
And did you have any injuries at that point in time?
I don't feel anything at that time. I just concentrate to my family, not missing each other. I begging to everyone in there to make them close together, because if I'm stay with my son, my wife cannot speak English very well, so my concentrate is divided like that. So I just try to pulling the bed so they can put together like that.
Were you able to keep your family together at that hospital?
Sustained.
Withdrawn. At some point in time, did you realize that you had an injury?
I think the nurse, one of the nurse in the university hospital is show my eyes, my left eye, something wrong with my eyes, but I'm refused to get treatment at that time.
So what did you eventually have to do about your eye?
In the university hospital, I don't get anything until they ask me to sign something if I'm refused to get treatment. So finally, after I know they don't do my wife and my son anything, so I got treatment quickly like that, the X-ray or something.
Did they do anything to your eye at the time?
No, just the X-ray, I mean.
Did they tell you if there was anything wrong with your eye?
Yeah, something, several things inside my eyes, that's all.
Now, was your wife eventually treated at the hospital?
Yes.
And what about your son?
Yes, they bring to room for maybe CT scan or X-ray or something, I don't know. I cannot following to that room. I just waiting outside.
And did both your family members stay at the same hospital, or did they get transferred?
Sustained, and it's cumulative.
At some point in time, were you able to observe your son's injuries?
Yeah, I
What
can
did-
see that.
And what did you observe at the hospital?
Sustained.
And did your wife have to have surgery?
Yes, after they transfer to Denver Hospital, Denver Health Hospital.
And what kind of surgeries did she have to have?
The doctor in emergency room said is
Sustained.
For purposes of medical treatment or diagnosis, Your Honor?
Sustained.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness of what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2559 and 2962?
Yes.
All right, could you please look at the document that's been marked as 2559?
yes.
Okay, do you recognize what that is?
This is a picture myself.
All right, and what does it document?
It's only picture myself with my uniform from my job, a lot of blood, and then I'm carry my wife purse.
Is that a picture that was taken on July 20th of 2012? After the shooting?
Yes, but I don't know who's taking this picture.
But does it fairly and accurately represent what you looked like on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, this is me.
Okay. And then for photograph marked 2962, what is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph to see my left eyes is hurt.
Right. And does that fairly and accurately represent what your eye looked like after the shooting on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2559 and 2962.
Any objection? No. Without objection, 2559 and 2962 are admitted and may be published.
Thanks. And if I could first have Exhibit 2559, please. All right, could you please show for the jury describe for the jury what this photograph is?
This is a picture myself in the University Hospital after they rushing us with the police car, and then
And can you tell the jury what's on your clothing?
yeah, in my clothing is full of blood in my pants and shoe. I believe this is coming from my wife when I'm carry her, including her purse is a lot of blood too in there.
And then if I could please have Exhibit 2962. All right, and if you could please describe for the jury what this photograph's showing.
This is my photo through to show my left eyes is burning, hurting from the theater.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions, Ms. Spengler?
I do not.
Okay. We'll give the jury a moment. Sir, the jury has submitted a question which I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, is appropriate. The question is, where was the shooter when you exited the theater?
Actually, I've never see the shooter where they are standing up.
Okay, any follow-up questions, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Spengler? All right, thank you, sir. May he be released from his subpoena, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection? All right, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
People call Rita Paulina, Your Honor.
Does she need an interpreter, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Yes, Your Honor.
She does. All right, and for the record, it's the same interpreter who was assisting with the last witness, and so I'm going to ask him to translate the oath that I'm about to administer to this witness. Do you solemnly swear? Could you please raise your right hand? Solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, thank you. Please be seated. It's my understanding that you would like the assistance of the interpreter. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask you to answer in Indonesian, okay, and have him translate for you.
Okay.
Can you translate what I just said, please, sir?
Jadi Anda jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia, terus saya terjemahkan bagi Anda.
Okay. Yeah.
Do I need a microphone?
We should give him a microphone. Could you please tell us your name?
Kasih tahu namamu.
Rita Paulina.
Rita Paulina.
The way I want this to go is that I want you to wait until the question is asked and wait till the interpreter has translated the question to Indonesian. Even if you understand the question in English, you should wait until the translation, and then once he has translated the question, I want you to answer the question in Indonesian, and then he will provide the answer in English.
Jadi Anda tunggu sampai pertanyaan ini ditanya, lalu saya menerjemahkannya, dan juga setelah Anda selesai dan memberi jawaban, tunggu dulu sampai saya selesai dalam menerjemahkannya juga.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first name and last name?
Kasih tahu nama Anda dan eja namamu, ya, nama pertama dan nama akhir.
Nama saya Rita Paulina. Spell R-I-T-A and last name P-A-U-L-I-N-A.
My name is Rita Paulina, R-I-T-A-P-A-U-L-I-N-A.
Thank you. Please remember to answer in Indonesian and let him interpret for you, okay?
Ya,
Ms.
bahasa
Tisch-McGuire, you
Indonesia
may
aja.
proceed.
Yeah.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012?
Apakah Anda berada di theater tanggal 19 Juni 2012?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Apakah itu mulai juga hari pagi sekali dari Juni 20?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who did you go to the movies with?
Anda pergi bersama siapa?
Sama suami dan anak.
With my husband and son.
What's your son's name?
Anakmu namanya siapa?
Prodeo Patria.
Prodeo
Patria.
Patria.
And what is your husband's name?
Nama suamimu?
Anggiat Mora.
Anggiat Mora.
What movie were you going to see?
Apa movie-nya?
Batman.
Batman.
Do you know what time you went to the movie that night?
Tahu nggak jam berapa Anda pergi ke bioskop itu?
10.30.
At 10:30.
What did you do when you got to the movie theater?
Apa yang Anda lakukan pada waktu tiba di sana?
Masuk ke dalam, duduk, dan lihat-lihat.
We went inside, we sat around and looked around.
And at some point in time, did the movie begin?
Pada suatu waktu itu mulai movie-nya.
Jam 12.05.
At 12:05.
And what happened when you were watching your movie?
Apa yang terjadi pada waktu itu?
Asik nonton aja.
We were just looking at the previews and then the movie.
And did something unusual happen during your movie?
Ada sesuatu yang luar biasa yang terjadi pada waktu itu.
Ya, kayak kembang api dari ujung sana ke tengah.
It looked like fireworks that went from one corner to our left back.
What happened after you thought that there were fireworks going across the theater?
Apa yang terjadi sesudah kelihatannya ada kembang api itu?
Ya serius, nggak mau perhatikan itu, nonton aja.
In the beginning, we didn't think it was serious, so we just looked back at the movie.
All right, and then after you look back at the movie, what do you remember happening after that?
Terus sesudah itu apa yang terjadi?
Setelah suami saya bilang kalau itu tembakan beneran, ada penembak.
But my husband said, that is a real shot, those are real shooting.
And what happened after your husband told you that?
Sesudah itu apa yang dia katakan?
Dia suruh saya tengkurap di bawah sama anak saya.
He told us to really lay down underneath the seat.
Tapi saya sama anak saya nggak mau nurut.
But in the beginning, we didn't want to follow his advice.
Why didn't you want to follow your husband's advice?
Kenapa tidak mau mengikuti?
Nah, lagi serius nonton.
Because we were watching the movie.
So it's a good movie until then.
Pada waktu itu masih bagus ya movie.
Saya lagi nunggu Batman datang tapi nggak datang-datang.
I was waiting for Batman, but he didn't come.
So, what happened after your husband said that to you?
Jadi apa yang terjadi sesudah Anda dipaksa?
Setelah 3 kali paksa, saya nurut. Saya tarik anak saya jongkok di bawah.
After he said it 3 times, I followed his advice and we all lay down.
And what did you notice as you were going down to the ground? Did you observe anything around you happening in the theater?
Apakah yang Anda perhatikan pada waktu tengkurup itu di bawah?
Berisik, suara tembakan, mata pedas, batuk-batuk.
There's a lot of noise. There's sound of gunshots. There was smoke, and we started coughing.
Right? And what could you see anything when you were down on the ground?
Apakah Anda bisa lihat sesuatu pada waktu tengkurup?
Enggak.
No.
And what else do you remember when you were down on the ground?
Apalagi yang diingat pada waktu itu?
Saya tinggal nunggu aba-aba dari suami saya aja.
I was just waiting what my husband would tell me to do.
Right? And do you recall hearing anything else while you were down on the ground?
Pada waktu itu masih mendengar sesuatu yang lain?
Ya, dengar orang teriak-teriak, tapi saya nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
I heard people yelling, but I wasn't able to do anything.
Did you observe anything about the people that were sitting next to you while you were on the ground?
Apakah Anda melihat apa yang orang di sebelahmu melakukan?
Enggak.
No.
Do you recall ever seeing somebody next to your son do anything?
Apakah Anda lihat seseorang yang di sebelah anakmu melakukan sesuatu?
Saya tahunya dia udah tengkurap sampai anak saya.
All I saw was that person also lay down next to my son.
And then, what happened? What did your husband tell you to do next?
Apalagi yang suami Anda mengatakan?
Kalau saya suruh lari, lari katanya.
He said, if I tell you to run, run.
And at some point in time, did your husband tell you to run?
Dan pada suatu waktu dia mengatakan lari.
Ya, lari bersama-sama.
Yes, we ran together.
Right, and how did you run?
Bagaimana Anda berlari?
Anak saya lari loncat kursi ke belakang.
So my son stepped over the chair and went to the back row.
Right, and did you follow your son?
Apakah Anda ikut dia?
Iya.
Yes.
Where did you go?
Kemana Anda pergi?
Turun ke bawah.
We went down.
And lari ke belakang.
And we ran to the back.
And when you say the back, do you mean back towards the movie theater entrance? Like the front of the theater?
Apakah Anda maksudnya lari ke depan bioskop itu atau ke belakang?
Ke belakang pintu masuk.
We ran to the back.
Like back towards the lobby of the theater?
Jadi menuju ke lobby?
Iya.
Yes.
And what did you see when you ran that way?
Apakah Anda lihat pada waktu lari ke sana?
Waktu lari saya lihat ada orang berdiri dengan pegang stick panjang.
I saw a man who was standing there that was holding something long.
What did you do when you saw a man there standing something long, holding something long?
Apakah yang Anda perbuat pada waktu melihat orang itu?
Suruh anak saya muter balik.
So I told my son to go back, to turn around.
Did your son listen to you?
Apakah dia ikut?
Iya.
Yes.
Did you follow your son?
Apakah Anda mengikuti dia?
Iya.
Yes.
And where did you go after that?
Terus kemana?
Ke pintu exit.
To the exit.
And what happened as you were going along the exit? How did you walk?
Jadi pada waktu berlari apa yang terjadi pada waktu menuju ke exit?
Nggak tahu lagi, pokoknya asal lari.
I didn't know. I just ran.
Was there a wall around where you were running?
Ada tembok di sebelah situ.
Ya, ke masuk ke exit.
Yes, there was a wall going toward the exit.
Were you running out close to the edge of that wall?
Jadi Anda berlari dekat-dekat tembok itu?
Ya.
Yes.
And what happened as you were running out? Did anything happen to you?
Apa yang terjadi terhadap Anda sendiri pada waktu lari?
Waktu saya berlari, saya bilang suami saya, kenapa tangan saya begini kayak zombie?
When I was running, I asked my husband, what happened to my arm? It's like a zombie.
And when you say that, what do you mean?
Artinya apa?
Suami saya bilang, lari aja, nggak usah pikirin tangan.
My husband said, just run, don't think about your arm.
Was your arm hurting at the time?
Sakit pada waktu itu?
Panas aja.
It felt warm.
And did it feel weird? Did it feel loose?
Aneh rasanya.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt weird.
And so your husband told you not to worry about your arm?
Jadi dia bilang jangan pikirkan itu,
Ya,
lari.
dia suruh saya lari, tapi toto saya mau lari, saya terjatuh.
Yes, he told me to run, but while I was running, I fell.
Okay, and why'd you fall?
Kenapa Anda jatuh?
Baru sadar kaki saya ketembak.
I just realized that my foot was shot too.
And so you fell to the ground?
Jadi Anda jatuh ke tanah?
Iya.
Yes.
Could you describe the location in the theater where you fell?
Coba cerita di mana Anda jatuh.
Waktu pas mau ke pintunya exit.
Just as I was about to exit.
And you collapsed to the ground?
Dan Anda jatuh di tanah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now where's your family at this point in time when you collapsed to the ground?
Di mana keluarga Anda pada saat itu?
Saya pas di belakang saya, anak saya lagi mau nolong orang.
My husband was in the back of me and my son was helping another person in front of me.
And where were you able to do at that time?
Dan apakah Anda bisa berbuat pada saat itu?
Saya udah bilang suami saya tinggalin saya sini, lari aja sama anak saya rela mati di sini.
I told my husband, just leave me here. You go run out with my son. I'm ready to die here.
And did your husband do that?
Apakah dia berbuat itu?
Suami saya bilang, jangan, kita janji mau pulang ke Indonesia tahun depan.
My husband said, no, we promised we'd go together back to Indonesia next year.
So what did your husband do?
Jadi apa yang dilakukan?
Dia coba nolong saya, ditarik saya belakang begini.
He tried to pull me with my hands up, and he pulled me so I was going backwards.
And were you able to get carried out of the theater that way?
Apakah dia bisa membawa Anda dengan cara itu?
Karena berat, saya ditarik. Ya, bisa.
Yeah, because it felt heavy, but I was pulled that way.
And Your Honor, the record should reflect that the witness and the interpreter both lifted their hands over their head as to indicate that she was getting pulled and dragged backwards.
Yes.
Thank you. So were you able to get out of the theater?
Jadi bisa keluar dari.
Keluar dari situ baru dia gendong dari belakang.
Yes, just as I was out of the door, then he started to carry me on his back.
Were you able to get out of the theater that way, being carried on your back? His
Jadi
back?
sesudah itu sudah keluar baru digendong gitu ya?
Iya.
Yes.
And what happened when you got outside?
Apa yang terjadi waktu di luar?
Di luar setelah dicapek gendong saya, ditaruh saya di lantai.
Outside, when he was too tired to carry me any further, he put me on the ground.
And what did you see when you were outside on the ground?
Apa yang Anda lihat pada waktu duduk di lantai?
Saya nggak ngeliat apa-apa karena saya nahan sakit. Saya berdoa sama Tuhan kalau saya mati supaya saya masuk surga.
I didn't do anything. I was too tired. I was laying down. I prayed to God that if I would die there, He would take me to heaven.
And what did you observe your son doing at that time?
Apakah yang Anda lihat anakmu melakukan?
Anak saya sempat ngeliat saya udah begini. Terus, Dad, Mama mati ya?
And the son was looking at the mother and saw that she was laying down with her tongue out, and he asked his dad, "Is she dead?"
Atok tuh mengisan. No, I pray to God.
But I told my son, no, I was praying to God.
Now, were you able to observe anyone else who was injured outside while you were on the sidewalk?
Ada orang lain yang kelihatan di luar yang juga luka?
Anak saya.
Yes, the person that was helped by my son.
So your son actually had helped another person out of the theater.
Jadi dia menolong orang lain keluar dari theater.
Ya, saya sempat protes. Anak saya nolong orang, saya nggak ditolong.
Yeah, I protested. I said to my son, "You help others, you didn't help your mother."
And what could you observe about the injuries that the person your son was helping? How was that person injured?
Lukanya seperti apa dari orang yang ditolong anakmu itu?
Kakinya sebelah kanan kayaknya parah, nggak bisa jalan.
Yeah, that person had a bad wound on her right leg. I don't know his or her, and couldn't walk.
And could you tell if that person was male or female?
Oh, itu laki perempuan?
Yang luka laki, yang perempuan kurus, makanya nggak bisa jalan sendiri, jadi bantu anak saya.
Okay, the injured person was a man, but there was another woman next to it. And just an explanation, in Indonesian you don't make a distinction between his or her, so that's why there is no distinction. They don't
In Indonesian?
In Indonesian. So.
Thank you. So, how long were you on the sidewalk outside?
Berapa lama Anda di lantai, di luar?
Nggak ingat sampai datang polisi.
I don't remember until the police came.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1154?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that document?
Apakah Anda ingat itu dokumen itu?
Ingat.
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize the handwriting on that?
Apakah Anda tahu tulisan siapa itu?
Ya.
Yes.
Whose handwriting is it?
Siapakah yang menulis itu?
Di sini yang datang sama Lisa terus.
The one who wrote this is the one who came together with us home.
So did you meet with myself and some members of my office and an interpreter at your house to draw that diagram?
Excuse me, she answered. I was telling you, and then you wrote it down.
And is it possible that that's actually your handwriting, that I didn't write it down?
Apakah itu tulisanmu atau tulisan orang lain?
Tantanganku ini, namaku.
I wrote my name down there, but that's it.
And did you draw on the diagram where you were seated in the theater?
Apakah Anda itu yang menggambar yang lain-lain?
Iya, ini saya.
Yes, I located the place where we were.
And were you able to demonstrate your exit path from the theater?
Dan Anda juga menunjukkan bagaimana caranya keluar.
Iya, tulisan ini aja bukan saya sama ini.
There are a few notations that are not mine.
But are those notations, do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater that night on July 20th of 2012?
Apakah tulisan itu benar atau tidak apa yang terjadi?
Iya, benar.
Yeah, it's correct.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1154.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think there's a lack of foundation in terms of what else is on the exhibit and how it got there. So I'll let you establish more foundation.
Okay. When I came to your house, did I come to your house before to meet with you to interview you about what
Apakah
happened
dia
to
itu
you?
datang ke rumahmu untuk mewawancara tentang hal ini?
Iya.
Yes.
Okay. And did we ask you to notate on that diagram where you were seated in the theater?
Apakah mereka minta supaya Anda menunjukkan di mana Anda berduduk pada waktu itu?
Ya,
Yes.
menceritakan kejadiannya di mana.
And I was telling them what happened.
And did you do that with the assistance of an Indonesian interpreter?
Apakah itu dilakukan dengan penerjemah Indonesia?
Ya.
Yes.
Is everything on that diagram something either that you wrote or something that you asked the interpreter to write on that diagram?
Jadi seluruhnya itu adalah ada yang Anda tulis atau penerjemah Anda yang nulis.
Overruled. You're asking if everything on the diagram is something she wrote or the interpreter wrote in front of her, right?
Correct, Your Honor, with her observing and her direction.
Right, that doesn't call for speculation. That's calling for her to say whether she observed that. So she can answer the question.
Jadi apakah Anda melihat bahwa yang ditulis itu adalah Anda atau penerjemah Anda?
Penerima saya yang nulis, saya ngasih tahu karena saya nggak bisa nulis bahasa Inggris.
Yeah, my interpreter wrote it down because I cannot write in English, but he did exactly what I asked him.
And does that diagram fairly and accurately represent exactly where you were seated in the theater, where you entered the theater, where you exited the theater, and your exit path?
Jadi apakah itu benar bahwa Anda duduk di sana, caranya Anda masuk, cara Anda keluar, itu semua benar?
Iya, ini semua kejadiannya benar.
Yes, it all is correct.
With that additional foundation, the objection is overruled and the exhibit is admitted and may be published.
Jadi itu disetujui sama hakim.
Right, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with this pointer in hopes that this will work instead of the laser pointer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, Ms. Paulina, I will approach up here.
Let's give her a microphone.
Okay.
Do we have one of the handheld microphones? We don't have any more microphones. I don't want you to get any ideas that we have like a whole supply of microphones. We keep pulling out microphones.
Here, you can use this.
Right,
May the witness approach her?
yes, she may, as long as she keeps her voice up and she speaks into the microphone.
Jadi bicara ya, langsung ke mikrofon.
Bahasa Inggris.
Bahasa Indonesia saya terjemahkan.
Oke, saya duduk di sini
I sat here
and turun dari sini
and I went down that path
and lari ke sini.
and ran that way.
Terus karena saya lihat ada orang di sana, muter lagi balik ke sini.
Because we turned to the right, and then when I saw another person, we went back.
And could you show the jury where you saw the other person when you went back?
Coba tunjukkan di mana Anda melihat orang lain itu sampai Anda berbalik.
Di ujung sini lah, pintu masuk.
We saw him at that point at the entry.
So the jury can understand, basically, that's a hallway that goes kind of underneath those seats. Is that correct?
Jadi ada perjalanan yang terjadi di bawah kursi-kursi itu, benar?
Ya, lari mestinya di ujung sini, mestinya pintu masuk.
Yeah, underneath there is a pathway out with the entry door.
And does that go back to the lobby of the theater?
Apakah itu kembali ke lobby dari
Ya,
theater?
ini kan pintu masuk.
Yeah, that's the
Jadi
entry.
orangnya berdiri di sini, dia bisa ngelihat orang keluar dari sini, bisa ngelihat orang keluar dari sini.
So that person stood in a corner, so he was able to see the people on the right side and also see all the way down.
And can you describe that person? And when you saw...
Hold on. It doesn't call for speculation, and it's also untimely, so overruled on both grounds. Go ahead.
When you saw that person in the hall, how would you describe the person that you saw?
Pada waktu melihat orang itu di hall, coba cerita apa yang Anda lihat.
Ya, dia megang stick panjang, kayak nggak tahu itu pistol atau apa, pokoknya bagi saya gelap, panjang.
It was dark, but I saw him carrying something that was long. I don't know what it was.
And did anything concern you about that person?
Apakah itu mengkhawatirkan Anda pada waktu itu?
Ya, karena dia sendirian di situ.
Yes, because he was there by himself.
All right, so what did you then do after seeing that person there?
Jadi apa yang Anda lakukan sesudah melihat orang itu?
Saya suruh anak saya putar balik, makanya lari ke sini.
So I told my son to turn back, so we ran back away from him.
And could you use that pointer to show how close to the wall you ran when you ran back out to the other exit?
Coba tunjukkan sampai dekat, sampai di mana dari tembok itu Anda lari
Waktu ngeliat orang itu.
waktu melihat orang itu.
Ya, sampai sekitar sini, terus saya suruh lari ke sini.
Yes, I ran down.
And could you use that pointer to describe where it was that you collapsed?
Di mana Anda jatuh? Kasih unjuk tempatnya.
Pas di sini.
Right there.
All right, and could you then use the laser pointer to show how you exited the theater?
Jadi tunjukkan bagaimana Anda bisa keluar.
Oh, suami saya tarik saya ke sini.
So my husband and I went out that door.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take your seat again. Thank you. So after you were outside the theater and you were on the sidewalk, what happened? Did any emergency personnel come to take you to get some help?
Jadi sesudah keluar dan tidur di lantai itu, apakah ada orang lain yang datang?
Itu polisi.
Yeah, the police.
Dia bilang angkat tangan.
He told us to hold our hands up.
Saya bilang saya nggak peduli, mau tembak lagi silakan.
I said, I don't care. If you want to shoot me again, shoot me.
What did the police do after you did that?
Apakah yang polisi lakukan sesudah Anda melihat itu?
Karena dilihat saya berdarah, terus saya tergeletak, dibilang korban.
So he saw me in blood, so then he realized I was a victim.
And what did he do after that?
Apakah dia lakukan sesudah itu?
Dia bilang suruh tunggu, dia ngecek ke dalam.
So he said to wait, and he went inside.
Right, and was anyone ever able to come help you?
Apakah ada orang lain yang menolong Anda?
Datang polisi lagi mau nolong.
And not long thereafter, there was more police that came to help.
All right, and did someone take you in their police car?
Ada orang yang membawa Anda?
Ya, masuk mobil polisi.
Yeah, he carried me into his police car.
And did your family come with you?
Apakah keluarga juga ikut?
Iya.
Yes.
Where did you go?
Kemana?
Saya udah nggak tahu lagi karena sakit. Sakit.
I don't know where because I was hurting.
Did you go to a hospital?
Pergi ke rumah sakit.
Setelah di rumah sakit baru saya tahu itu di rumah sakit.
After I was in the hospital, did I realize I was in a hospital.
And what injuries did you sustain?
Jadi lukanya apa aja?
Tangan kiri saya 2 peluru.
There were 2 bullets in my left arm
Dan kaki 1.
and 1 bullet in my leg.
And what leg?
Yang mana?
Kiri.
Left leg.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2963, 4592, 4596, 4598, and 4599.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jadi ada 4 bukti.
All right, Ms. Paulina, if you could please tell me the number that's on the first photograph that I showed you, and tell me if you recognize that photograph.
Coba kasih tahu nomor apa yang di bukti pertama itu, dan apakah Anda tahu itu foto tentang siapa?
Iya, ini foto saya, nomornya 2963.
This is my picture. The number is 29 what?
63.
Oh, 63.
And what does that picture show?
Apakah yang dipetunjukkan?
Ini kayaknya belum diapa-apain, masih cuma diobatin aja.
That is me, but I had not received treatment at that time.
And is it just a picture of you, or does it depict any injuries?
Apakah itu menunjukkan luka-lukamu?
Udah dikorban.
Yeah, they had dressed it. I mean, they put proper covering on it and gave me a little bit of medicine.
All right, and if you could tell us about and does that fairly and accurately represent what you look like after the shooting on July 20th of 2012?
Apakah itu menunjukkan Anda benar-benar itu Anda?
Iya.
Yes.
Okay. If you could tell us about the next number of the photograph?
Nomornya apa?
4592.
4592.
All right, and what does that photograph depict?
Apa yang terlihat di
Ini
situ?
operasi kedua.
This is my second operation.
All right, and what does it show?
Apakah yang ditunjukkan
Dia ngeluarin
pelurunya?
bukan
Berapa?
pinnya satu.
They were taking out a pin.
From what body part?
Dari mana? From my arm.
And your right arm or your left arm?
Tangan kiri, tangan kanan.
Kiri.
Left.
And did that fairly and accurately represent where your injuries look
Apakah
like
itu
after the
benar-benar
shooting?
menunjukkan apa yang terjadi?
Iya.
Yes.
And what's the next photograph number?
Berikutnya apa? Nomornya?
4596.
4596.
All right, and what does that picture show?
Apa yang ditunjukkan?
Kaki saya kena tembak.
My leg with the bullet wound.
And which leg?
Kaki yang mana?
Kiri.
My left leg.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what your leg looked like after the shooting on July 20th of 2012?
Apakah itu foto akurat dan benar?
Iya.
Yes.
You could tell us about the next photograph?
Berikutnya,
Ini
nomornya?
4598.
4598.
What does that photograph show?
Apa yang ditunjukkan di situ?
Operasi pertama, habis operasi pertama.
That's after my first operation.
And what is that picture showing?
Apa yang ditunjukkan di situ?
Ya ditunjukin kalau saya sudah operasi
It just shows that I had an operation
sama kembaran saya.
On what part? Body part?
on di tangan mana?
Tangan kiri.
On my left hand arm.
And what about the next photograph?
Yang berikutnya apa?
4599.
4599.
What does that photograph show?
Apa yang ditunjukkan di situ?
Ini tangan kiri saya yang kena tembak 2 tembakan.
That showed my left arm after it had been shot twice.
Sebelum dia papain dokter.
Before the doctor did anything.
Does that fairly and accurately represent what your injuries looked like after the shooting on July 20th of 2012?
Apa itu benar-benar menunjukkan apa luka Anda?
Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2963, 4592, 4596, 4598, 4599.
Any objection?
Objection to 2963 and 4598. No further objection to the other 3.
Okay, those exhibits are admitted and may be published.
All right, if I could please first have 2963. All right, Ms. Paulina, if you could please describe for the jury what this picture shows.
Coba tunjukkan apa yang ditunjukkan foto itu.
Ya, tangan kiri saya diobati.
So my left arm was medicated.
If I could please have 4592.
Operasi kedua.
All right, and what does that photograph depict?
This is the second operation.
And what body part is that again?
Tangan
Iya, tangan kiri.
This is my left arm.
All right, and if I could please have 4596.
Kaki kiri saya.
You could describe for the jury what that photograph shows.
This is my left leg.
And if I could please have 4598. Please describe for the jury what that photograph shows.
Operasi pertama.
This is right after the first operation.
And again, what body part is that?
Di tangan kiri.
Tangan kiri.
On my left arm.
Please have 4599. Please describe for the jury what that photograph shows.
Coba tunjukkan apa yang ini.
Ini waktu pertama kena tembak belum dia papain dokter.
It's the photo after I was shot where the doctor had not done anything.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions, Ms. Spengler?
No questions.
And it doesn't appear like the jury has any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena, Ms. Tish-McGuire?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you're welcome.
Get the microphone back from him, please. Thank you. Members of the jury, we've been at this for a while, so let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Let's take 20 minutes. Please keep all of my admonitions in mind and follow all of them during the break. But otherwise, enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes.
Please rise.
What are you asking? Cheryl.
And right now, court in recess till about 3:40 this afternoon here in Colorado. Jurors hearing emotional testimony again in this afternoon session.
Reflect that we are
Hearing
now outside the
from a
presence
mother,
of the jury. Everyone may
father,
be
and
seated.
son. Let's just take a quick listen to the courtroom, see what kind of
Let me just follow up on a
administrative
couple
work
of the
the judge
objections
needs
that
to
I
handle.
ruled on. With respect to the objection to a question that Ms. Titch McGuire asked, I think it was of Mr. Mora. The question was, what kind of surgery did your wife have to have? And there was an objection as to hearsay that I sustained, and the response was that this was a statement for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment. That hearsay exception appears at Rule 803, subsection 4, or 8034, and that refers to statements that are made for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment and describing medical history or past or present symptoms, pain, or sensations, or the inception or general character of the cause or external source thereof, insofar as reasonably pertinent to diagnosis or treatment. And this was a question about what Mr. Mora's wife had said to him, as I understood it, about what kind of surgery his wife had to have, or what someone else said to him. So it wasn't a statement being made by someone to a medical person, to a doctor, for purposes of diagnosis or treatment. It was a statement, out-of-court statement, that was apparently made to Mr. Mora about his wife's medical condition. So that exception doesn't apply. That's why.
All right, again, that is Judge Carlos Zamora dealing with some administrative issues. At times, the defense has objected to a lot of the evidence that was admitted, saying that it was hearsay, saying that it could emotionally sway the jurors, not so much on fact, but on hearsay. But the judge is saying that these objections are unfounded because these different pieces of evidence are reflections of the crime that was committed that evening. So therefore, he's going to allow it. So right now, the judge is spending some time in the courtroom explaining exactly where he's coming from and why it's appropriate that this testimony, these questions be asked. Also, this afternoon session, we did hear the jury ask a number of questions to individuals, mainly asking about some of the details inside the theater shooting at the time. Were the lights on when they were shot? Did they see the gunman at the time? And that perhaps will be important later on, because there will be some arguments that the gunman deliberately targeted people he saw running, women and children. So that's all part of the narrative that the jury's going to pay attention to. In the last 2 hours or so, we heard testimony from a family that went to that midnight showing. It's a father, a son, and a mother. They were in the theater at the time, and at least the mother and son did have some injuries. The mother, the most seriously injured. We want to listen to some history from the son, who talks about what happened that day. His name is Prodeo, and his last name is Patria. And he was 14 years old at the time. This is by far the youngest victim that we have heard from. He's 17 years old now, but he's 14 years old at the time. But the thing which is pretty remarkable is the clarity in which he remembers what happened that evening. In fact, like so many people there, he perhaps thought this was a joke, was perhaps a stunt, but his father tells him that this is very serious. This is the real thing. So let's listen to 17-year-old Prodeo Patria. He talks about exiting the movie theater. Let's listen.
I forget how much time after that, but my father told me to, now it's time to run. So I got up and started going towards my right and going down the stairs. And I initially planned to go out the original entrance. But my mother told me that there was someone in front of us, so I made a U-turn and ran towards the right exit, and that's when I first felt a gunfire hit me. A gunshot hit me.
And what happened when you felt that? What did you feel?
I just felt something hit me in my lower left back, but I kept running. And once we hit the exit, we met with another group of people. I couldn't tell how many until we opened the door, and I found that it was another couple. Yes.
And what happened when you got to that door and saw the other couple?
I saw that the man was injured and he needed help, so his female friend was on one side and I was on the other side, and we helped him walk through. And after we set him down in the corner, I looked back to find that my mother was on my father's back with a lot of blood on her body.
Prodeo Patria, as he was discussing what happened that evening. We're straightening out the courts here. John Ferrugia, investigative reporter here at 7 News, joining us. And John, one question that we have been getting from viewers, but there is a logical explanation, is why are we hearing from every single witness as to exactly what they saw when really the crime itself is not up for dispute?
Well, I think, first of all, that the prosecution, George Brockler, has to first of all prove what happened, whether it's not disputed or not. He's got to say, here's what happened, here's exactly what happened. And I think as he builds his case, the foundation of his case has to spotlight and show the planning, the amount of ammunition, the idea of the number of weapons. All of this is going to lay the basis for this meticulous planning that James Holmes did. So he's got to have the basis. He starts backwards. He starts from the event itself and then works his way backwards. The other thing that's really, really important here is that you've got a jury, you've got 24, we know 12 of them are alternates. You've got 24 people that probably don't have a lot of experience with firearms. I mean, some of them may, some of them may not. Most people have no idea what this type of weapon will do. And you have
the intensity of it.
The intensity of it. And the fact is that you're talking about a shotgun with buckshot, which are like large or small ball bearings in a round that and you've heard some of the testimony where they actually shred the body. You have an assault rifle, an AR-15, which has a 223 round in it, which is basically a hunting round, and hunting rifles use a 223 round as well. But that round will go through not only you and me, but the seat behind us and the wall behind us. It's a very high-powered round. And so people don't have any sense of what that actually does to people, what it actually does to the human body. And so he's got to show the jurors the horrific nature of this crime and the fact that this individual was so motivated to not just harm people, but to kill them, and then to go backwards and say, okay, now how did he plan all this? And this person, no one who's insane could go through these steps methodical to bring us to this crime.
It requires someone to have a presence in order to do that. So throughout the morning's proceedings, and then again this afternoon, jurors have asked a number of questions. And the ones that strike me are to the individual witnesses. Did you see the gunman? Were the lights on in the movie theater at the time? And my deduction, my assumption from all of this is that the jury wants to know if these people perhaps felt specifically targeted or if the shooting was just a random crime, because the defense attorneys will say that he was in such a rage at the time he just opened fire, whereas prosecutors are going to say there were some deliberate, calculated choices.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're also I think there's a curiosity, or within a trial, could you identify this guy? I mean, did you actually see him? Where was he, and were the lights on? And that's the way I also interpreted it.
Sure.
But also, yeah, did you see him look at you, and did he shoot you? I think there's no question that when you, just from our early reporting, the people shot in the front row, immediately shot in the front row. I mean, he targeted them, and the psychiatrist's interview that we heard in the opening statements, he talked about getting people, shooting people as they were running for the doors.
Right, and that's why, I mean, interrupt you, but that's why the map and that diorama almost are so pivotal in all of this, because at times, the witnesses have been asked to stand up and point, or using the laser pointer or their hands, exactly where they were, towards those exit ways.
Well, and the other thing is, if you remember in the opening statements, and you might remember this, there was a very, I think it was in the booklet, in the notebook, and he talked about which theaters had the fewest exits.
And he scoped that out
and
before.
He scoped it out before, and he laid it out very clearly, and I think that was one of the key parts of the opening statement in terms of intent, and could someone be insane who was simply planning this, not based on I'm just going to go to the theater and start shooting, but I've got to get the right theater, I've got to have the fewest exits, I've got to have blocked doors. I mean, this guy really went through it, as the prosecutor is saying, and really planned this out. So I think those questions really are focused on that as well.
Right, and we have some witness testimony that we'll play real briefly. Erica, is it possible for us to use the shorter soundbite from Prodeo talking about being in the cop car? Is that possible, or do we need to wait on for a minute?
Yeah,
but we want to hear some. We're going to listen to some testimony real
Yeah.
quickly that kind of talks about some of the things we just talked about that illustrate that.
Yeah.
So let's listen again to now 17-year-old Prodeo Patria.
Patria, yeah.
There was some policemen that came, and we asked them if there was going to be an ambulance, but they said there wasn't enough room for the ambulance, so instead they brought us inside a police car and they drove us to the hospital.
Do you remember anything about that ride to the hospital?
Yes, all three of us were in it, and there was another person in front of us, and it was a pretty rapid ride down the highway.
17-year-old Prodeo Patria talking about once he left the theater, but earlier he was talking about just about the awareness of the exits and the fact that gunfire was coming from particular places. So another thing which I think our viewers may find interesting, those of us in the courtroom may kind of take this for granted, having covered trials, but the defense not once questioned any of the witnesses thus far, and that's deliberate.
Yeah, it's very deliberate. All the defense can do right now is object, and what the defense is objecting to is saying, well, this is prejudicial. The 911 calls, all these photographs of these horrible wounds, all of this attendant information that you're showing, that you're just deluging the jurors with. This is just overkill, if you will. I mean, it's just awful. It's terrible and it's prejudicial, and you're just trying to inflame the jury. That's all they can really do is object right now. But what defense attorney in their right mind is going to cross-examine a witness who is a victim? It's not going to happen.
It's a no-win situation. Yeah. And I don't think it's surprising that the judge is siding with the prosecution that these be admitted. Again, defense attorneys are going to feel that this is going to sway someone in an emotional way as opposed to a factual way. But at the end of the day, these pictures, these 911 calls, are prime evidence.
Well, but be clear, when the defense takes the floor here, or in front of the jury, I mean, what they're going to try to engender is sympathy for their client. I mean, this is all about this poor man. I mean, he's a tortured man. We saw that in the opening statements. I mean, he's a tortured man. He has all of these problems. He has genetic inclination for mental illness. He has a family history, and this poor man just simply didn't know what he was doing. So, I mean, the sympathy idea is going to be played out very, very heavily on the other side as well. But look, you can't go to a murder trial where this number of people are killed and injured and not show the jury photographs of the horrific crime. That's just part of a trial.
Right. Some of the most gripping testimony we heard this afternoon is from a woman named Rita Paulina. She is the mother of Prodeo Patria, and I mean, not only did we hear fear, but I mean, I think she was so distraught that she almost wanted to give up in her effort to get out. In fact, her husband actually put her on his back and physically carried her until he just was worn out. So let's listen to her testimony real briefly before we go back to court.
Baru sadar kaki saya ketembak.
I just realized that my foot was shot too.
And so you fell to the ground?
Jadi Anda jatuh ke tanah.
Iya.
Yes.
Could you describe the location in the theater where you fell?
Coba cerita di mana Anda jatuh.
Waktu pas mau ke pintunya exit.
Just as I was about to exit.
And you collapsed to the ground?
And Anda jatuh di tanah. Yes.
Now, where's your family at this point in time when you collapsed to the ground?
Di mana keluarga Anda pada saat itu?
Saya pas di belakang saya, anak saya lagi mau nolong orang.
My husband was in the back of me, and my son was helping another person in front of me.
And where were you able to do at that time?
Dan apakah Anda bisa berbuat pada saat itu?
Saya udah bilang suami saya tinggalin saya sini, lari aja sama anak saya rela mati di sini.
I told my husband, just leave me here. You go run out with my son. I'm ready to die here.
Okay, that was again Rita Paulina talking about her escape from the movie theater that evening. It's about 3:32, I guess our recess will last about 8 more minutes. We'll talk about some of the testimony, some of the evidence, but again, I think it's worth pointing out just how efficient Judge Mora has been through all of this. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of witnesses who met, many of whom will tell some similar stories, but the judge is keeping things orderly and is really sticking to a schedule, which is a necessity in this.
Yeah, and if you compare this trial, and some of you probably remember years ago in the O.J. Simpson trial, which was a district court in California.
And was broadcast on television.
And broadcast on television live, day after day after day. You really felt like the judge in that case, his name was Ito, I believe, he really lost control of the courtroom. And it was really, I mean, you could tell if you were just anybody watching, you could say that, that there was a lot of disarray in that courtroom. This judge, Mora, I mean, he is very, very straightforward. He's very, very quick to act. He has in total control of the courtroom, and he's just very, very professional. And I mean, regardless of all of the worldwide coverage or media coverage, it's what's going on in the courtroom. He's very much in control of it.
And I mean, what's the biggest challenge he faces right now? Is it conduct by the prosecutors as they're interviewing witnesses to make sure no one goes too far, or is it just maintaining overall decorum? As we've seen in other high-profile trials, the attorneys have almost taken over.
Yeah, in the case of the O.J. Simpson trial, you saw the attorneys both sides, taking over. I was also in the Oklahoma City bombing trials. McVeigh and Nichols here in Denver, and you had Judge Mage, a federal judge, who was somewhat like, I mean, this judge is somewhat like Mage. Very straightforward, very attentive. If you repeated something, he would look up and say, let's move on. I mean, this judge is not allowing people to just go on and on and on. It's, okay, let's move forward, let's keep things going, say what you need to say, and then you're out. And I think that's really what the judge has to do here. I mean, he really has to make sure, and I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so but just in watching trials, he has to make very sure that the things run on time, that there's not a lot of superfluous activity among the lawyers. He has to keep control of the court, and this judge is doing it very well.
I also want to point out that I've been emailing with Marshall Zellinger, who's in the courtroom, and especially this morning, there was some very heavy-duty testimony, and I asked him, did jurors express emotion? And he said when Katie Medley was testifying, there was emotion, and some people began to tear up when Caleb Medley, who is now in a wheelchair, came into the courtroom. So I just wanted to mention that, because we really just don't know the jurors' reactions.
Right. One thing also I think is interesting here is that while we're seeing all this emotion, and we're seeing all this emotional testimony, and we're seeing these horrific wounds, and we're seeing all of this, remember that this also plays into the defense, because the defense will say, look, this person went into a theater, he wasn't targeting anybody, he didn't know anybody there, he didn't pick out a victim and out of anger or hatred, or
he didn't have the emotional faculties.
He didn't have any emotional faculties to do any of that. In fact, he was insane. And so the whole idea is, who would do that? What kind of a person, could a sane person actually go into a movie theater, fully armored with all these weapons, not know a soul in there, and target them? And why would somebody do that? And of course, that's going to be the narrative they're going to use to say, look, no sane person could do that. And then they're going to obviously bring up his background, et cetera.
Right. Much of the evidence that's been presented by the prosecution will also be used to defend the client. So it's really it's going to be a question of interpretation and who makes the better argument.
Well, especially the notebook.
Right.
Which we
have not really seen thus far.
Not a lot of it, but we saw some of it in the opening statements, and you're seeing two different views of that notebook. The prosecution saying, oh, it's meticulous planning, and the defense is saying, well, these are the ramblings of an insane man. And I think you're going to see a lot of that, a lot of the same issues used in different ways by both sides.
So the notebook will obviously be key in this trial. Also, which we have seen this afternoon, in fact, for the first time was used by a witness, was this model of inside the movie theater and also outside to show where vehicles were parked. And for the first time today, 17-year-old Prodeo Patria was the first witness to be called to point to different things on that model. Let's listen to his testimony.
So we entered the theater from, I guess you know. So from, if you were to go under here, there would be a double door entrance, and we went over here, and we started to find seats around this area.
Okay, and could you use your laser pointer to kind of show them where your seats were in that area?
Somewhere around here.
Okay. And can you kind of describe for them where you were crouching down when you heard the gunfire?
So,
right there.
All right, we're going to go back live to the courtroom. It looks like both public defenders and prosecutors are here. I assume that we are going to hear from more witnesses. Let's take a listen in right now. Oh, no one's at the microphone.
Please. The record should reflect that juror number 155 is now present in the courtroom. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. It's my understanding that you wanted to speak with me.
Yes, sir, and just in full disclosure, I didn't know any of the witnesses, but I did know the interpreter.
Oh, okay. And so you wanted to let us know that
Just wanted to let you know.
How do you know the interpreter?
He's a pastor at the Indonesian part of the church that I attend.
Do you speak Indonesian?
Not at all.
No, okay. I was going to ask you if you did a good job interpreting.
He speaks excellent English, though.
Okay, that's good. All right. Anything about your knowledge of the interpreter that you think would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror in this trial?
Not at all.
Okay. Just in interest of full disclosure, you wanted to let us know that.
That's correct.
And I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. I'll have you go back to the jury room at this time. Thank you. The record should reflect that juror number 155 has now exited the courtroom. I'm assuming that there is no other record that the people are asking me to make. Judge McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any other record that the defense is asking me to make?
No.
By the way, I realized after we gave a microphone to the last witness that since she was speaking in Indonesian, she really didn't need a microphone. But I bet all the Indonesian-speaking people around the world appreciated that. So. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Oh, actually, hold on a second, Ms. Eagle. I forgot one housekeeping matter, folks. Did you want to admit the or mark the model that has been used? Is it marked as an exhibit?
Let me ask my paralegal, Your Honor.
Okay. And we don't need to do it now, Mr. McGuire. Just follow up. Don't let me forget about that. I just want to know whether it's been marked. It probably should be marked as something, and we should make a record of it. So let's not forget to talk about that at some point. All right, let's bring the jury in. Yeah, hold on, Ms. Eagle.
I'm really sorry to do this, but one thing I noticed with that lab here, making it a little difficult for me to see the witness, statured individual. I'm just concerned that maybe the jurors were having that same issue with placement. Now, I think the next witness is rather tall, so it's probably not an issue, but I just thought I would mention it.
Okay, I'll ask the jury, make sure that everyone can see the witnesses, okay? All right.
I couldn't see her.
Okay. Well, so are you asking me to move the, I mean, are you saying that you want to see the witnesses, or are you concerned for the jury being able to see the witnesses?
Oh, Your Honor, of course I'd like to, but I'm most concerned about the jury.
Right, and the question is, if it doesn't interfere with the jury's ability to observe the witness, is that a problem?
I don't think it is. It's the jury we're concerned about.
All right, great, thank you. Let's bring him in. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that all of the jurors are back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, could I have a show of hands? Does it interfere with your ability to observe the witnesses, to have that screen there? Does that screen interfere with your ability to observe the witnesses? Anyone? No. Great. Nobody's raising their hand. Okay, wonderful. All right, call your next witness, please, Ms. Tish McGuire. Oh, Ms. Pearson, you're up.
People call Sergeant Mike Hawkins.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name?
It's Michael Hawkins.
And can you spell your first and last names?
My first name is Michael. My last name is Hawkins.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Sergeant Hawkins, where are you employed?
I'm a police officer for the city of Aurora.
How long have you been there?
I've been there 10 years now.
Prior to working at the Aurora Police Department, did you work in law enforcement somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where did you work?
I was a police officer for the city of Inglewood for 11 years.
What did your duties consist of on July 20th of 2012?
I was a police officer assigned to the northwest side of the city, referred to as District 1 of the Aurora Police Department.
What shift did you work at that time?
I worked what's called swing shift, which runs from 3 p.m. till 1 a.m.
Since that time, have you been promoted to sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
So turning back to July 20th of 2012, did you hear a call asking for officers to respond to the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that located?
That's located at 14300 East Alameda Avenue, City of Aurora, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado.
Do you recall what time you heard a call for service to the Century 16 Theater?
At about 12:39 in the morning.
What was the nature of the call or request?
The initial radio transmission was there were shots being fired at the theater.
Where were you at the time that you heard that call?
I was at the District 1 police station at approximately Montview and Potomac.
Were you about to get off work?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
When you heard the call, what did you do?
I turned around and walked back to my patrol car.
Why did you go back to your car?
Based upon the sounds of the radio transmissions, it sounded like a pretty serious call for service.
How long would you estimate that it took you to get from about Montview to the theater?
I would estimate it took under 10 minutes.
How fast were you driving?
When I was up on the highway, I was driving over 100 miles per hour.
What highway are we talking about?
Interstate 225.
As you were responding to the theater, did you see any other police cars responding?
Yes, there was another police car very close behind me.
When you approached the theater, how did you attempt to get into the vicinity of the theater?
I traveled southbound on Sable Street and turned right, which would be westbound into the Aurora Mall Theater parking lot.
I'm going to, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 4741. I'm sorry. Do you recognize what is depicted on this poster?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It's an aerial photo of the Aurora Mall and the Century 16 Theater.
Does it fairly and accurately represent that area?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
Your Honor, I'd move for admittance of People's Exhibit 4741.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, without objection, 4741 is admitted.
And if you can explain what it is that we see in this exhibit.
Okay, what we see here is, like I said, a aerial photo of the Aurora Mall, which is this big white structure here, and the Century Theater, which is this darker, smaller colored structure here.
Is there an interstate also on this map?
Yes, Interstate 225 is this gray highway right here.
Where would Alameda be?
Alameda would be
Although it's not depicted.
not depicted. It would be approximately up here in this area.
And you indicated that you came in from Sable?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is Sable?
Sable Boulevard is right here.
Where did you turn into the theater?
Right here, which is labeled East Center Point Drive.
And then where did you proceed?
I encountered a wounded man being attended by a road construction crew in this drive, and I bypassed him, and I turned and parked approximately here in the theater parking lot.
And you're pointing to what would be the northeast side of the theater parking lot?
It would be, I think it would be kind of the northwest side of the theater parking lot.
Okay. And although the theater is not exactly due north and due south.
Correct.
If the west would be this direction,
Yes,
east would be the opposite direction?
yes, ma'am.
So if we consider the front of the theater for general purposes to be west, then you would be northwest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you said that when you first arrived, you saw a man being treated by a construction crew.
A road construction crew, yes.
How, did you determine whether or not he had been involved in anything that had occurred at the theater?
I asked the road construction crew if the man had been shot, and they said yes, he had.
Were they assisting him at that time?
They were.
As you were arriving at the theater, were you getting radio transmissions about what was going on?
Yes, I was.
Were you getting information that you needed to use in order to go into the theater?
I was hearing radio transmissions indicating that there had been tear gas dispersed in the theater and officers needed their gas mask.
At that point, were you being told of any injuries?
I was hearing radio transmissions about there were numerous people that had been shot.
Once you had parked, what did you do?
I parked behind an Aurora fire engine, and I went to that fire engine and I retrieved a firefighter's oxygen tank to wear in the theater.
Is that commonly called a scuba mask?
An SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus.
How did you approach the theater?
I approached the west side of the building, the kind of the northwest side of the building.
Did you go in the lobby? How did you gain access?
I ran down the west side of the building to the main doors. As I was going down that wall, that west-facing wall, I encountered a woman who grabbed my leg and said, "Can you help? Can you help my?" I believe it was her boyfriend, and I noted that that man had been shot.
Did you stop to assist them?
I did not.
Why not?
My best answer to that is pursuant to our training in active shooters. I went towards what I perceived to be a threat inside the building.
At that time, did you believe that the shooting was still going on inside the theater?
I did, ma'am.
When you entered the theater, and you entered the theater complex, did you enter into the lobby area first?
Yes, I did.
What were your first observations when you entered the lobby?
That the smoke alarm was going off. There was smoke in the hallways of the theater, and there was a plainclothes police officer with a shotgun out that was choking on the tear gas smoke, and he yelled for me to go to Theater 9.
Did you know where Theater 9 was?
He pointed, and I had a rough idea where to go.
Had you been in this theater complex before?
No, ma'am, I had not.
Did you go towards Theater 9?
I did.
Were there any other officers in the lobby at that time?
Yes, the one that I recall most is Officer Cabouet.
And is that C-A-B-O-U-E-T?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I met up with Officer Cabouet, and I went into Theater 9 with her.
When you grabbed her, what did you think you were going into?
I felt like we were probably going into some type of gunfight at that point.
Do you recall how you entered into Theater 9?
I do. I went through the main doors, and at that point, the theater splits into a left hallway and a right. I would describe them as aisles. We went down the right aisle.
Would that be directionally as you were facing the front of the theater, how you figure left and right?
I would figure left, as I'm describing it, left and right would be the movie screen, and there's a left aisle and a right aisle. I went down the right aisle.
As you went down the right aisle, what did you see?
One of the first things I encountered was a man who had apparently taken a heavy caliber bullet to the head. Most of his head was gone.
What else did you observe in the theater?
My next recollection is encountering two teenage girls that were not functioning well, and I grabbed them and pushed them out the back door of the theater, at which point I noticed an assault rifle lying on the ground.
When you say they weren't functioning well, what do you mean?
They were extremely upset and crying.
Did you put a gas mask on?
Yes, I was wearing the SCBA at that point.
When you walked into Theater 9, was the movie going?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
How was the air quality inside the theater?
It was heavy with what I would describe as tear gas.
Are you familiar with tear gas?
I am, ma'am.
Were there other officers in the theater at that time?
Yes, there were.
And what were they doing?
Some of them were looking underneath the movie screen, and others were proceeding out the back door of the theater.
Now, after you had the two girls that you encountered that you pushed out the back door, did you go outside or did you just stay in the theater?
I very briefly went outside.
What did you see outside the theater?
I saw that the ground near the rifle was covered in a lot of blood, and I saw officers along the wall of the theater, the exterior wall of the theater, treating wounded people.
Now, you said you briefly went outside. Did
Yes.
you go back in?
I did, ma'am.
And what did you do?
I went back in, and at that point, I noticed that there were a lot of people that had been wounded, and at that point, Sergeant Butler yelled for us to get the wounded out.
How did you accomplish that?
We accomplished that by carrying people out. I approached a man that was lying on the floor who was bald, and he was very pale white, and his eyes were open, and I could see I could see blood and other matter coming from his mouth, and I checked his pulse, and I realized that man was gone.
Had you ever been in an environment like this before?
I have been to homicide scenes, but I have not been in an environment like this.
At some point, did you remove your gas mask?
I did. I saw other officers without their gas mask on, and I removed what I was wearing, and it smelled and tasted like tear gas, but I was able to function in it.
At that point, were any of the officers who were in the theater still wearing gas masks?
I would say that some were and some were not.
Do you have any sense of how many people were in the theater at that time? People who had been patrons, weren't wearing law enforcement uniforms?
I would say that there were still a fair amount of people in the theater. I couldn't approximate a number. The theater was not empty of people.
Do you know how many officers there were in the theater?
There was starting to become more and more police officers in the theater.
Did you see other people in the theater who appeared to have been injured?
I did, ma'am.
Who else did you see?
My next recollection is a woman next to the man that had died on the floor. She had been shot in her calf, and a large portion of her calf was missing. Officer Baker and I lifted her over a railing, and Officer Baker carried her out. And from there, I turned around and I found a heavy-set teenage boy on the floor. He was curled up in a fetal position, and he had been, I could tell that there was a bullet wound in his back. I couldn't tell how, but I got down and I spoke with him, and he whispered, "Help me, I'm dying." And I said, if you can talk to me like this, you're going to be okay. And 2 police officers carried him out.
Did you see other victims?
I did, ma'am. My next recollection is Sergeant Johnsgard motioned me over, and there was a girl about 6 years old on the floor.
Did he ask you to do something with regard to this little girl?
Yes, he lifted up her shirt and showed me where she had been shot once in the abdomen. And I tried to obtain her pulse, and I could not.
Why not?
At that point, my own hands were really tingling and pulsing, I would guess from adrenaline.
Were you asked to do something with regard to her?
Yes, Sergeant Johnsgard yelled for me to get her and go.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And you picked her up?
I picked her up and I ran out of the front entrance of the theater.
When you ran out of the front entrance, did you see people looking at you carrying her?
Yes, I did.
How did they respond?
They all let out a scream and moved out of my way.
Could you tell whether or not she was alive?
At the point that I was running out with her, I became aware of her bleeding all over me. And I became aware of her bladder voiding on me. And I looked down at her and I realized that she was probably gone.
Where did you take her?
I took her due west of the theater, and I found an ambulance there, and they had their stretcher out. And I laid her on the stretcher, and at that point I realized that she had died.
Were there paramedics around?
Yes, yes there were.
Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transport her to Children's Hospital.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes.
And who was she?
It was a little girl named Veronica Moser.
After you had taken Veronica Moser, and she also known as Veronica Moser-Sullivan?
Yes, ma'am.
After you had taken her outside, what did you do?
After I placed her on the pram of the ambulance, I turned around and went back to the theater, at which point I encountered 2 girls carrying a teenaged black boy who had been shot in the leg. And I said, "Can I help you girls?" And they gave him to me, and I carried him over to where a fire engine was. And I set him with other wounded people next to the fire engine.
What did you do next?
My next recollection is a firefighter asked me if I had a police car close by, and I said that I did, and he said, "Bring it up here." And I did that.
And bring it up to where?
Bring it up to where the fire engine was.
And where's the fire engine located?
The fire engine was located kind of on the northwest side of the theater, is what I would describe.
So kind of on the front corner facing the mountains?
Yes,
Did you take your car up there?
I did, ma'am.
What happened next?
The firefighter put a man by the name of Mike White into the front seat, and I could tell that Mike had been shot in the chest, and he put a teenaged girl into the back seat that appeared to have had her lower lip injured somehow.
Did you have a name for her?
Her first name was Michaela. I'm not recalling her first name right now.
Did you transport these two people?
The firefighter quietly told me that I needed to get to the hospital quick with the man in the front seat, and yes, I did.
When he said that you needed to get there quickly, what did you take that to mean?
That the bullet wound to the chest was severe and I needed to go quickly to the emergency room.
Did you do that?
I did.
What hospital did you go to?
I went to the University Hospital emergency room.
Where is that located in relation to the theater?
It's on East Colfax Avenue at approximately Xanadu Street.
How long did it take you to get there?
I would say that I went there very quickly because I could tell that Mr. White was hurt pretty bad.
Was he conscious?
He was.
Was he able to talk to you?
A little bit.
When you were headed towards University, now Aurora South Hospital, would that have been closer?
Yes, ma'am, it would have been.
Did you decide not to go to Aurora South?
I had heard radio transmissions stating that Aurora South was no longer able to take patients. They were full.
When you went to University, did you see any other police cars there at that time?
I was the first police car to arrive at University.
Did you advise the doctors at the emergency room of any kind of information?
I did. I was approached by a doctor, I'm assuming a doctor, and he said, I need to know what's going on. I need to know what's coming in. And I told him, you can expect a lot more people coming in that have been shot.
Did any other cars arrive, police cars arrive, while you were at University Hospital?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 4 or 5 more Aurora police cars arrived after I had unloaded people from my car.
After you had unloaded your patient at University, where did you go?
I assisted officers in unloading the other cars that arrived, and then I went back to the theater.
And now I'd like to have you step down for a moment and point out a couple of things that you described on the model, if I may. Is that all right, Your Honor?
Yes, and Ms. Higgs, you can move around.
And if you could, have you seen this model before?
Yes, I saw it briefly today.
And I'm going to ask you to stand over on this side if you can.
Okay.
Just so we don't block the jury. Does it fairly and accurately represent the Century 16 Theater 9 that you were in on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it assist you to explain where you found some of the people in the theater to show them on the model?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you this as well, and we may have to turn it a couple of times so that the jurors can see it. So we'll do this 2 times. So first of all, when you first came into the theater and indicated that you encountered a person, where did you encounter the first person inside the theater?
As I recall, approximately in this area, I could look over and see him.
And you're pointing to the first couple of rows in the stadium seats on what would be the right side of the theater facing the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And oops. Let's pull this around a little bit. And again, could you show that again to the other half of the jury?
Approximately in this area here.
So right above the first rows of the stadium seating in the theater on the right side.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you encounter, and that was the person that you indicated had been shot in the head?
Yes, ma'am.
The man who'd been. Now, you indicated that you had located 2 girls in the theater?
Yes.
Where were they?
Approximately down here in this area.
And you're pointing down to near the exit door?
Yes.
Theater 9?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that door then lead outside?
It does.
Can you point again for the other group of jurors?
Right about here.
To the area beside the exit door in Theater 9 in the front of the theater?
Yes.
Now, you also indicated that you found other people in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you locate other people in the theater?
The man that was bald and very pale was located approximately here.
And are you above or below the stadium seating?
He was on the ground. He was on the floor right here in the stadium seating.
Okay. So you're pointing to that, about the first row of the stadium seating?
Yes.
And when you were asked to pick up Veronica Moser-Sullivan, where was she in the theater?
Approximately in this area here.
And you're pointing near the exit door at the front of the theater on the right side?
Yes, ma'am.
The person that you were indicating, the bald person who was pale with his eyes open in the theater, where did you locate that person?
Approximately right here.
In the first or so row of the, is that in the, are you showing?
The first row, yes.
First row of the
And
stadium seating?
the woman that had been shot in the calf was very close by him.
And Veronica Moser-Sullivan, where did you locate her?
Approximately right in here.
In the front of the theater on the right side near the exit?
Yes.
You can take a stand again. When you returned to the theater after taking Mr. White and the person, Michaela, to University Hospital, did you did return to the theater?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you do at the theater?
My next recollection is Sergeant Stanton asked me to start taking names and recording photos of people that had been in Theater 9.
Did you do that?
I did.
When you were you still at the theater?
I was in the theater parking lot.
Did you see injured people in the theater parking lot at that point?
Yes, ma'am, I saw one more.
And who was that?
I'm not sure of his name. He asked me to help him find his wife, and his face was covered in blood. And as I looked at him harder, I could see bright silver pieces of metal sticking out of his face.
Did he seem to be aware that he had metal sticking out of his face?
He seemed unaware of that.
How would you describe this person's demeanor?
I would describe it as kind of shell-shocked.
When you think back to how the people in the theater looked that you observed when you went into the theater on July 20th of 2012, how would you describe overall the demeanor of the people who were in the theater? When you
some of them were verbally and physically upset, and there were some that were calmly walking out or calmly remaining seated.
When you first got into the theater, were they still trying to get people out of the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there people who seemed resistant or unable to get up and walk, even though they were capable of walking?
Yes, ma'am.
When you, after you'd seen the man who had shrapnel in his face, what did you do next?
I told him, "Sir, there's some metal sticking out of your face. You're going to need to come with me to an ambulance." And at that point, another police officer said, "I've got this one," and I realized he was a police officer from Broomfield.
Did that surprise you?
It did, ma'am.
Why?
Because Broomfield is a pretty significant distance from the city of Aurora.
Had you realized up to that point that officers from other jurisdictions had responded to the theater?
I became aware of that time that there were officers from all over the metro area.
Do you have any idea what time it was at this point?
I do not. I would guess half an hour since I became aware of it. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, that was a really bad question. Let me back up a second. At this point in the night, after you had returned from University Hospital, you'd seen the man in the parking lot, do you have any idea what time it was at that point?
I do not.
Do you have any sense of how long you spent on scene at the theater that night?
I would say maybe 20 minutes or more.
Before you first left to go to University Hospital?
Oh, no, in total,
In total?
I would say from the time I arrived at the theater to the time I found the man with some type of metal in his face, 20 minutes, I think. I'm
And
not
this
sure.
and in that amount of time, you've been to University Hospital and back?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ultimately go to Gateway High School as well?
I did.
And when you went to Gateway High School, did you assist in interviewing or photographing witnesses?
I assisted in just kind of maintaining order with the people that had been at the theater that night.
Did you drive to Gateway in a police car or go on one of the buses?
I followed the buses in my patrol car.
At some point, did you get on one of the buses at Gateway?
I did.
When was that?
When the buses arrived at Gateway, I just got on to see who was in the buses and what was going on.
Did you have contact with anybody on a bus?
Yes, I did. I found a African-American man in his, I would say, late 60s who was not wearing a shirt.
What did you do?
I said, "Sir, where's your shirt at?" And I had a pretty good idea where it was. And he said I had to use it as a bandage.
What did you do?
I went on to another bus and I found a teenaged boy that had a white T-shirt on under his hoodie. And I asked him if I could have it. And that boy gave me the shirt, which I in turn gave to this man.
Were you able to ever find out who the man was that you gave the hoodie to?
Yes, I did.
Who was it?
It was a man by the name of Mike White Sr., and he used his shirt to try to bandage his son, Mike White, who I had taken to the hospital.
When you were finished with your work that night and had a chance to look at your car, how did the inside of your car look?
It was stained with a lot of blood on the passenger seat and the console where my police computer and my light and siren controls are.
One moment, please. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Ms. Higgs, do you have any questions?
Thank you for what you did. I don't have any questions.
Does the jury have any questions? It looks like they may have a question. Hold on. Would counsel please approach? All right, sir, there are some questions that the jury has submitted that I have allowed pursuant to the rules of evidence and other rules of law that are applicable. The first question is as follows. Do you know if at the time that you arrived, someone had been apprehended? Were officers still searching for the suspect? And I don't want you to speculate. I'm just asking whether you know.
I did not know at that time.
Okay. The next question is as follows. Did you observe any injuries or fatalities on the lower flat part of the theater other than Veronica Moser?
I observed injuries on the exterior of the theater, the east wall, the backside of the theater is my best answer to that.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up questions based on those questions? Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from you, Ms. Higgs?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
Amen.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Remember if you call Kaylin Bailey.
Hello. Get you to raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Could you tell us your full name, please?
Kaylin Marie Bailey,
And can you spell your first, middle name, and last names?
Kaylan, Marie, Marie, Bailey, Bailey.
I'm going to ask you to speak into the microphone as much as possible, all right? So if you would scoot up, and then you can move the microphone if you need to. Thank you, Ms. Dishmaguire.
Thank you.
Miss Bailey, will you please tell us how old you are?
I'm 16,
On July 20th of 2012, how old were you?
13,
Where do you go to school?
Rangeview High School.
And do you recall going to the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, I do.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th, 2012?
Yes.
Now, what do you recall about the day of July 19th, 2012?
I invited my friend Haley over to help me babysit Veronica.
And who's Veronica?
She's my cousin's girlfriend's daughter,
Okay, and who's your cousin?
Jameson
And what's Jameson's last name?
Toes.
Can you spell that for the record?
Jameson, Jamison, Toes, Toews.
And could you spell Haley's full name for the record as well, please?
Hailee, Hensley, Hensley.
And did you know Jameson's girlfriend's name?
Ashley,
And what was Ashley's full name?
Ashley Moser, Ashley Moser.
Now, are you related to Jameson?
Yes, he's my cousin.
Now, are you related at all by blood to Ashley?
No,
So are you related by blood at all to Veronica?
no.
And do you know Veronica's full name?
Veronica Moser-Sullivan, Vercon. Ver.
It's all right, Veronica's a tough name to spell.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, and you don't have to spell it, you're okay. So, how were you asked to babysit Veronica that day?
Ashley and Jameson asked me to watch her while they went to Ashley's appointment for her baby.
Okay. And was that did she have a baby at the time, or was she pregnant?
She was pregnant.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes. The objection is overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Tish McGuire.
Your Honor, I can't remember if she answered the question or not. I apologize.
She did answer the question, so move on to your next question, please.
All right. So, what time did you babysit Veronica that day?
I can't remember.
Do you recall if it was in the afternoon or the morning?
It was
Do you recall if it was in the afternoon or the morning?
it was in the afternoon.
And did Haley babysit with you?
Yes.
At some point in time, did Ashley and Jameson return to pick up Veronica?
Yes.
What happened at that time?
They just hung out and they talked to my parents about how the appointment went, and then we all went downstairs because Veronica wanted to play pool, and so we just hung out downstairs.
I assume you have a pool table downstairs.
Yes, in my basement.
What'd you do after you played pool with Veronica?
We just talked, and then Jameson brought up the Batman movie, and he said that it was coming out tonight. And then Veronica got really excited, and she said she wanted to go see it, but she wanted me and Haley to come. And so Jameson asked my parents if that would be okay, and they said yes.
How'd you get tickets for the Batman movie that night?
Well, we waited at the house for a little bit, and then I don't remember what time, but we went to the theater to buy our tickets, and then we left.
And do you recall approximately what time you got to the movie theater that night?
Do you mean the first or the second time?
The first time you went to the theater. Tell us about the first time you got to the theater.
I don't remember what time it was.
And what'd you do the first time you got to the theater?
We just went there to buy our tickets, and then we realized how early it was, so then we left.
And what time did you get back? The second time you went to the theater?
I would say maybe around 10 o'clock.
What'd you do when you got to the theater that second time?
We went to go find our seats in the theater, and then we had a long time left, so we went to the arcade for a little bit. Me, Haley, Jameson, Veronica went to the arcade, and we just hung out, and then we got bored there, so we went back to the theater, and we kind of just sat there. And then me and Haley went to use the restroom, and Veronica wanted to come.
Now, was anyone else with you, or was it just the four of you? So you said that it was you and Haley and Veronica and Jameson that went to the arcade. Was anyone else with you?
No.
Was Ashley with you?
She wasn't with us in the arcade.
Okay. And did she stay seated in the theater saving your seats?
Yes.
And do you remember where you guys got seats in that theater?
Yes, we were the third or fourth row back. I think you call it the stadium seating. And I don't remember how far in we were.
When you and Haley then, did you take Veronica to the bathroom with you and she asked you to take her to the bathroom with her?
Yes.
And what'd you do after that?
Then we went back into the theater and we just waited for the movie.
Do you recall what shoes Veronica was wearing that night?
Yes, they were shoes that I had given her earlier when I was babysitting.
And what did they look like?
They were like a gold sandals that came up to the ankle with chains, like little chains on them.
So now when you went back to your seats, do you remember what you did while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
All I remember is just sitting there waiting, talking with each other.
Do you remember if there were previews before the movie?
I don't remember what previews played.
But were there previews that you remember?
Yeah.
And then did the Batman movie actually start at some point?
Yes.
And then at some point did something happen during your movie?
Yes, there. What seemed to me, what I thought was originally a prank. This rocket thing shot across the theater from the right side of the theater to the left side, and then it seemed as if everyone in unison turned their heads to see what it was.
What do you remember after that?
I remember a lot of popping sounds, and I wasn't sure what they were at the time, and then it seemed like instantly after the first round of gunshots went off, Ashley had jumped on top of Veronica and they fell to the floor.
Now, where were you seated at that point in time when you saw that happen?
I was still sitting, and I just remember being really confused, and I was looking around me, and everyone seemed to start panicking, and then I realized something wasn't right, so I slouched down in my chair a little bit and just waited, and then I started to slouch down more, and I looked up, and Haley was still sitting there, so I told her to get down, and then we both went to the floor.
What do you remember happening when you got down to the floor?
The first thing I remember when I was down on the floor was looking up, and I saw Jameson standing up, and he had touched his head, and there was blood trickling down from his head.
Were you hearing anything go on when you're seeing this?
I was hearing just a lot of popping sound, gunshots, and the movie was still playing, and people were screaming, and.
So after you saw Jameson standing up with blood trickling down his head, what do you remember after that?
I remember him turning to the row behind us and telling people to get down, and then he got down to the floor.
What do you remember after he got down to the floor?
I remember he kept poking his head out. Well, we all did. We all kept poking our heads out to see if we could see who was shooting or where it was coming from and what was going on. But every time the bullets would go and then they'd stop, and every time they'd stop I'd look up, but when they started to go again I'd duck down. And I remember Ashley popped her head up one time, and then she jolted and she fell back down.
And how did she fall down?
She fell on top of Veronica with her chest on top of Veronica.
And could you tell what was going on with Veronica at that time?
No, I couldn't. I kept asking her if she was okay, and she wasn't really responding. All she did was moan, and I could see what looked like skin on her stomach.
What do you remember after Ashley collapsing on top of Veronica?
I remember she kept screaming Veronica's name, and I kept telling her that she was okay, and I knew she was okay because I had my hand on her stomach to see if she was breathing, and she was. So I kept telling Ashley that Veronica was okay, and so then Ashley stopped yelling her name when I told her that Veronica was okay.
What do you remember after Ashley finally stopped screaming her name?
I remember asking Haley for her phone to call 911, and Haley gave it to me, and I called 911, and I took my hand away for just a moment, and then when I put my hand back on her stomach, it wasn't moving, and she wasn't breathing anymore, and then when the 911 operator answered, she was asking me what was happening, and I told her that there was a shooting at Century 16, and she asked me if anyone was injured, and I told them yes, we had an injured child, and then she told me to give Veronica CPR, and I told her that I couldn't because Ashley, her mom, was on top of her, and I couldn't reach her chest, and she just kept telling me to give her CPR, and I kept telling her that I couldn't because I couldn't get to her chest. And the next thing I remember was giving Haley her phone, and she was talking to the 911 operator after that, but I don't know what they were discussing.
What do you remember after you handed the phone to Haley?
I remember turning back to Veronica, and I was yelling at Jameson, and there was just so much happening. The movie, I can't remember if the movie was still playing at this point, but there were people screaming, and I was screaming Veronica's name, and I was telling Jameson that we had to get out, and I was telling him that we had to move Ashley because I had to help Veronica, and he told me that he couldn't move her
And were you able to talk to Ashley at this point in time?
No, I don't remember ever trying to talk to Ashley.
So what do you remember after Jameson saying that he couldn't help you move her?
The next thing that I remember is the lights coming on, and I slowly peeked my head up, and I couldn't see anyone or any threat in the building, and then police officers started coming in with gas masks, and I just remember that everything seemed so slow, like it just seemed like no one was moving fast enough. And me and Jameson were yelling that we had a child, and a police officer came up to me and Haley, and he kind of moved us down the aisles, down the stairs. And I remember stepping over a body and stepping over multiple pools of blood, and he led us to this exit, and then I just remember sitting on the curb, and it was me and Haley. We didn't have any adults. Jameson was still in the theater, and then one of the Century 16 managers came over and sat with us.
What do you remember after the manager sitting with you?
I remember constantly looking to the exit door that we came out of, looking for Jameson, but the manager kept telling me not to look and kept making me look away. And then an officer came over and told us to sit behind this van and don't move unless she told us to. And then I saw this man running toward us, and I thought it was Jameson at the time, and so I told her, that's my cousin, so she let me go. So I ran to this man, but it turned out it wasn't Jameson, but he let us sit in his car until someone came to help.
And who was it that came to help you?
It was a road construction person, a woman. She came, and I didn't have any shoes on, so she carried me across the newly paved road to my dad.
And how did your dad know to come get you?
I had called him when we had gotten out of the theater.
And what happened when you met up with your dad?
We took Haley to her mom because she couldn't get anywhere close to the theater. And so we took her to her mom, and then we went to Aurora South.
Why'd you go there?
Because we knew that Jameson was there.
What happened when you got to Aurora South?
I met up with my family, and we were just waiting to hear about Veronica and Ashley and everyone.
Were you able to see what sort of injuries Jameson had when you got to the hospital?
Yes, he was shot in his head.
And was anyone else at the hospital other than Jameson when you got to Aurora South?
Ashley was at the hospital, but I never saw her.
Were you told what happened to Ashley?
Yes.
Did you eventually get to meet with Ashley and see her injuries?
I never actually saw her injuries. I just saw the after effects of them.
And what do you know about the after effects of them?
I know that she was paralyzed from the waist.
Overruled?
You can answer the question.
I know that she was paralyzed from the waist down, and she had a miscarriage.
Sustained.
Now, did you learn that Ashley was paralyzed?
I'm sorry?
Did you learn that Ashley was paralyzed?
Yes.
What did you learn about what happened to Veronica?
Well, when I had first got to Aurora South, no one knew where she was. She wasn't with Jameson or Ashley. She was by herself, and my mom went looking in every hospital, but no one was letting her in because they still hadn't caught the man.
And are you talking about the shooter from the theater?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
At some point in time, were you told what ultimately happened to Veronica?
Yes, my dad had told me.
What'd you learn?
Sustained?
Did you ever see Veronica alive again?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1109?
Yes.
Kaylin, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's my labeling of Theater 9.
Does that diagram fairly and accurately represent where you were seated in the theater on July 20th of 2012 and what you observed in the theater of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for admission.
Any objection to Exhibit 1109? No. All right, it's admitted and may be published.
All right, Kaylin, I'm going to ask you a favor. There's a big pointer next to you on the side of your thing. I'm going to ask you to approach that diagram and show for the jury where you are seated. And if you could tell us about where everybody was seated.
So this is Kaylin.
Hold on a second. Let us give you a microphone if you can. Do you think you can hold the microphone with one hand and the pointer with the other? Yeah. Great. All right. Thank you.
So this is Haley, me, Veronica, Ashley, and Jameson. And this is how we entered to the theater. And then approximately from over here is where I say the gas launched across and then it landed somewhere over here.
And how did you end up exiting the theater?
A police officer came and pulled me and Haley down these stairs and then out this door.
Right, thank you very much. You can take your seat. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with listed marks at 4731?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is it a photograph of?
It's a picture of Veronica.
Is that the person that you went to the theater with that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may now approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1103.
Yes.
Thank you. Kaylin, what did I just hand you?
It is a surveillance footage of Veronica in the lobby of the theater.
Did you have a chance to view that entire video clip?
Yes, I did.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what Veronica looked like that evening of July 19th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for admission.
Any objection? No objection. Okay, without objection, 1103 is admitted and may be published. Does this have any sound, Ms.
There's no sound here.
Okay.
Did you recognize the person in that diagram?
Yes.
Excuse me, in that video? Yep. And where was Veronica in that video?
She was the little girl in the pinkish purplish shirt.
Did you recognize the shoes she was wearing in that video?
Yes.
Were those the shoes that you had given her that day?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I also please publish at this time People's Exhibit 4731?
I don't think you moved its admission. You had to identify it.
I apologize. Your Honor, did that picture, sorry, Kaylin, the picture in 4731, did that fairly and accurately represent what Veronica looked like the night of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 4731.
Any objection? No. Without objection, 4731 is admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Bailey, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1036. Do you know what that document is?
Yes,
What's that?
it's my 911 tape.
Okay, and do you recognize your handwriting on that?
It's not mine, it's my mom's.
Okay. Is your mom with you when you listened to that 911 tape?
Yes,
Okay, did you listen to it its entirety?
yes,
Does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you made on July 20th of 2012?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
Any additional objection to Exhibit 1036?
No.
All right, based on my previous ruling, Exhibit 1036 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Crime in progress or for a life-threatening emergency? Okay, is this the Century 16 theater shooting? Do you know anybody who's been shot? Okay, who's been shot? Who do you know that's been shot?
My two cousins.
Okay, where are they right now?
They're sitting on the floor of the store.
Are they breathing or are they... Ma'am, do you know if they're breathing and do you know if they're conscious?
Not breathing.
Either one of them are breathing?
One of them are breathing.
Okay, the one that's not breathing, I need you to go up to him and... Is he laying on the ground? Okay, is he on the floor on a hard flat surface?
They're on a hard surface.
Okay, remove anything from under his head and kneel by his side. Kneel by his side and remove anything from under his head.
I can't. They're in between the chairs.
Okay, which theater are you in?
I'm number 9. I'm in number 9.
Okay, do you see any officers near you?
No, there's not. None.
Okay, I need you to go to your cousin that is not breathing and go by his side and kneel.
Okay.
Place your hands on his forehead and the fingertips of your other hand under his chin. Push down his forehead and lift up under his chin until his head tilts back and the chin points up.
I can't hear you. The movie is so loud.
Okay, I need you to look into his mouth. Do you see anything in his mouth?
Do I see anything on the ground?
In his mouth.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, ma'am, that's okay. Can you put your ear to his mouth and see if he's breathing?
He's not. I'm the only one that says that he's not.
Okay, his chest is not moving and he's not breathing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we need to start chest compressions. I'm going to walk you through the steps. Are you ready?
What?
We need to start chest compressions, and I will walk you through the steps. We need to start CPR. Ma'am, we need to start CPR. I can tell you how to do it, okay? I'm going to walk you through the steps.
What?
I'm going to walk you through the steps of CPR.
I can't hear you.
Okay, is there an officer next to you?
Yeah.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
We need to start CPR on your cousin, okay? Okay, I can tell you how to perform the CPR, but I need you to listen, okay?
There's nobody here.
Ma'am.
There's no gunman. There's gunman is gone.
Ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, I have help on the way, but I need you to listen to me, okay? Okay. Kneel next to your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. Ma'am. 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 I need you to start CPR on your cousin. Can you hear me? I will walk you through how to perform CPR. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Hello, ma'am? I understand that, and I need this cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. We need to perform CPR on him. I cannot hear you, ma'am. The police are with you? Okay, speak with the police. Okay, thank you. Thank you, bye.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions, Ms. Spengler? Let's see if the jury has any questions. I don't see any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena? Is there any objection? All right, thank you. Members of the jury, it's almost 5, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the day. I want to remind you that all the admonishments that I have given you continue to apply. They all apply over the break tonight, and so you need to comply with each and every one of those admonishments, and each and every one of you must do so. Those are mandatory. Those are extremely important, and so I very much appreciate your compliance with all those. Tomorrow, we will plan to start at the usual time, which is 8:40. That means we need you to get here at about 8:15 or so, okay? I think that worked out well today, gave you a chance to get here, get settled in, and then we were able to start on time. So I would like to keep that schedule if we can. Okay, with that, folks, have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:15. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jurors have now exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. I sustain the objection with respect to the statement by the last witness related to Ms. Moser-Sullivan having lost her pregnancy, because at the bench conference that I had with counsel, we agreed that we were going to hold off on any additional questions with respect to that until we discussed the issue. And I know that Ms. Tish-McGuire didn't ask a question to specifically elicit that information, but given that the statement was made and given what we had talked about at the bench, I felt that the appropriate ruling would be to sustain it. I thought about it for a moment, and then in the end I decided that because we have not had any further discussion, I should sustain it. So is this something that the prosecution is intending to introduce at some future point, Ms. Tish-McGuire?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so should we have a discussion about this, and is now the time? Are you prepared to do it now, and is the defense prepared to argue it now?
Your Honor, I prefer to just bring some authority to the court's attention that we believe supports and should be involved in this case.
Do you have that authority?
If I can have a day or two, Your Honor, to get that authority, I will take that.
All right, does the defense, if the defense wants to submit some authority, I would like to see it as well. So just give it to me. In the meantime, advise your witnesses that they are not to go there until I've made a ruling on that, okay? So the sooner you can give me those cases, the better for everyone.
Thank you.
All right, I know there's an outstanding issue in terms of the jail records as well. I don't know whether you want to put that off until Thursday when we're going to talk, or if you're ready to proceed on that issue, Mr. Orman.
Well, I know that Mr. King was going to consider one issue, and I don't know if he's ready to yet, so.
I prefer we could put that on, Judge.
Can we put it off to Thursday?
Yes.
All right, we'll put it off to Thursday, okay? So remind me on Thursday then that that's a second issue we have to address.
Your Honor, can I just mark the model as exhibit number
1087?
1087?
Yes, so 1087 will be the model.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the model is for demonstrative purposes, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. At this week.
And I think I ruled on an objection with respect to the use of the model as a demonstrative exhibit in the past. And so I've allowed it as a demonstrative exhibit, and for now, it's exhibit 1087. And it's with the court's permission that it has been used here in court as a demonstrative exhibit.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Orman?
Mr. Ron, I'd like to make a motion. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that this is intended to do anything improper, but the reason I'm doing this in case it happens in the future, I can't but in lieu of cross-examination, I want to ask Officer Hawkins, or thanked him for what he had done. And I am not in any way saying that that was not an appreciative sentiment on her. Not think that in court in front of the jury, appropriate time for an attorney to express gratitude for a police officer doing their job as a first responder. It could be seen as an attempt to ingratiate.
Oh, can you use the microphone, please, sir?
I'm sorry.
You can just go to the podium, it might be easier. Thank you. So, Mr. Orman, go ahead.
Do you want me to start over, Your Honor?
Why don't you?
Your Honor, and again, I am not trying to insinuate that Ms. Higgs intended to do anything improper, but for the last officer, the sergeant that testified, she did not cross-examine him, but she thanked him for what he had done. And I am not, that is a noble sentiment, to be sure. And I'm not saying it's a false sentiment, but it could be seen, Your Honor, as an attempt to ingratiate oneself or one side with the jury. It is proper, I think, to thank a juror for answering questions, but to thank a witness for answering questions, but for an attorney to get involved with thanking an officer for doing something like this, I think is improper. And I don't think it was done for an improper intentional purpose, but I would ask that the court order that that not happen again.
Okay, Ms. Higgs, any response? The request is granted. I agree with Mr. Orman that that is improper for an attorney to do. So if you don't have any questions, all you have to do is stand up and say, I have no questions. Is there anything else on behalf of the people? Anything else on behalf of the defense? All right, thank you, folks. I'll see you tomorrow morning, usual time. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
And we are back on 7 News, 5:03 now on this Tuesday, day 2 of the theater shooting trial. I'm Mark Stewart at the 7 News studios in downtown Denver. Again, court in recess. The jury ordered back to return at 8:15 tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning, for day 3 of testimony. This was a very intense day. 10 witnesses taking to the stand, offering their accounts of what happened that July evening, establishing a timeline of events, what happened to them when they were in the movie theater. We heard from several teenagers who talked about the terror they felt. We heard from several husbands and wives. We heard from co-workers who were all there that night of the shooting, and they described exactly what they had experienced. Right off the top this morning, the first thing this morning, we heard from a young woman named Caleb Medley. She was by far one of the more emotional witnesses and had one of the most profound stories to tell. She was at that Batman movie with her husband, 9 months pregnant. It was supposed to be their last date together before the birth of their son, and then the theater shooting happened. He was severely injured. He was shot in the eye. He has severe brain injuries. He's had many surgeries. Right now, he is unable to walk. He was brought into court in a wheelchair. His speech has also been impacted. In fact, when he answered questions today, an alphabet board was brought, a poster of the alphabet on it, and he pointed to the letters, and then a court-appointed spokesperson, so to speak, read those responses out loud, so the court would able to hear his response. So we heard from that husband and wife. We also heard from several co-workers who were there that night of the movie theater shooting, friends of Jesse Childress, who worked at Buckley Air Force Base. He sadly was killed, but many of his co-workers who went with him that evening to the movie talked about their experiences. In fact, so many people who were testifying today talked about the fact that they felt that what had happened at first was a prank. They heard some loud bangs. They thought perhaps it was fireworks. They saw some flashes. And then, almost in slow motion, as one person described, they realized that obviously this was a very serious situation. Erica, are we able to go some sound right now, or do we need to hold off for just a moment? Okay. Why don't we listen to Sergeant Hawkins? Is that good? Okay. We just, at the end of our testimony today, heard from Sergeant Michael Hawkins of the Aurora Police Department. He was one of the first responders at the scene who took people to and from the hospital. He said he had been to many homicide scenes before, but nothing like this. Let's listen real briefly to Sergeant Hawkins.
My next recollection is Sergeant John's guard motioned me over, and there was a girl about 6 years old on the floor.
Did he ask you to do something with regard to this little girl?
Yes, he lifted up her shirt and showed me where she had been shot once in the abdomen. And I tried to obtain her pulse, and I could not.
Why not?
At that point, my own hands were really tingling and pulsing, I would guess from adrenaline.
Were you asked to do something with regard to her?
Yes, Sergeant John's guard yelled for me to get her and go.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And you picked her up?
I picked her up and I ran out of the front entrance of the theater.
Were there paramedics around?
Yes. Yes, there were.
Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transport her to Children's Hospital.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes.
And who was she?
It was a little girl named Veronica Moser.
After you had taken Veronica Moser, and she also known as Veronica Moser-Sullivan?
Yes, ma'am.
After you had taken her outside, what did you do?
After I placed her on the pram of the ambulance, I turned around and went back to the theater, at which point I encountered two girls carrying a teenaged black boy who had been shot in the leg. And I said, "Can I help you girls?" And they gave him to me, and I carried him over to where a fire engine was. And I set him with other wounded people next to the fire engine.
All right, that was Sergeant Michael Hawkins of the Aurora Police Department talking about his experiences the night of the shooting, taking victims to and from the hospital, treating them on the scene. Obviously, some of the more gripping testimony that we have heard thus far today. We want to bring into our conversation 7 News legal analyst Dan Recht. He is at his office in Denver. And Dan, we have heard witness after witness talking about the terror, the fear that they felt. None of this is a surprise to you. This was obviously a deliberate move by the prosecution to paint a difficult picture. Okay, I think we're having some hard time getting in touch with Dan, so we will talk to him in just a moment, I believe. Again, about 10 witnesses today. Some were teenagers, some were grown adults, and their testimony obviously very, very difficult to hear, including a young woman named Kaylin Bailey. She was a babysitter who was taking care of Veronica Moser-Sullivan. She was 9 years old. She was the youngest person to have been killed in the movie theater shooting. She was there with her babysitter as well as several relatives. Their account of what happened also very troubling. Why don't we go listen to now Kaylin Bailey talking about what she experienced that evening.
What seemed to me, what I thought was originally a prank. This rocket thing shot across the theater from the right side of the theater to the left side, and then it seemed as if everyone in unison turned their heads to see what it was.
What do you remember after that?
I remember a lot of popping sounds, and I wasn't sure what they were at the time. And then it seemed like instantly after the first round of gunshots went off, Ashley had jumped on top of Veronica, and they fell to the floor.
Okay, again, that was Kaylin Marie Bailey, babysitter to 9-year-old Veronica Moser-Sullivan, who was by far the youngest person to have been killed. She was 6 years old at the time of the shooting. Just to give you a rundown as to what's going to go on tomorrow, the jury back in court at 8:15 in the morning. Our coverage will resume roughly at around 8:20, and then court resuming at 8:30 in the morning. I assume that it is fair to say that we will hear more from people who are close to Veronica Moser-Sullivan, the 6-year-old who was killed. We heard from her babysitter thus far. We heard from an officer who responded to the scene. So perhaps we'll hear from other relatives, perhaps her mother. Not very clear yet, but obviously there's a lot of focus on her right now. Also, perhaps we'll hear from more of law enforcement who can talk about their response to the scene. So for now, we are going to wrap things up.
Talk to Dan now.
Okay, we can talk to Dan Recht right now. Okay, let's bring Dan into our conversation real quickly. Dan, we appreciate your company this afternoon. Just real quickly, was it a surprise that we heard witness after witness talk about the terror in the courtroom? This obviously was a deliberate move by the prosecution.
It wasn't a surprise to hear from so many witnesses. The thing to keep in mind is that the first few witnesses the prosecution calls in a murder case are very, very important. There's this whole idea, which is scientifically proven, of primacy. After 4 months, when they go back in that jury room, months and months from now, it will be the first witnesses on the first day that the jury remembers. And so they're putting on their most emotionally laden, most powerful witnesses today.
So this is all about creating a lasting impression, setting the tone early in the trial. And many times the defense attorneys, public defenders, objected to the use of victim photos and 911 calls. I assume that too is also textbook 101 in a trial.
I wasn't surprised that the defense objected to the 911 call, because certainly they're admitting that, and that fact isn't in dispute. On the other hand, 911 calls are routinely admitted into evidence, and it doesn't surprise me that it was admitted into evidence in this case. That is, as I said, routine and normal.
And Dan, final question before you go. We heard emotional testimony after emotional testimony. Not being in the courtroom, it was difficult to hear. Is there concern that jurors will perhaps lose attention or will be on overload, and that could perhaps hurt prosecutors, or is this just the way the justice system works?
Well, the jury won't hear this much emotional testimony through the course of this trial. In the middle of the trial, and maybe even later this week or next week, they're going to hear a lot of mundane, monotonous evidence, which is why they put on their strong emotional evidence first, because they want the jury to remember this. Months from now, they want the jury to remember the first witnesses on the first day.
All right, Attorney Dan Recht talking to us this afternoon. Thank you, Dan. We'll be talking to you in the days and weeks ahead. Again, this is all about creating lasting impressions, and as Dan Recht just said, the emotional testimony that we heard today is not a surprise. All right, day 3 of the trial resuming tomorrow. Again, our coverage beginning at around 8:20. Expect to hear more witnesses, more from police who are on the scene. For now, I'm Mark Stewart in Denver. We'll see you back here tomorrow at about 8:20.